On Britain's streets, a battle is raging.
Don't touch me, son.
Well, I already just did, didn't I?
What are you going to do about it?
Over 11 million of us rent.
I wouldn't put anybody in this situation.
Oh, seriously, they're not living in this, are they?
So why should I live like this?
But thousands fall victim to rogue landlords.
There's just water cascading through here.
This is a death trap.
On the other side, there are 2 million private landlords and counting.
I want my house back. I don't give a toss.
I wanted to drag her out of the flat. This is mine.
I'll never rent again. Too much hassle.
But many face financial ruin at the hands of tenants from hell.
He hasn't had his rent for ages. He's owed
So
20...
what? When are you going to pay me the money?
There's a scam going on here, Donny.
I know.
In this series,
Go, come on, let's go.
we follow the heroes who take slum landlords down.
Paying rent to live in a decent property.
There's so many things wrong, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, somebody touches that, they get electrocuted.
Not acceptable.
And the experts whose job it is to evict nightmare tenants.
Do not push me. Do not push me.
Every year in Britain, over 20,000 properties are illegally occupied by squatters. And the cost of getting them out, as well as repairing any damage done, can be enormous. As one property developer discovered the hard way. Eviction lawyer Chris Sharp is heading out on a tricky job.
We're on our way to the site now, and my client has already informed me that we are dealing with travelling squatters. Now, I'm not going to lie, this part always fills me with a bit of anxiety. You always have to have your wits about you because you do not know who or what you are about to meet. There were 10, perhaps 12 caravans on the site, but it's changing all the time. Sometimes there are more on there. It's added up to 20 on there this morning.
Chris needs to inform the squatters he's started legal proceedings to kick them out, so things could turn nasty.
I think there are going to be about 20 to 40 people there potentially. If there's any sign of confrontation, if I feel it's a proper or real threat, I will simply call the police. We're nearly there now, so it'll be interesting to see what we find in a moment. The site is here behind these walls and this fence.
The law says Chris must put up notices about the upcoming court hearing on every entrance.
Here's a way around the back. This is the side entrance. I can observe what's going on then from this angle.
Chris can see some of the caravans, but there's something shocking he wasn't expecting.
Ah,
A mountain of dumped waste.
carnage.
A week ago, this 1.5-acre site was completely clear.
It's a disgrace. It's taken them 2 to 3 days to do this. You know, they will fill this site, it's as simple as that.
From past experience, Chris knows the pile of illegal rubbish will cost his client a small fortune to clear.
Right, the dumping now, the dumping now, the dumping now. The truck's just pulled up now and it's reversed up to where they've been tipping before, and it looks like it's about to unload another load of house clearance. Yeah, he's doing it now. He's doing it now. Tipping it now. Okay, let's go to the top.
Chris can't be sure whether the squatters themselves are doing the fly tipping or letting others in, but either way, it's essential he gets them out fast. Then, just as he's about to stick up the legal notices, two young men appear.
I act for the guy who owns this land.
Yeah, move that out of my face.
Move that.
Move it out of my face now, do you understand that? Move out with that out of my face.
Guys, don't threaten me.
No,
Don't threaten me.
Do not touch that. Move.
Do not touch me.
No, don't touch that. Move out of my space.
We didn't mind you taking a photo of the gate, but you're not taking a photo in there because there's people.
Okay, lads, I'll take one with you guys.
Before Chris can leave, he needs proof that he's stuck the court notices clearly to the gates.
Don't touch me, son.
Well, I already just did, didn't
Yeah,
I?
don't threaten
What
me.
are you going to do about it?
This is what you're up against. This is what you're up against. So what all day? You swear to God what?
I'm telling you to go, that's what.
Well, I'm not going. This is not your land.
Move from that gate there.
Right, that'll do. See you later, lads. So, you like the friendly response there, okay? You've seen what they're doing over there. They've threatened us with violence if we go near the gate. This is what you're up against.
As more people arrive on the other side of the gate, Chris decides it's time to disappear.
Let's go. Come on, let's go. Get straight in your car and let's go. Time to leave Dodge.
He may have had to make a run for it, but for Chris, it's job done.
The purpose of taking the picture was to show that we've actually served the documents at the main gate of the property. Unfortunately, my camera was a bit obscured by the rather mouthy, threatening guy who's now showing me his how big his muscles are.
In Britain today, there are some 2 million landlords. Many are so-called accidental landlords, forced into renting out their property through bad luck, such as divorce or illness. Wendy and Francis Rose are heading to check up on the property that's become a nightmare. For the past year, they've been letting it out on behalf of Wendy's elderly mother. But from the very beginning, the couple have never received the full rent, and their tenant now owes over £2,500.
Let's have a look at the front garden. Let's see what the state.
This is the first time Wendy has seen the house for 7 months.
Cut the edges.
Look at the state of the garden. Look at the state of the
God,
garden.
look at that garden. She
hasn't done nothing.
Anything in the garden, nothing
No.
at all.
No.
What makes it worse for the Roses is they need the rent money for Wendy's mother, who's in a care home suffering with dementia.
Like I said, it's not worth spending what she's done. It's not worth spending any more money while she's in it. Just we do the garden up. All she's going to do is crap all over everything.
Keep it so nice and tidy. It's just unbelievable.
Not anymore.
It's not nice. It really isn't.
No, don't worry about it. Right, let's check the back garden, shall we?
I don't want to look. I really don't want to look.
Look at the state.
Oh my goodness. Look at that.
She's put a mattress there, a bed. And a crap all over the garden. She just let it all go.
She hasn't done anything in that greenhouse.
The greenhouse is knackered now. State of the frigging garden. Nothing you can do about it. Nothing we can do about
The
it.
first time I've seen it, it's disgraceful. It's really, truly made me feel so I want to be sick.
Gone. So don't worry about it. It's gone. Let's just get her out.
Wendy grew up in the house and is upset at the terrible state of the garden.
Because you can see it was a lovely lawn. Bushes there, and the path actually goes along. And she had boxes of flowers there.
She always had loads of flowers because she loved her garden.
That's the garden. As you come out the door, there's the greenhouse, and that's the grass. That's how it was.
She did deserve it to be left like this.
With no rent coming in, Wendy and Frances are now struggling to pay her mother's care home bills.
Thank you.
Their only option now is to try and evict their tenant.
Get rid of all this hassle now, and that should be it. End of story, won't it?
While Frances and Wendy are just beginning the process of getting her mother's house back, in London there's progress in Chris's battle to evict the squatters from his client's land. The courts have now granted eviction lawyer Chris Sharp a possession order, but to ensure it's legally binding, he must act fast.
We're now on the way to the site to serve the order like the law says we have to do. We have to serve it within 24 hours. I'm hoping that we will not be met by the same hostility as we were last time.
As often happens, it seems the squatters have left before they can be evicted.
I'm just looking through here, it looks like they vacated.
In case they return, Chris puts up new warning notices.
If anybody comes back, they'll see this, and this pretty much tells them it's a criminal offence if they come back.
The good news is the landlord has his land back. The bad news, the place is now a massive refuse tip.
Just staggering. It beggars belief, it really does. What you have to remember is this: whilst this was a derelict piece of land, it was clear. There wasn't one bit of rubbish here. Everything that you see, this sea of rubbish, has all been dumped by people who took it upon themselves to use this as their own private little dumping ground.
For Chris, it's a job well done. But the landlord will now have to spend thousands of pounds clearing up the mess.
It's bittersweet, isn't it? Because, yeah, we've done a job for the landlord and we've got rid of those people. But look what they've left. It really is a disgrace, an absolute disgrace.
In Birmingham, housing officers have been tipped off about a potential death trap. Steve Broderick and Heather Glover from the local housing enforcement team are investigating reports of poor living conditions in an unlicensed HMO, a house of multiple occupation.
I assume it's this one, isn't it?
The location, a two-storey flat above a shop rather ironically called Priceless. Keen to find out what's going on, they're meeting one of the tenants.
Morning. Yeah, you Mr. Chouch?
Yeah, I'm
How are
waiting for
you?
you outside.
All right, I'm Steve from the City Council. Spoke to you on the phone.
There's no lights. If I'll give you a lamp and it don't work.
Okay.
The tenant, Kareem, has been living in this property for over 4 years, but he's still uncertain exactly who his landlord is.
And who do you pay rent to?
One downstairs.
Do you know his name at all?
What's his name downstairs?
Kareem has to ask another tenant if he knows.
We just call him Priceless, or I don't know what it is.
Call him?
Just Priceless.
Oh, you call him Priceless, that's the name of the shop.
Name, but I don't know what's his name.
Okay, you don't know his name?
No.
So this is one.
While Heather tries to establish who's in charge and how many people live there, Steve takes a look around. Spread over 2 floors, he finds 5 bedrooms, 1 shared bathroom, a communal kitchen, but no central heating, no fire protection, and worst of all, a lot of dangerous wiring.
There's some serious problems in here. We've got a lot of electrical problems. We've got loose sockets, bare wires hanging out, cables running around rooms, overloading. A serious issue for fire hazards.
Come here.
Obviously had a problem with rats up here by the look of it.
Yeah,
Some
yeah,
old traps, not good at all.
We got everything, mouse, rats.
Yeah, it looks like there's plenty of mouse droppings as well, so...
In the kitchen, there's more evidence of rodents. But it's the bathroom that worries Steve the most.
I don't know. There's waste pipes exposed, and probably the most concerning thing is these exposed wires. One of the tenants has said when he was having a bath recently, obviously the room was full of steam and that wire started sparking, which is obviously a serious risk. If somebody touches that, they get electrocuted. But those wires have been like that since you've lived here? Yeah.
He's on life, he's life 100% testy, and he will be alive. And this one as well. He's live, but I don't know for what.
With exposed cables in the bathroom and no fire protection, Steve and Heather need to act quickly before there's a serious accident.
These tenants are paying rent to live in a decent property, and this property just isn't up to standard.
It's one of the bad ones, yeah.
Who actually owns the flat is still unclear. But one thing is for certain, the enforcement team has launched a full investigation and will soon be back. In Bristol, Wendy and Francis Rose are still fighting hard to get her mother's house back. They've won a possession order for the property and their tenant has been ordered to move out. The deadline is now up, and as they haven't heard anything, Wendy and Francis need to find out whether she's left or is refusing to go.
She's had time to move out, so we're just going to see now whether she has moved out or not.
Oh, hopefully.
The couple are now down almost £3,000 in rent and court costs, money they need to pay for Wendy's mother's health care.
It's just irritating to have to go through all this all the time. I'll be feeling very glad to see the back of her. Believe me, she's just a nightmare.
They're hoping their tenant has left, but when they arrive at the property, the signs don't look good.
Yeah, looking at that, she hasn't moved out. Yep. I'm not holding my breath because the curtains are still up, so I don't think she's moved out. Let's go and see if she's out.
If their tenant is still there, Wendy and Francis will have to fork out yet more money for bailiffs to physically evict her.
Yeah, but we can't go in if she's still there. Courts don't allow us to do that. All we can do is knock on the door. The dogs are still there, so she's still in. No.
The messages left out the front.
We ain't gonna clean it today because she hasn't gone, has she?
No.
In. Go on. Get in. Well, looks like she's still here. She's not moved out. Obviously, she's not really bothered about our situation.
With her belongings and dogs still there, it's clear the tenant is staying put for now.
Go on, boy.
All Wendy and Francis can do is walk away.
Come on.
Take the back garden.
I know. There's nothing we can do about it. Don't matter, we can sort that out when she's gone. Like you say.
Good for nothing cow.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's just the way it is.
Wendy was brought up on the close, and her friends know how tough this ordeal has been for her.
Oh, don't cry, sweetheart. You've had enough, haven't you, eh? You've been through enough, haven't you, my little love?
It's just stressful in a minute. It's just hard to explain because we was hoping that today would have been the end of it. But unfortunately, it's not. And as you can see, as I was affecting my wife, it's just stressful all the time.
Just be glad when I see the last of her. Sooner the better.
Just then, the tenant arrives back home.
Do you want to have your say about why you're still in my house?
No.
Why not?
You're welcome to, my love, because you're not worth on this planet. What you've done to my bleeding mother.
Do you want to say?
Don't you look at me like that. You're in your house.
Well, when are you going to move out?
Well, whenever the bailiffs come, because obviously as soon as that's when the council have told me.
You should have been out
When?
23rd of August, innit?
Yes, we know.
Now get out of it.
When the bailiffs come, they will kick her out, right? That's best we
I
can
want
do.
my house back. I don't give a toss. Don't you look at me like
When?
that. That sort of scum should be out on the earth.
When? There's no point.
Give a toss.
You're
This is my mum's
smiling.
house and
You're
she should
smiling.
be out. You don't give who's looking. No, I'm not. You was in the situation I was in, you'd be the same.
When? Don't be blaming them.
No, what?
Yeah,
I don't
stop
give
it.
a sorry and all that. I'm so livid.
Get in the car.
It seems the tenant is following the council's advice and waiting to be evicted by bailiffs so she and her family can then be rehoused. There's nothing Wendy and Francis can do about it.
Seeing her there, she just didn't give a toss. Putting it Frenchly, not nicely. Nothing else I can say about it, really. Unfortunately, it's going to cost us a little bit more money and time, so nothing we can do about it. We have to abide by the court rules.
It's hugely frustrating for the couple. Now they'll have to spend even more money and wait another 2 weeks for the bailiffs to carry out the eviction. Nightmare tenants come from all walks of life. A fact that one young couple have learnt the hard way. Sasha Charles from Landlord Advice UK is heading to court. Today he's hoping to win a possession order against a tenant who hasn't paid any rent for 4 months. For the landlords, it's not a moment too soon.
The landlord's got a mortgage to pay on this investment property, a mortgage to pay on his own home, and no rental income coming in to pay for the mortgage.
Owed £7,600 in back rent, the landlords are only just managing to cover their 2 mortgages. With no rent coming in, they could face losing one or both properties.
Today, he's seeking for an order to evict the tenant and to claim for the rent. So the landlord's very nervous, and of course I'm nervous for them, because if they don't obtain the possession order today, then the landlord could face repossession.
Sasha's nervous clients are newlyweds Ahmed and Nujad Akati. Keen to build up a nest egg, they invested their savings in a 1-bedroom rental flat in the same block as their own apartment. And initially their tenant, who drives a Maserati and wears an expensive watch, seemed exactly what the couple were hoping for.
The first thing you notice is his car and watch, and we start to talk about it like he looks like someone can afford to pay for his rent.
But appearances can be deceptive, and with the rent set at £1,900 a month, Ahmed insisted on further proof of income.
He showed me his bank account statements that had, considerable sums of money in them. It didn't appear that he would in any way not be able to afford his rent.
To date, only 1 month's rent has actually been paid by their supposedly wealthy tenant. 4 months on, Ahmed and Nujad still haven't received a single penny more. To cap it all, the tenant has even suggested they actually pay him to leave.
He insinuated that we would need to return his 6 weeks deposit and the 1 month rent that he gave us in the beginning for him to vacate. I mean, can you believe the audacity?
It doesn't help that their tenant is a neighbour.
It is very
It's
awkward.
awkward and uncomfortable feeling.
It is. I think it would be easier if there was a bit of distance where we wouldn't have to encounter him on a daily basis.
It's reached crisis point for the newlyweds. Not only have they had to cancel their honeymoon, but also borrow money from relatives. Today, they're meeting Sasha at court, hoping they can get their flat back.
Literally, if I had not been able to borrow money from family, I would have defaulted. This is going to haunt me for probably another 18 months, financially.
I'm stressing out all the time.
Yeah.
I just want him to leave.
Yeah, me too. The quicker he leaves, the quicker we can rent it out again, and the quicker we can get back to normal. And I think that's the most important thing for us.
I'm really nervous. I just want this to be over. I can't wait for this to be over. I just want to breathe.
Sasha fills in his clients on what to expect.
I'm okay, thanks yourself.
Pleasure.
Good morning. So your court hearing's at 10:30.
Yeah.
The defendants haven't filed a defence.
Okay.
They could turn up today and they could attempt to submit a defence last minute, so it's not guaranteed.
Wow. I'm not even thinking about that right now.
I'm really nervous because I think he's gonna try to do things, even in the last minute.
And if he does show up, I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't know how I'd feel, to be quite honest.
Luckily for Ahmed and Nujid, their tenant is a no-show, and the couple win their possession order.
Yeah, really well. Really, really well. I think we got everything we were looking for. So, yeah, happy days.
Really, really glad and happy. Finally, we're like really so close to be over this nightmare.
Yeah, I'm ecstatic, really happy.
Their tenant now has 14 days to leave the property.
Leave the tenant be until the 14 days pass. Once the 14 days pass, you can then again check if the properties are vacant or not. If not, we'll be in contact to arrange the bailiffs for physical eviction.
Yeah, I want to watch this. I want to enjoy watching this. Why not?
Thank you very much for your help. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's been 9 days since Steve Broderick of the Birmingham Housing Enforcement Team first visited the flat above Priceless. He's already ordered the exposed cables in the bathroom to be covered. Now he's back for a more in-depth inspection, with 2 officers from the West Midlands Fire Service.
It's hard just because of the fire loading. Okay.
Meeting them is the shop manager, known to the tenants as Priceless, and the property manager, who looks after the flat upstairs. They start in the shop, and it doesn't look good.
Building side. No, I can see upstairs.
Sorry?
I can see upstairs.
By law, there should at least be 2 layers of insulating fireboard between the ceiling of the shop and the flat above.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see the joists above.
But it's clearly missing in several places.
There's no fire resistance at all. Fire in a shop could quite quickly spread upstairs, stop people escaping.
Even worse, the fire detection system that's been installed for the benefit of the tenants appears to be nothing but a box on the wall.
There's no power to it. There's so many things wrong, it's unbelievable. Yeah. You're not maintaining your detection system. Okay. So that's against our fire safety regulations. It's important you get it working.
I'll get the same guy.
Well, you can't get him. You have to have him here while we're here, because I'm not leaving these premises until it's working. And if I can't get it working, then we'll have to take action for upstairs.
Upstairs in the flat itself, things go from bad to worse. The designated fire escape is actually through a packed storage room.
Where does the door go?
Flat roof.
Flat roof. You can't go onto a flat roof unless you can get a way down.
Passed by the council.
When you say passed by the council, who building control, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So you've had building regulation approval for this conversion?
Everything's
So you'll have all the paperwork for that, will you?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah. Be interested to see that if you can find it.
While the property manager claims the building has council approval, The landlord struggles to open the fire exit door.
No, we haven't.
Yes, then I'm missing the key.
You're missing the key.
Right.
With the door locked and the key lost, the team are forced to walk around the back of the building to check if there's a viable escape route.
He claims it's been done with building control approval, but...
Well, they would want us way off here.
Yeah,
There's no way
that's
off.
what I would have thought.
Yeah, that's...
There's an alleyway.
Yeah.
You couldn't use this as a means of escape because you fall off the roof.
Yeah.
In the dark. No, there's no light.
The fire officers have seen enough. There's no way the property would have been granted an HMO licence. And, as it's a potential death trap, it could be closed down and the tenants made homeless.
Bottom line is you could just turn around and go, I'll tell you what, now we'll just prohibit the accommodation completely.
Where would the tenants then go?
That's up to them. That's up to you and them, to be honest.
I mean,
you cannot
mind
have
that
people
option.
in dangerous situations.
Yeah. The prohibition on that's.
Well, we will.
Well, that's our last resort.
Yeah.
Okay. Because we don't want that to
Because what
happen.
I do, like
I
you
know
say-
it's all right for you because then it's the problem's out of your hands, isn't it? So you don't have to do anything effectively.
Well,
That's why
you
you're
say
saying
still-
you'll accept that.
still,
yeah.
But that
We
is
should
our
be
last
really-
option. So anything else we can do before that to resolve the problem, we will be looking at. So the
But they
tenants-
might not want to move.
Yeah, but they've got no choice if we prohibit. You committed a criminal offence if you haven't heard.
To avoid throwing the tenants out onto the streets, the fire officers move them all onto the first floor and fit a temporary fire alarm system. They tell the landlord and his property manager they have 7 days to fit a permanent fire detection system or face prosecution.
If he doesn't do it, the work that he's promised by the set time scale, he commits an offence. Yeah.
In Bristol, it's eviction day. Paul Champlina from Landlord Action has joined the Roses to ensure the tenant leaves without a fight.
How are you? How are you feeling?
A bit all over the place.
Yeah, all
at
over the
moment.
place. Well, this is
Yeah.
going to be D-Day today. You're going to get your property back. Do we know if she's still there?
Yes, she's still there.
She's still there.
Still there.
Okay. The dog's there. There's dogs, isn't there?
Yeah, she's got two dogs.
Are they killer dogs or are they?
No,
okay, that's all right. Good. I know
One's
you're
got 3 legs.
3 legs. I might be able to catch me running anyway.
A bailiff has already handed their tenant an eviction notice. Now, after 4 months of legal battles, Wendy and Frances should finally get her mother's house back.
You're going to have to pack your stuff away and get removing van and...
I've got
sort
everything out as much as I can. Obviously, I know I'm allowed to come back in.
That's right, yeah. So that's your eviction notice. And then if you could give us the key.
It's just the dogs. I haven't found anywhere for the dogs because I got let down at the last minute.
Did you? You got no one that can look after them?
No.
Okay. I've turned up to evictions before when people have just left dogs, believe it or not, and left pets.
There's no way I'd do
No,
that.
no,
Not in
that's
a million
fine.
years.
Okay.
I love them too much. to
No,
do
no,
that.
that's fine. Okay, I'll let you take the dogs. Thank you
Yeah,
very much.
okay.
Thank you.
Until the tenant leaves, they're forced to wait outside.
Have you got everything?
Yeah.
Open the key. Go on. Open the key.
Finally, Wendy and Frances are allowed back into her mother's house.
It stinks of dog murder. Should you open the window?
Yeah.
It needs airing, doesn't it? Yeah, it needs airing. Well, can I just ask you, the beds and everything, are they yours or hers?
There were some of them were ours, but I think she's thrown half the stuff out. We did have a set of wardrobes here built in.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. As you can see.
Don't anymore?
No,
Okay.
but you can see where the carpet was. A stain.
The tenant has left an enormous amount behind.
She needs to come up and pick a lot more stuff up.
To add to their woes, by law, the Roses must now store her belongings until she collects them.
Surprised she hasn't took it with her.
In the house, there's a lot to clear up, but it's nothing compared to the garden.
Stay in the garden though.
Oh my goodness.
Watch the dog.
It's a fish's pond. What's left of it. I just can't believe it. Look how scruffy as anything. I mean, it was always tidy.
Look at all the rubbish. Oh, that was all cleared. There was nothing there. It's all rubbish. Just made a mess of it. What were you walking with?
Was hoping they'd look after it, but they certainly haven't. And the state of the back garden's just horrendous.
Smells of dog. It really stinks.
It's the end now. You know, it's the end of a very painful and emotional journey you've had to go through.
Yeah.
But the main thing is you have your property back.
Yes, that's the main thing.
That's the main thing. And you can move on with your life.
Yes.
That's the main thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
After months of legal battles and stress, Wendy and Francis have had enough.
But we don't want to go through all this again. We just want to put a house up for sale and just sell it, just to get rid of it. The last few months it's just been bloody hell, personally.
In London, Ahmed and Nugid are still battling their high-rolling tenant. Owed nearly £8,000 in rent, the relationship is already fraught between the Arcatis and their tenant. But since the possession order was granted, the situation has become a whole lot worse.
I've bumped into the tenant on numerous occasions. The first one got a bit heated. We were talking and you know, he turned around and was like, you know, it's your fault for letting me the property. So at which point I kind of, you know, I became quite angry. You know, I turned to him and I was like, what about the money? He's like, forget about the money, you're not gonna get it. And actually, to be quite honest with you, he was like, I was, you know, after what happened, I was gonna go upstairs and I was gonna trash the place. I was gonna take the whole kitchen out. I was gonna destroy it. I had to restrain myself.
Whether it's fighting slum landlords or battling nightmare tenants, courts in England and Wales deal with over 150,000 housing cases every year. In West London, the Arcatis have won a possession order against their sports car driving tenant. But 2 days before the order comes into force, he disappears.
I went downstairs and I actually found the tenant had vacated the apartment and was ready to leave.
Despite the tenant's earlier threats, thankfully the flat is still in one piece.
I was happy as soon as I came in. Structurally, it was sound, so I didn't really, it was a relief.
The flat may be okay, but the couple have still lost thousands of pounds in back rent and legal fees. So it's essential the property now starts generating income.
It's really, really important that we get this rented out as soon as possible. You know, every day that it's unoccupied, it's costing us money, money that we don't have. So, yeah, it is a lot of money, yeah.
With the apartment back in their hands, the couple can finally move on and maybe even save up enough to go on their long-delayed honeymoon.
Are they like this?
It's been 7 weeks since Steve Broderick from the Birmingham Housing Enforcement Team first visited the flat above Priceless. Appalled by its dangerous and run-down condition, he ordered the property manager to make urgent repairs.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Now it's time to find out exactly what he's done.
Go through the list, check everything off. Anything we find, any issues, we can talk about them as we go. I'll go upstairs first, yeah? Okay.
It's soon clear the property manager has been busy.
Lighting to the second floor stairs, yes, we've got that handrail. So they're going to do 8 visits a year,
to cover mice and rats. That's good news, yeah. OK.
The new fire protection system has already been improved by the fire service.
In here we've got a smoke detector, emergency light.
And because the layout of the flat has been reconfigured, the tenants are now allowed back on the top floor.
It's warm. Good news. So look in the bathroom.
In the bathroom, the dangerous electric cables are safely covered.
He's cut those all off, yeah?
It's all right, so.
Wiring's all sorted.
The exposed toilet waste pipes boxed in, and there's newly installed heating, lighting and ventilation.
Yeah, he's done pretty much all of the work we've asked him to do. Just a bit of sort of cleaning up, tidying up and a little bit of decoration left to do. So, yeah, reasonably happy. So it went through.
The rapid improvement means the flat is now considered safe and the tenants still have a roof over their heads.
It's been a nightmare to live in, but it's amazing how he changed things.
Kareem may be impressed with the work done, but for Steve, it's frustrating to have to force landlords to comply with the law.
What's so fast? I can't go that fast. Getting off.
In Bristol, Wendy and Francis are almost at the end of their nightmare.
Garden looks tidy for change.
3 weeks have passed since the Roses evicted their tenant, and their builder's been busy.
Well, the fire's gone, fireplace, all the bricks have gone, but that smell's gone.
They're having the entire home redecorated and refitted.
Then it looked different with that door and the bath.
Yeah, I know.
It isn't just the house that's having a makeover.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness me. Wow, what a difference.
Looks a lot better, doesn't it?
You couldn't see the garage for rubbish. They took 4 vans full of rubbish out of here. It's wonderful. It's obviously back to how it was when Mum was here. I mean, the only thing that's missing now is the flowers, and obviously it's the wrong time of the year, but she had her flowers, she loved her flowers. She lived for her garden.
Fed up with the stress and strain of renting, Wendy and Francis have put their house on the market.
So I'm just glad it's going to be over. I just want, like I said, I just want to forget about this now and just move on.
And they've already found a buyer.
Oh my God.
Next time,
This is absolutely disgusting, this is.
an Essex couple fight for their daughter's property.
I just want to get in there and kick ass.
Have you got the key, Katie?
A landlord in Kettering confronts his former tenant.
What about the rent, Katie? What about the inconvenience and all the money?
There's just water cascading through here.
And the housing team in Birmingham investigates horrendous conditions.
I'm looking to you to get stuff sorted out, yeah?
On Britain's streets, a battle is raging.
Don't touch me, son.
Well, I already just did, didn't
Yeah,
I?
don't threaten
What
me.
are you going to do about it?
Over 11 million of us rent.
I wouldn't put anybody in this situation.
Oh, seriously, they're not living in this, are they?
So why should I live like this?
But thousands fall victim to rogue landlords.
There's just water cascading through here.
This is a dirt trap.
On the other side, there are 2 million private landlords and counting.
I want my house back. I don't give a toss.
I wanted to drag her out of the flat. This is my flat.
I'll never rent again. Too much hassle.
But many face financial ruin at the hands of tenants from hell.
He hasn't had his rent for ages. He's owed
So
20
what? When are you going to pay me the money?
There's a scam going on here, Donny.
I know.
In this series,
Come on, let's go.
we follow the heroes who take slum landlords down.
Paying rent to live in a decent property,
There's so many things wrong, it's unbelievable.
Somebody touches that, they get electrocuted.
not acceptable.
And the experts whose job it is to evict nightmare tenants.
Do not push me. Do not push me.
Nearly 9 out of 10 landlords let out their properties through letting agents. But what many landlords don't realise is they're still legally responsible for the state of their property and the welfare of their tenants. It's 7:30 a.m. and Harrow Council housing officers Andrew Sedman and Nusrat Jahan have joined forces with the local police.
Who's up there? Let me just have a look.
Their job this morning, to investigate several properties that they suspect are unlicensed HMOs, houses in multiple occupation.
Today's really just knock on a few doors, see what's going on. There's always problems in this area. There has been a lot of overcrowding problems, so I'm going to see what we can find out today.
One property they want to check is a 3-bedroom flat located above a row of shops.
I won't be walking across that, I don't think.
Lots of people have been seen coming and going, so the team think it could be an unlicensed HMO. But the police think they know why it's been so busy.
We done this place as a brothel last week.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Ah, OK. Might still
They
be...
got kicked out.
Oh, right, OK.
So hopefully there's no one in there.
Fingers crossed.
It's the council with the police.
Despite the earlier police raid, it looks like the brothel's back in business.
Yes, we're working here.
How many people are here? 3 others.
We're aware that it was a brothel, and we visited this house once before, right? Kicked the alleged prostitutes out. The people that are in here today are different from the people that were in there last time.
Hello.
So I'm from the council,
How are you?
from residential licensing. OK.
And then from the council, we're just inspecting the property to see how many people are living here at the moment and the current use of the property.
It looks like the women are living as well as working here. That means it's not just a police matter, but also a worry for the housing officers.
We just need to find out what the status of this house is. Obviously, there's been some problems here in the past, but what we're concerned about is that it's safe for the people living here, and that there's not too many people as the other reason as well. Hi. Right. I'm just gonna... Sorry to bother you.
I'm not speaking English, ma'am.
Hi, can I have your name, please?
My name?
Yeah?
Normal.
Okay, yeah, fine.
OK, on the table here we've got calling cards. This is obviously a house of ill repute, which we do stumble across these occasionally. It's not just overcrowding. Things can go hand in hand with this sort of thing. You know, there's usually some underlying thing. Could be people trafficking, drugs, you know, all sorts of things go hand in hand with these type of places. It's pretty sad.
While the police investigate the business side of the property, the housing officers try and find out who the landlord is.
Do you know who do you pay rent to or who you agreed to pay the rent to? No? So how do you came to this place? Through a friend or agency, and who can bring you here to stay?
No, one friend telling me.
Okay. Does your friend lives here as also?
No, she's gone.
She's gone. Do you know your friend name?
No.
No, you don't know.
Where do you live?
I don't know.
Well, your driving licence has an address on it. Where do you live?
I don't have house. No.
You don't have house. Well, how long you lived here?
I don't know. Yesterday I come. I don't know why I come here.
It's clear the women either don't know the name of the person who owns the property or won't tell them. But Andrew's confident he can chase them down.
The usual thing is we do a land registry search, also check council tax records. And once we get a name, I tend to do a bit of searching on their social profile as well. Company's house, we always catch up with them.
Whether the landlord knows their property is being used as a massage parlour and an unlicensed HMO isn't yet clear. But either way, the council officers are determined to find out and hold them to account. With saving rates at an all-time low, many people are investing in rental properties to buy themselves a regular and inflation-proof income. As long as their tenants pay the rent on time, it can prove a smart investment. But get a bad tenant, and the consequences can be devastating. Rachel Barham and her partner Chris are on their way to Woolwich County Court. Rachel's tenant Teresa owes her nearly £5,500 in rent. For the past 5 months, she hasn't paid a penny.
She paid 1 month, 2.5 weeks late. The second month was 2 weeks late and she only paid half of it. And since then, she's not paid anything.
The pressure has taken its toll on Rachel and on her relationship with Chris.
It's going into thousands and thousands of money that's owed. That's an awful lot of money. It's just a stressful time, you know. We don't need something like this. We're suffering majorly, and you can see it with Rachel.
We argue a lot because it is my property. Chris wants to get involved, he wants to go round there. And to be honest, I'm quite happy. I want to go round there myself and knock her out. But at the same time, you can't do it. It's infuriating. This is my pension, and I've worked hard for this.
Today, it's make or break. Rachel's banking on the court evicting her tenant. If not, she's likely to lose thousands more in missing rent and legal fees. Rachel Barham and her partner Chris are heading to court. Owed nearly £5,500 by her tenant, Rachel's determined to get her evicted. Waiting for them outside the courthouse is their legal advisor, Sasha Gain, from Landlord Advice.
Sasha, nice to meet you.
And nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Okay, so I've just been into the court and they have notified us that the tenant will be attending today.
Right, okay.
So there is a possibility that they will be filing a last-minute defence.
It looks like the tenant, Teresa, is prepared to fight the case.
There she is now.
Just turned up. That's her.
There she is.
Her there.
If Teresa does put up a strong defence, the case could be adjourned for months. This would be a financial nightmare for Rachel, as she's struggling to pay the mortgage on her rental property.
If things get delayed, I potentially miss my mortgage repayments, which at the end of the day potentially means me losing my property. And trust me, it won't be nice after that.
Right, I believe it's time to go in.
Cool, perfect.
Brilliant.
Let's go.
Half an hour later, the hearing is over.
2 weeks' notice, and then straight to High Court, so in theory, she'll be out in about 3 weeks.
She'll be gone, yeah.
The court has awarded Rachel a possession order, which gives Teresa 14 days to leave the property. If she refuses, Rachel has the right to physically evict her the following week.
She has to go.
Yeah.
Without touching her.
Kicking and screaming, she's going.
So after the 14 days are up, I'd advise to go and check the property to see if she has left. If she hasn't left, then you will need to instruct the bailiff to carry out the last stage of eviction.
Exciting. Thank you.
Thousands of pounds out of pocket in missing rent and legal fees. Rachel can only hope her tenant obeys the court and moves out without causing yet more trouble. It's less than 24 hours since Andrew Sedman and his colleagues discovered a brothel working out of a 3-bedroom flat in Harrow. It looks like sex workers are also living in the flat, meaning it's also an unlicensed HMO, or house in multiple occupation. Andrew has tracked down the landlord and has some searching questions to ask.
There is a major issue at the property. Although you've got people living there unrelated and it's not licensed, the other problem is we actually raided the property yesterday with the police, and it seems that it's been run as a brothel. So you're unaware of it? Yeah, I mean, if you're paying someone to manage the property, I'd be asking questions on what they are doing, you know, how they are managing it, and put it on them to sort the situation out. But they need to do that quickly. She seems to think there's a couple and another gentleman in there. Who knows? Maybe there was. Maybe these people took on the rent and then sublet it. It's always possible.
Whether it's the tenant, letting agency or someone else who has set up the brothel, it's still unclear. But as far as Andrew's concerned, the landlord is the one who'll need to sort it out or face prosecution.
But at the end of the day, it always falls back on the landlord. It's their property, their responsibility. They need to keep an eye on their tenants. So regardless of however it happened, it's no excuse.
3 weeks later, Andrew and Nusrat are on their way to inspect the property again.
I received an email from the landlord over the weekend stating that her property is no longer a brothel, it's empty and new tenants will be coming in. So we're just going to go down and check out if she's telling the truth and see that the property is empty. Hello, how are you? Hi.
The landlord has given her property to a new agent, but Nusrat wants to make clear she's still responsible for whatever happens here.
Do you come to visit the property or
I
like
never
every
did
3 months?
visit the property.
Because
no.
as a landlord you should, because
Yeah.
then you know what's going on in your property.
Now I know because the agent was dealing with it and I thought everything was fine. They done all the checks, all the referencing and all that, and I was totally shocked to hear about that.
Did they see your responsibility, although agent
Yeah,
are
no,
involved?
I know, but you...
No, we
know,
this is your opportunity to come across
Yeah,
and
exactly.
say like what,
You don't-
because we are not blaming
you. Think
you.
of this
No.
kind of thing. I didn't even think that this kind of things were possible.
OK, let's have a look. All empty.
It still looks like people's personal belongings are there. They already start living in.
We did agree on the tenancy agreement that they have 1 week to prepare, to arrange, to do...
To put their own stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
And you have checked them, referenced them and vetted them properly?
Yes, sure.
Okay.
We will be taking extra care of this place now that we had those problems previously. We are planning to do monthly inspections at the beginning and yeah, hopefully everything will be all right.
Satisfied that the brothel has closed down and the landlord now fully understands her responsibilities, Andrew and Nusrat's job here is done.
Take care and good luck with everything. Thank you. Bye-bye. This is a good result. I mean, now that we've met the landlady, we've now met the new managing agent who's on board. He seems to be quite sincere and on top of things.
We are happy with that, and
Yeah.
she's happy to make the application for license. So hopefully everything will go well. And now we have the agent in front of us as well. So if anything goes, we can hold the agent and the landlord both accountable.
It's one less brothel in our borough, so they're not there now. That's great.
Yeah.
There are a multitude of ways a landlord can run foul of nightmare tenants. Whether it's a brothel being set up in your rental property or a tenant who stops paying the rent, the result is stress and financial pain. Seamstress Carla Shoebridge-Hart is on her way to inspect her 3-bedroom rental property. Owed over £9,000 in missing rent, her relationship with her tenants is at breaking point, which is why she's brought along best friend B for moral support.
They seemed very nice people, and they were over the moon when I said yes, they could have the house. We agreed on the rent, and they moved in.
That was 2 years ago, and they haven't paid the full rent since.
I got, it'll be there, we'll make it up, and promises and promises.
The arrears have got so bad, Carla's worried she won't make the mortgage payments.
I'm really, really struggling at the moment, and I don't want to lose my house.
Despite the missing rent, Carla's still obliged by law to maintain the property.
What I will be doing today is I will be going through the house. Right then. Hello.
See all around the oven needs doing because it started to melt the door.
I have been decorating in there because there's been like marks and things along, so.
The fact her tenants have repainted a room in a different colour without her permission is another provocation.
Oh, bloody hell. Dog poo or whatever. Whatever. Okay, right then. Yes, I need to get out. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Thank you.
But it's the family caravan sitting on the front lawn that's the final straw for Carla.
I do not remember giving my permission for a caravan being parked out here.
No problems, I will move it, that's not a problem.
Well, it would have been nice to be asked first.
All right, okay.
I'm sorry about that. I love that house. It was a dream come true for me. And to lose it, because I've tried to help people and they still, you know, they say, oh, this isn't working, that isn't working, and this needs to be done and that needs to be done, you know, and I just don't know. Suppose if it was me, I'd be swearing, but I just don't like. I don't like swearing. So, you know, Magnolia. What's difficult about fucking Magnolia? We tried to get it as close, or whatever she said there, to the colour. I don't want anything close. It was painted Magnolia. What is difficult about Magnolia?
After 2 years of fighting for her rent, Carla is at breaking point, both emotionally and financially. She's decided it's time to take them to court and get them out. Rachel Barham and her partner Chris are trying to evict a tenant who owes her over £5,500. The fight is personal. Rachel's property is not simply an investment. She used to live here.
It was my first house. I lived there for just over 11 years. It was my pride and joy, and now it's kind of ruined it. All those memories, they're not quite the same. It's kind of, I look at that house and just think, I hate you. But it's not the house, it's her.
15 days ago, Rachel won a possession order at court, giving her tenant, Teresa, 2 weeks to move out. Now they're heading to the property to see whether she's obeyed it.
Part of me is hoping that she's not there, so I don't have to talk to her. I'm the
so complete
angry,
opposite. I think it's always best to face it head on so we know what's going on then.
It appears Teresa's ignored the court order.
Well, she hasn't moved out because her stuff, unless she's left all her stuff behind, because there's still stuff on the windowsills. It doesn't exactly look like she's made an effort to pack up, does it? I'm looking at it thinking, I've got the keys in my pocket and I can't even walk through that front door.
By law, Rachel can't enter the property until her tenant has left. The only thing she can do is call her legal advisor, Sasha, and order in the bailiffs.
We've literally just turned up at the property, and as we expected, it looks like she's still living there. So,
OK, what a nightmare.
Exactly. So we obviously have to go to the next step and get bailiffs.
OK, that's fine. We can get that done for you.
Okay.
Don't worry too much. We'll hopefully get this process accelerated, as you do have the option to go to the High Court.
Yep.
OK, so we can begin this process for you.
Lovely.
OK, so leave it with us and don't worry.
OK, perfect. Thank you. Thank you for your help.
Nightmare.
How much does that cost?
Yeah.
Rachel is already more than £5,000 out of pocket. Paying another £1,000 for the High Court enforcement agents is the last thing she wants to do. But just before they leave,
Want to have a chat?
they spot Teresa arriving and the chance to persuade her to go.
Hello, you all right?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Were you meant to be out yesterday? The court said you had to be out yesterday.
But with the letter.
Do you owe £5.5 grand?
Have you got £5.5 grand sitting in your bank account?
No, I'm waiting for the house.
So what makes you think I've got £5.5 grand
I'm
that
gonna
I can
go right
afford?
now. I'm gonna go now.
No, you're not. You've said all this before.
I am gonna go
You owe us
now.
£5.5 grand.
Yeah, but I'm gonna
The bailiffs will be there, so
Pathetic.
don't worry. I'm actually fucking livid now. There's no apology, there's no...
She says, I'm not getting out without a letter. I'm not getting out without a letter. So exactly what I said from the beginning, she's taking the piss.
I'm glad I was sitting in the car, because at one point I was going to get out, but I'm glad I didn't.
It's left with the bailiffs.
Yeah.
They'll do their thing and we'll come back when she's out in a week or so. That's it. There's nothing else we can do now, but she's taking the piss out of us.
Yeah.
Angry and frustrated, Chris and Rachel's only option now is to wait for the enforcement agents to do their job. For a landlord, renting out a property is a serious business. And nothing is more important than choosing the right tenant. Failing to do the correct checks can come with a serious cost. Eviction specialist Paul Champlina from Landlord Action is on his way to Congleton in Cheshire. His task for today? To help a pensioner evict a difficult tenant who owes him over £1,000 in rent.
He's really in a distressed state because he actually used to live in the property himself. He's been there for 30 years. So now I'm going to try and start the process of trying to get his property back.
When landlord John Ahern's elderly mother fell ill, the retired engineer decided to move in with her to help. This meant his own two-bedroom house would be left empty.
I just wanted to try and rent the house out, not for financial gain, but just for somebody to look after it for me.
That somebody was a 50-year-old man he met in his local pub. He told John that he and his girlfriend desperately needed somewhere to live. John was all too happy to help and agreed a rent of £340 a month.
I didn't do a tenancy agreement. He says, don't worry about that, I'll organise that for you.
Failing to sign a tenancy agreement was a mistake, but there was worse to come.
At the time, he seemed such a nice guy, but he turned around, he was a monster.
It turns out the man has a history of antisocial behaviour and a conviction for domestic abuse.
I found out a week after he moved in, he'd been battering his girlfriend.
He's also stopped paying John the rent, racking up a debt of over £1,000.
You try and help somebody out, don't you? And that's all I was trying to do, help somebody out. You can't sleep at night. I've had no sleep for months thinking about it. It's a nightmare, it is. Complete nightmare.
As the stress is now too much to bear, John asked Paul Champlina for help.
Morning, John.
But he's so concerned about his tenant's bad reputation, he'll only meet Paul around the corner from the property.
And you met him in a pub, didn't you?
That's right, yeah.
Everything you could do wrong, I think you know now. You should have referenced the tenant, maybe used an agent.
He befriended me.
I know, and we come across a lot of cases like that in Landlord Action, unfortunately.
Today, Paul's going to serve the tenant with a Section 8 notice, giving him 14 days to pay the rent and leave the property. But without a tenancy agreement, it will be that much harder to get him out.
So let me go and serve the notices. What I don't want to do is, because I know obviously it's caused you a lot of stress, when I go and serve the notice, I don't want you to be around, because one, I don't want you to get stressed out, and two, I don't want him to be antagonised.
As the tenant is known to be volatile, Paul's arranged for some backup.
We've got to be a little bit on our guard, So we have organised the police to be present as well, just in case there is problems.
Paul thinks someone's inside but is refusing to answer the door. But he still serves the notice.
Thank you.
With a challenging tenant and no proper paperwork, Paul knows this case could get messy. He's hoping for John's sake he can get the man out without a fight. Time has run out for Rachel Barham's tenant, Teresa. At 9 this morning, the High Court enforcement agents are set to turn up and physically remove her from the property.
Part of me thinks that we might turn up and she's already gone, just out of spite, because obviously you have to pay to get the bailiffs in.
It's another £1,000 we've paid to get her out today. So not only is it £5.5 grand, it's another grand on top. So it's almost comical numbers now.
As Rachel has had to pay for the High Court enforcement agents to attend, her tenant now owes her almost £7,000 in rent and legal fees.
I actually want her to be there because I actually want to physically see her being evicted and go through that pressure and that embarrassment, really, after what she's put us through.
The agent's first job is to check whether Teresa is still there.
How you doing? All right?
Hiya.
Do you have keys for the property?
I think so, as long as she's not changed the locks.
If you give me the keys, I'll knock first.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool, lovely.
Hello?
It appears the tenant's already left, leaving the couple with a hefty bill for the enforcement agents they didn't need.
She's wasted £1,000 because I could have come and not had to, obviously, instruct bailiffs to come and do this for me. So, again, she just seems to think that I've got money growing on a tree.
As there's nothing more for the agents to do here, they take their leave.
Can I have the grand back? Thank you anyway.
All the best. Yeah.
See you later.
Thank you. Cheers.
Later that afternoon, Rachel receives a call from her letting agent and she sees an opportunity to ask Teresa about the missing money.
I got a call to say that she's going to be dropping the keys off to the New Eltham branch within the hour. So we are now rushing to New Eltham, really, just so that we can confront her. I just feel like we need closure.
Teresa has no idea the couple will be waiting for her at the letting agency.
She's just driven straight past, really slowly. She's just driven straight past. Straight past us. Stay there.
They're furious with the ex-tenant.
Where's our money?
You haven't even tried to pay any rent. You could have given £100 a month, but you haven't. £7.5 grand you've cost me, excluding the damage that you've left.
Teresa claims she's been trying to get housing benefit to help, but that doesn't wash with Rachel.
I felt sorry for you at one point. I would have been willing to let you stay there.
Do you own your car?
Chris, shut up, please.
No, fuck this. Fuck you.
Shut up.
Fuck it. I'm going to a car.
Sorry. Forgot what I was saying now.
See you later, Teresa.
As the tension rises, Teresa decides it's time to leave, but sees Chris standing next to her car.
Tell your boyfriend.
Right.
So I can
Where
go,
are you
know,
parked?
go do things up.
It's all right, don't worry. Get in the car.
Hey?
Go and get in the car, please.
Why?
Because you're being threatening, that's why. Go and get in the car, please.
What's going on?
You need to go and get in the car.
Yeah, what's going on?
Nothing. She's just trying to go back, but she feels intimidated, so can you go and get in the car?
Are you joking?
No, you are, Chris. It's a woman, and you getting angry makes them feel intimidated, so go and get in the car,
She
please.
owes you £7 grand.
I know, Chris, but please just go and sit in the car.
She's going to walk away with this, you'll get nothing.
I'm not going to get anything anyway.
As soon as Rachel gets Chris out of the way, Teresa heads off. But Rachel knows the chances of getting the missing rent back are slim.
Even though I don't achieve anything from it, I feel like at least I've vented some of my anger on her. I think I've stayed quite calm. Chris, on the other hand, maybe not so. But then I wanted to shout at her, but it's not going to get me anywhere, so at least she's out. Whether I see any of that money again is another matter.
Pensioner John Ahern is owed over £1,000 in rent by a difficult tenant who lives in his old home. John served him with a Section 8 notice, but there's been a surprise development.
My daughter rang me and said there was a notice on the door. I said, well, go read it, see what it says. And it said, we've handed the keys into the police station.
As there was no tenancy agreement, this is a lucky break for John and eviction specialist Paul Champlina.
How are you?
All right, yes.
You got a smile on your face?
Oh, yes. I've finally got my house back.
Brilliant, fantastic. So,
yeah.
I can't believe it, actually, because we were thought that we were in for the long haul for this one.
Yeah.
Why don't we go and have a look and see how he's left it? OK.
Inside, there's another surprise.
Not bad, Nick.
No.
I thought it was going to be a bit of a tip, to be honest. Condition-wise, I'll be really happy with this, John. I think we've had a brilliant result, bearing in mind, you know, we got the property back within 2 weeks. We dealt with a certain tenant that had a certain type of characteristics that we thought was going to be a complete wrong un. He hasn't actually trashed the property, which is something.
It's unlikely John will ever see the £1,000 he's owed, but he has his house back, and that's what really counts.
It's a lot of stress off me, and I can sleep at night now. I'll have to think twice before I do it again. OK, Paul.
Good luck, mate. Keep well, keep well. Take care.
Paul's job here is done, and John can finally relax. It's 3 weeks since Carla Shoebridge-Hart inspected her 3-bedroom rental property. Her tenants haven't paid her the full rent for over 2 years, and she's reached breaking point. Deciding she wants them evicted, she's called in Paul Champlina for help.
We're in Colchester today in Essex, and we've got to go and serve an eviction notice on some tenants who owe Carla, my landlord, £9,200.
Carla is now struggling to pay the mortgage and is at risk of having the property repossessed. Her only chance to save it is to get her troublesome tenants out, but Paul's worried it could be too late.
Today is the first step in getting her property back, albeit I need to manage her expectations. It's going to take 4 or 5 months. Hi, Carla. Nice to meet you. Paul. Hi, B. Nice to meet you.
Hiya.
You OK?
Today, Paul's going to serve a Section 8 notice. This gives the tenants 14 days to pay the rent owed and leave the property.
OK, so let's do this. The windows are open. Hi there, sorry to disturb you. I've got the notices for Carla.
Right.
Which is the eviction notices for the non-payment of rent, because there's actually £9,200 owing.
£9,200?
Yeah, it's all broken down. That's what's owing.
Hold on, £9,000?
£9,200. We've put the breakdown all in there.
Right.
Okay, well, they're on the notices.
Okay, well, we'll have to take that up.
You know.
We'll sort something out.
Okay, hopefully we'll. But if it's not paid, then unfortunately we have to go to court and issue proceedings and get Carla's property back. Okay, do you understand?
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah, no problems.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day. Take care. Bye. Okay, served.
Yes. Even though they've never paid the full rent from the beginning of their tenancy over 2 years ago, the tenants still seem surprised.
For this to be dropped on us, it's a little bit of a bombshell. You know, things have spiralled. Richard's not been very well. He had to take time off last year, and everything just starts adding up.
Maybe a few payments on the rent were maybe short or late. I don't know exactly how much.
because obviously the wife deals with that. She's more finger on the pulse with the money.
I hadn't been keeping a tab on it.
Unfortunately, not keeping a tab on their rental payments has resulted in their possible eviction and a highly stressed landlord.
I have to work hard to earn the money to keep a house, to keep a family in my house, basically. But I mean, I'm 61 this year, you know. I thought I'd be able to take it a bit easier. I've worked all my life, and now I thought, you know, seeing the grandchildren, that sort of thing, but it's not happening.
But I wish I could fix it for her, and I can't. It's horrible, absolutely horrible.
Carla must now wait 14 days until the notice runs out. If her tenants don't leave, she'll be forced to pay additional legal fees and take them to court, an extra expense she can barely afford. It's over 14 days since Carla Shoebridge-Hart served her tenants with an eviction notice. Now she and her best friend Bea are on their way to the property to find out whether her tenants are leaving.
I'm shaking enough as it is.
But hopefully, when we get there, they will say, "Here we go, Carla, have your keys back. Thank you for letting us live in your house for the last 3 years."
Yes.
And then they'll drive off into the sunset.
Rather than take her tenants to court, Carla is trying a different tactic. She's agreed to write off their £9,200 debt if they leave without a fight.
I want my house back. And so I offered them to forget about the rent arrears if they were to move out.
For Carla, it's worth it. She's struggling to pay the mortgage and she's exhausted.
I have a newborn granddaughter of 2 months and I can't go and see her because I can't afford to. I can't afford to go and see my granddaughter because I have to pay for the house that somebody else lives in.
It's a difficult day for everyone, but it's make or break for Carla.
Thank you.
To her relief, the tenants are as good as their word and are leaving.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Sorry it's come to this.
Thank you, Carla.
Carla's long battle with her tenants is finally over.
I thought I would want to celebrate now.
I feel really flat now.
But I don't know what to say. They've had £10,000 worth of rent-free living. I will get the locks changed so that I know they can't come back in.
With the tenants gone and the locks changed, Carla can, for the first time in 2 years, start enjoying her house again.
Just imagine a big table with chairs, lights,
yeah,
all around. I'm going to just enjoy the peace and slowly, bit by bit, take my house back. And then start cleaning at some point.
Not today.
Not today.
Not today.
It's a month since Rachel Barham's tenant left, owing £7,000 in rent and legal fees. She and her partner Chris have been busy and things are looking up.
We've decorated fully in here, painted the ceiling, coving, walls, glossed it. By the look of it, we've painted the floor as well, but obviously we will tidy that up. I think we've got a new profession, haven't we?
Yeah.
I don't think other people would like
Of
our
what we've
decorating
done.
skills, but...
It's brilliant.
Excuse me, I've done it. I've done the delicate bits, Chris has done the main body of it. It's looking a lot better than it did.
Despite her painful experience, Rachel hasn't given up on being a landlord.
I can't have one tenant put me off doing it because it is still my pension. But hopefully we've learnt a few things and won't make the same mistakes. As of next weekend, hopefully we can get the photos done, we can get it on the market, and I think it will rent out quite quickly. It's a nice 2 double-bedroom house.
Also looking up is the couple's relationship.
The stress it put on us, it's not fair. It's so frustrating when your partner's, you know, in tears because you work so hard for something like this. And when you do love someone, if you didn't care, you'd walk away, but your emotions get built up because you love and care for someone. She's been great to me, and yeah, it's been great. We're really happy now.
I'll cry.
I love you.
I ain't got any, do you know what I mean?
Next time,
You either did well, I'll just smack you in the mouth with it, bro.
an elderly couple fight to evict their nightmare tenants.
Down here! Hey, Charles, you, bro,
I'll
wait you in, bro.
A Dagenham tenant refuses to leave after the house is sold,
It's my property, I want to get it back.
and a landlord's neglect has devastating consequences.
Leave that.
In Nightmare Tenants Slum Landlords, we unearth stories of people whose homes spelt misery.
You are not stepping foot inside my house.
I've been after rent for 8 months.
Okay, that's the end of it. We leave it there.
From the renters at the mercy of slum landlords.
This is really, really bad.
I just don't feel safe here.
To the landlords facing financial ruin from terrible tenants.
Cat urine, feces, disgraceful. I feel violated, that's how I feel.
In this episode, we revisit some of the most extreme stories.
Yeah, I can get my face.
You're a nasty, unpleasant little lady.
We find out what happened next.
You owe now over 30,000. How do you intend paying that?
I will never forget that somebody could do that.
And the lessons learned by both landlords.
I'm so angry I'll probably punch her or something.
If I don't see him for the rest of my life, I'll be happy.
And tenants.
I don't want anything to do with him.
As they went through hell.
I just really want to tell him how much this has ruined my life.
You're making me cry.
For their home.
Somebody that lives like this is just scum.
Britain's rental game is a minefield for both landlords and tenants alike. Even when landlords do all the proper checks, they sometimes get it badly wrong. As did one Essex landlord back in September 2015, who went through hell and back trying to reclaim her home. Lorraine Cobb decided to invest her nest egg in this buy-to-let 2-bedroom flat in Southend, half an hour from her own home in Essex.
I advertised in the paper and I must have had in the region of 30 applicants, believe it or not, and I chose the wrong one.
At first, there was no reason to be worried.
I got a reference from a last landlord who had her as a tenant for 4 years and said she was a very nice young lady, always paid the rent, no problem.
But 5 months later, things started to go wrong.
I went to check the bank statement. No rent had gone in. Couldn't get in touch with her. We found out that she'd actually gone into prison for biting off a man's nose. Went down to the flat and this guy answers the door and told me that he was a friend of hers and the rent was going to go in. He was going to pay the rent for until things got sorted out. But I knew he was telling me lies.
The man Lorraine met turned out to be her tenant's ex-boyfriend. He too wasn't paying any rent, and what's more, her tenant claimed he had no right to be living in the flat. Now owed £4,500, the strain was taking its toll on Lorraine.
Coupled with the fact that I haven't been well, I think I have been particularly reasonable, and he hasn't.
Desperate to get her flat back, Lorraine called eviction lawyer Chris Sharp from the landlord group for help.
When Lorraine first approached me, I knew instantly it was going to be a problem, a real problem tenant.
Lorraine's tenant is doing 4.5 years inside. The tenant, ex-partner, has unlawfully moved in, so we've got to end the tenancy with the prisoner and then deal with the guy who is unlawfully occupying the property.
Lorraine and her husband John were in a terrible situation. Maria Downs, the tenant, was in prison for GBH. They needed to persuade her to voluntarily give up the lease and in turn get rid of her ex. But that meant meeting the tenant face to face in prison.
Very nervous about going into a prison. Yeah, really don't fancy this part.
It's never an easy thing to explain to a client that they really ought to go to the prison. But on this occasion, it was worth the risk.
Hi, Lorraine.
Hello, nice to meet you.
You too. How are things?
Chris gave Lorraine a deed of surrender to give to her tenant Maria. If she signed it, they could get the flat back quickly, cheaply, and without having to go to court.
All it's saying to her is that you're in arrears and that we're going to have to take action if you don't just surrender the property.
Lorraine was the only one who had permission to visit the tenant.
Sorry to be too nervous.
I am, I'm terrible.
Lorraine's husband John could only walk her as far as the entrance.
Do you know what crime she committed to get in there?
Yeah, she bit a guy's nose off.
Bit a guy's nose off?
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
Over an hour later, Lorraine came out.
Okay, Lorraine. How did it go? How did it go?
Yes,
How did it go?
okay. Yeah, very good.
Well,
she has got so much regret, it's unbelievable. And there's no doubt at all she's having nothing at all to do with that guy.
The tenant wasn't allowed to sign the papers at the visit, so it was on to plan B.
What we need to do is give her a couple of weeks to sign the documents, and then we don't have to then go through the process of almost a pointless eviction of a woman who's not there.
Yeah.
And we can concentrate on the guy that's in there.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
If Lorraine's tenant Maria voluntarily gave up the lease, with luck, she'd be able to get rid of her and her ex-boyfriend Greg all at the same time. Removing a problem tenant can be stressful enough, but for some the nightmare continues long after eviction day. Back in August 2015, printer Simon Cummings was on his way to evict his problem tenant from what was once the home he shared with his partner and their 4 children. They'd split up 6 years previously, and ever since he'd been renting the house out to tenant Sarah Ozor and her children. The problem began a year before when he told her he was going to sell the house.
The
house had to be sold. Ever since that point, tenants stopped paying rent, and a year later, they're still refusing to go.
A lot of the time, the biggest problem is that you have landlords that aren't out there for a long-term strategy of renting property out and being landlords, but actually are the accidental landlords.
I'm not really sure what to expect. It's either going to go very smoothly or, you know, very badly, I think. One of the two.
Simon was owed £15,000 in back rent and had lost more in legal costs. But 6 weeks previously, a court awarded him possession of his home, and it was finally D-Day. Landlord Action's Paul Champlino was helping oversee the eviction.
Oh, here it is, with the green... Oh, look, the tenants are still here. Drive past, look. There's a car in the driveway, so I think the tenants are still there.
It wasn't just a year's rent Simon had lost, but also a prospective buyer for the house, because the tenant refused to budge.
Nice to meet you.
Cheers, and you.
Nice to meet you. Are they there? Is that their car?
I guess it is, yeah.
So we're going to have fun and games if they're still there.
I've got a feeling they're going to play up, you know.
They play up, that's why we're here.
With the eviction scheduled for 10 minutes' time, the locksmith and bailiff arrived.
OK, let's do it. I just want to get it over with now.
Hopefully we're going to get his property back. What state it's in, we don't know.
Bailiff's office. Van is on his way. We've got the van is on his way.
You're going to have to come down and open the door, madam, because if you don't come and open the door, we're going to fall sentry.
If the tenant refused to leave, the bailiff would have to call the police to help remove her.
Evicting a family, it's never nice. So, yeah, I do have a lot of sympathy, but I don't have sympathy with tenants that owe 15 grand in rent arrears. They need to go. Okay. So bailiff's just got into the property. The problem is, you said the van's on its way. I mean, why wait now? You know, it's just, it absolutely infuriates me. This tenant said she was going to leave last August, a year ago. She still hasn't left. I mean, you know, so now we've got a waiting game.
Me.
Can I speak? I'm his legal representative. Yes?
Yeah.
OK,
Yeah.
we're going. I'm from Landlord Action. I'm his legal representative.
Okay. Well, we've just asked the van to come.
OK.
So the van should be here soon.
You're going to have to wait outside.
Outside in the rain?
Are you able to wait in your car so you don't get wet?
Yeah.
But we have to secure the property now. Come out here. OK. We'll start changing the locks, yeah? We're making sure that we gain possession now. There could be a wait of a couple of hours here, I'm just telling you.
OK.
It's like a kick in the nuts, isn't it? It's like,
It is,
do you know what I
yeah.
mean? Simon was really getting worried. He was desperate to get into a property. I have a lot of sympathy when you think the tenant's going to leave, or they say they're going to leave, and the tenants haven't left. You got your property back?
Yeah, yeah.
This is the key.
Cheers, mate.
With the locks changed, the tenants left the property.
No, I'm walking the strap, man.
You're walking?
Long, yeah.
Have you got your phone?
I prepped when I'm outside.
Okay. All right. What is it called? Hopefully the man should be here by 1 o'clock.
Right, we can't wait all day. It should have happened earlier.
Yeah, thank you anyway.
The court had ordered the tenant to pay Simon the £15,000 she owed.
He wants to know about the rent.
No, we've been paying the rent.
We've got an order for about £15,000.
No, that's not true.
So I've got the order here. Tenants don't think that they owe the money. They don't think that they're being evicted. They just don't think it's going to happen.
Another day in paradise.
Let's go in the house, Simon.
OK.
Hopefully with a decent ending.
It had taken the best part of a year for Simon to get his house back, and there was a shock in store.
Oh, jeez. Look at this state there. It smells of dogs and dirt, dirty washing up in there. It's just, oh. Wow. There's just so much stuff in here. God. Smells awful, really.
She's organised a van with 2 guys. I hope the van's big enough from what I can see here. This is absolutely horrendous. Oh my God. Oh my God.
This is going to take...
This is a nightmare.
It's just unbelievable, isn't it? Oh my God. It beggars
This
belief,
is just
doesn't it?
unbelievable.
I don't really know what I was expecting. I sort of was expecting this. It's awful. Really bad. It's going to take all day to move this, isn't it?
Problem is, if they're going to take their stuff out, someone needs to be here because they could barricade themselves in. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but we have to think worst case scenario.
Okay.
Right? I'm worried that they're going to need 2 or 3 van trips.
With the removal van a no-show, the tenants drove off, leaving their belongings behind. The problem for Simon was that by law, he had to hold on to all their possessions for up to 3 months.
The house is in a bit of a mess, but just really pleased to get it back. Really pleased it's all over.
Yeah, cheers. I'll be in touch.
Yeah, okay.
Simon had his property back, but packed full of the tenants' belongings. He knew his ordeal was far from over. Even when a tenant stops paying rent, it's no simple matter to get them out of your property. And when the tenant thinks they know their rights, things can get even more messy. Back in August 2015, Donovan Nelson, a successful music entrepreneur, went to check on one of his properties. His troublesome tenant hadn't paid any rent in over 7 months.
She comes up with all these crazy excuses. One moment she was going to the bank to pay the money in and she was robbed. She said so many different things, from dropping her wallet to saying her father's just died to... It's been endless stories.
Quite clearly, he was really, really cheesed off with his tenant that was giving him a pack of lies, one lie after another, you know. The only excuse I didn't hear was the dog had the cheque.
At one point, she even said she's going to do laptop dancing to bring some funds in. And I keep on saying to her, that's not my concern. So she's just like a woman of great stories.
Tired of the increasingly outlandish excuses, Donovan offered his tenant a deal.
It makes total business sense when you've got a tenant that can't afford to live in your property to say, I'll write off all the rent arrears, just leave.
I said to her, look, let's just call it a day and can you just move out, forget the money, and then we can have the property back. And she's being wrong and strong and just won't move.
Desperate and out of options, Donovan was now taking his tenant to court to have her evicted.
We're here.
It was the day before the case was due to be heard, and Donovan was making one last attempt to agree a deal with his tenant. He hadn't seen her in 2 years.
She must be at work, maybe. It makes you a bit frustrated to think that she's working and she's not paying the rent, but she's happy to just stay there forever at my expense. It makes you want to kick the door off and just change the locks, but you can't do that. Legally, I can't do that. She says, see you in court, I'll fight you there.
With no sign of his tenant, Donovan's hopes for reclaiming his flat now rested with the upcoming court case. It had been 7 months since pensioner Lorraine Cobb had received any rent on her 2-bed flat in Southend. To her horror, she discovered her tenant had been sent to prison for biting off a man's nose, and had begun claiming her ex-boyfriend Greg was living in the flat without her permission. 2 weeks had passed since Lorraine visited her tenant in prison to try and get her to sign a document allowing Lorraine to take back her flat.
Hello?
Hi, Lorraine. It's Chris Sharp. How are you?
Oh, hello, Chris.
Eviction lawyer Chris Sharp, who is helping Lorraine, wanted to know if she had now received the signed document.
Lorraine, I haven't received the signed deed of surrender, and I was hoping that you've got some good news for me.
Nothing at all. Nothing whatsoever. So she was obviously very insincere.
I really wasn't wanting to hear this, Lorraine. We're going to have to issue proceedings against Maria to get an eviction order against her and include the name of this guy that's in there.
Yeah.
But we will get them out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Lorraine was hoping to avoid legal proceedings, but now she had no choice. The next stage was to go to court to try and get her jailed tenant taken off the lease, and then evict the ex-boyfriend. That meant £1,500 in legal costs and a further 6 weeks without rent.
OK, good evening now. Bye-bye.
Good evening to you.
It complicates matters because we've now got to go against a person who's in prison. So all we can do now is issue proceedings on rent arrears grounds and see what happens.
Music entrepreneur Donovan Nelson was owed over £5,000 in unpaid rent by his tenant. He was heading to court, hoping to have her evicted from the one-bedroom flat he rented to her in New Cross, South London.
She keeps on saying, hello, my brother, you're my brother, you're my this. And I said to her, look, you're my first black tenant, we got a number of properties, and now I'm getting a hassle. We shouldn't be going to court. And that's why I'm very, very upset about it.
In Donovan's case, you know, he wasn't as desperate for the money. He just wanted a shot. He wanted to put this experience behind him.
Donovan knew he had a tough fight on his hands. He worried that because his tenant had a legal background, she may know how to play the system.
She's going to defend the case with her stacks of stories and lies and everything else. Here's my sister, my dad. Hi, Dad. How are you? Hi. Okay, well, I'm pleased to turn up anyway, so we'll see what happens. Maybe she might agree to move out in a month's time, but I doubt it, though. Because she said she'll fight being caught. She's on cuckoo land.
At the last minute, the tenant arrived for the hearing. Donovan's lawyer, Roger Obi, had discovered she got a legal aid solicitor and was planning to fight the eviction.
Mr. Nelson.
Yeah. Hi, nice to meet you.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I've had an opportunity to speak with the duty solicitor today.
Right, okay.
Who's going to represent your tenant.
Right, okay.
And he's raised a very great number of issues. For example, repayment of the deposit.
Right.
The actual amount of arrears which are stated. And disrepair issues. We really need to check the papers.
Right.
And see where we go.
Okay.
The hearing took just 5 minutes. Unfortunately for Donovan, his tenant's last-minute defence did the trick. The judge demanded more evidence and adjourned the case for 3 months.
The sad news is I'm going to trial. She's told lots and lots of lies and made up all these stories, so she'll be in the property for much longer without paying any rent. The advantage she's got is because she studied law for a number of years, that's why she's got an upper hand. She's saying there's been no hot water for 3 years. She's just saying that the flat's in disrepair. And then we're quite surprised by that because she's never informed me of this. And she's saying she called me to tell me about this and I didn't respond.
The tenant having a legal background would have helped. She would have known about process and when to file things and to do things last minute. And that normally will put a spoke in the wheel.
The burden of proof is now on the tenant to actually produce evidence of all her allegations. And from what Mr. Nelson tells me, it's unlikely that she'll be able to do that. So all in all, it might just be a delaying tactic before possession is eventually given up.
Thank you.
We'll continue in due course.
Right, okay, no problem.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Take care.
How long should we stay there for? Well, until October, another hearing. and she's going to try and prolong that even longer. She's just a crook.
She has to pay rent.
Well, she won't be paying rent either.
She's laughing then.
So anyway, until next time.
Donovan felt confident his tenant wouldn't be able to prove any of her allegations. Nonetheless, including legal fees, he was already owed over £6,500. With another court case scheduled in 3 months and no end in sight, Donovan faced ending up thousands more out of pocket. A few weeks later, Donovan, acting on advice from eviction expert Paul Champliner, decided to try and strike a deal with the tenant.
I thought to myself, look, I'm dealing with a mad woman here, so let's just try and get her out, see what she wants. Does she want to stay 6 months, a year, whatever she wants, let's agree on the date, and then get her out of it. And then she reluctantly agreed on nearly 3 months rent-free further to stay in the property. So I'm not going after the money or any arrears, I'm just saying, pack your bags, go, move on, never speak to me again. And find somebody else to be a mug.
Doing a deal made sense. By the time we would have gone back to court, he would have been in for a lot more legal fees. He would have had to file loads of documents at court, loads of witness statements.
With a deal agreed and rubber stamped by the lawyers, Donovan would hopefully save yet more legal fees, as well as his peace of mind.
He just wanted to get shot of the tenant, OK? He did not want the stress.
Finally, he could look forward to his tenant leaving. After 7 months without rent and her tenant refusing to sign over her property, Lorraine Cobb was forced to go to court to get a possession order.
Going really well. We got the order.
Ecstatic. Justice has been done. Really pleased.
When we finally got the order, you could see just how relieved Lorraine was. It was a release of emotion. It was fantastic. It really was.
Three weeks later, Lorraine and John headed to their buy-to-let flat on the day set by the court for them to finally get back their property.
We got the property back. Unfortunately, what we cannot do, in fact, nobody can do, you cannot account for what the tenant is going to do in the meantime.
Their neighbour Glenn let them in.
How you doing, all right?
Is it really bad, Glenn?
Brace yourselves.
It looked like the tenant's ex-boyfriend was gone.
Jesus. Ugh.
But Lorraine was in for a shock.
Ice. Oh,
It's all right, it's only crap, love.
yeah, I know.
No, I love it.
Oh, what you'd like to do to him.
It's terrible, isn't it?
Please.
This was one of the worst I've seen. It was absolutely disgusting. You wouldn't have put an animal in that place. It was such a disgrace.
Oh, it's disgusting. Oh, I see what you meant.
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right.
Yeah, I know.
Oh.
Oh, isn't it low life?
Do you want a hot drink?
Yeah, I'd love one. Oh, I'm so sorry, Glenn, that you've had to put up with this. I can't express...
Jeez.
I'm so sorry.
No,
you've had all the
It's
disgusting smell and everything. It's honestly, it's beyond disgusting. Sorry. Sorry, okay.
You can smell cat urine, feces. Is disgraceful. To be bringing family and friends in and out of the smell, it was embarrassing. He is very intimidating as you first meet him because of his sheer size. For my wife, she'd wait for him to go out before she would venture out because she didn't want to cross paths with him. She was intimidated and she didn't know whether he was in a good mood or a bad mood. Yeah. I'm very glad that he's gone, very, very glad.
I was actually told by an estate agent there is 1% that trash a place this badly when they leave, and this is the 1%. I don't honestly know now whether we will do it up and sell it or whether... I don't know. But I am a good cleaner.
Lorraine knew she had a mountain to climb.
I can't believe anybody could actually live like this. Somebody that lives like this is just scum.
Nearly a year has passed since Lorraine took possession of her Southend flat. Despite the trauma she went through, she decided to risk it and rent it out again. Today, she and John are heading over to check the flat's condition. It's the first time they've been there since handing over the keys to the new tenants.
I used to get butterflies, horrible. I used to feel really angry when I used to go to the property.
Any landlord in that position would have had the same problems. It literally was the law of sod here, and unfortunately, Lorraine had turned that card.
After stumping up £6,000 on cleaning and refurbishing the property, Lorraine and John are hoping the new tenants are taking better care of it.
Oh, this all looks nice. Yes, it does look very nice. Yeah. Absolutely excellent. Very pleased indeed. You wouldn't recognise it?
It's certainly a far cry from the flat's condition when their last tenant left.
I have never ever seen anywhere so dirty as this.
It was dirtier than any public toilet you'd go into, wasn't it?
We had to replace the bath where it was all jammed underneath, had to have all the works replaced. Everybody has said to me, what was that in that bath? Which does beg you to ask, where did he shower or wash? John, do you remember when you were clearing all these cupboards out? Yeah. Unbelievable.
Good junk.
Yeah, 30 sacks of rubbish. He just got down on his hands and knees and went right through, and just crashing it all out onto the floor.
The new tenants have been in for almost a year, and so far it's been going smoothly.
We have a really nice little family moved in here. Obviously keeping it very nice and clean, tidy. I think you are definitely better to have a little family. You've got more chance of them being stable.
A huge relief for Lorraine as she can't afford another disaster.
The whole episode, including solicitor's costs, cost me £6,000. £6,000 in anybody's terms is quite a lot of money.
But that's all water under the bridge now.
Today, I am very happy. We're getting what we want out of it. They're obviously very happy to want to stay here, so it's an all-win situation. I'm quite a happy bunny.
Three weeks after Simon Cummings had his tenant evicted for failing to pay £15,000 in rent, he was still clearing out their belongings. Hiring removal specialists at his own expense and drafting his mother and daughter in to help clear up.
It's not just dirt though, it's mouse droppings, it's grime.
Simon was really getting worried because, of course, he needed to sell the property. He'd already lost a buyer, which has caused a massive financial implication.
The state of this house now, the amount it's cost to get rid of the tenants, and the devaluation because of the state is in, it's probably cost, you know, will cost in the region of somewhere like £60,000, I should think. Good enough to eat your dinner off. That'll do, I think. Right, we done?
Yeah.
Came up all right, didn't it?
Not bad, is it?
With the house finally clean and tidy, Simon was hoping to sell it to a young family who would enjoy it the way they once did. Just over a year has passed since Simon's mammoth clean-up, and Simon is no longer in the rental game.
I'm quite anxious about going back there. There is a part of me that's dreading seeing the house again. When I look at this house, I think of 2 years of hell, really. Solicitors, eviction, court, trying to get the tenants out. It's so difficult. If someone doesn't want to go, they can make it so difficult to go.
Now at last, Simon has some closure.
The good news is that 10 months ago, the house was sold, which brought an end to the nightmare, really, of the 2 previous years. And allowed me to move forward and on with my life, really. And I didn't really understand what it meant to be a landlord.
I've seen a huge rise of landlords coming into the industry that just don't know what they're doing, unfortunately.
I certainly won't rent out property again. The hassle, unless you're doing it professionally, if you're just doing it on the side, it's just not worth it.
After agreeing to let his non-paying tenant stay for a further 3 months, the day had finally come for Donovan Nelson to reclaim his property.
Right, so we have arrived.
Given his tenant's consistent defiance, Donovan was unsure what to expect and prepared for the worst.
I'm not sure if she's changed the locks. I think the top lock has been additional.
Thankfully, it looked like the tenant had finally left, though it appeared she'd changed the locks.
Hello? Okay, bye.
The locksmith arrived to help Donovan break in.
Let's have a look at the door first. Right. I think it's the top lock needs coming out.
For a locksmith, some jobs are trickier than others.
That's off as well, you know.
Oh.
Let's see if there's any mistake. Oh, shit. I turned it the wrong way. That's been done before. Come in. Ay, 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 ay. Whoa! God, that's a mess. Okay. She said there's a little bit of stuff left in here. She lives like a slob. I'm surprised, because when you see her Facebook page, she looks so glamorous. She obviously didn't tidy up. Jesus. God, look how dirty this is. Bloody hell. Wow, lots of biscuits. She hasn't moved anything out. All of her food is here, clothes is here. She had no intention of leaving. This means that the whole saga is prolonged for longer. She'll still be indirectly in my life until she's moved all this stuff out. There's so much stuff here. It's like a hoarder. Unless she's got a problem of some sort, it's quite embarrassing, but she could have spoken to me. But anyway, it's time to move on. I can't carry her baggage. Excuse the pun.
Donovan was keen to find out if her list of complaints about the flat were valid.
Yeah, the water's warm.
Quite clearly you can see there was nothing wrong with the flat, but it's easy to state disrepair when you go to court because the judge just doesn't have the time to deal with those issues, so it's easier for him to adjourn the case.
It's a shame. You see, she saw me coming, I was too nice. Oh my God. Almighty God, welcome my case against all my enemies. Amen. Donovan Nelson. Shit, you're doing voodoo on me. I know what shit.
Well, he gave her property. She hadn't paid for 8 months, plus the 3 months that he gave her rent-free. You know, how's that being an enemy? Living in her own cloud cuckoo land.
And I thought as a friend by saying, hold on, let's do a payment plan, let's work things out. And she saw me as her enemy because I wanted the property back. God.
As a precaution, to make sure the tenant couldn't get back in, Donovan got the locksmith to change the locks.
I'd be much happier if everything was empty.
You can't have everything.
Of course, it's true, yeah.
But you didn't really expect to come in and it'll be absolutely...
I did, actually.
You didn't?
I did, I swear to God.
Absolutely perfect? Even a bottle of wine on the table?
No, I expect everything would be empty and nicely clean. I don't know why. I just thought that's...
This is pretty good.
I didn't expect all this junk from a lady.
Oh.
If it was a man, yeah. I thought we were much tidier. Yeah, I thought we were, yeah.
A lady lives alone is not tidy.
Okay, all right, okay. I'm going to Knightsbridge to have some sushi, so at least I can then say, yes, fine, one chapter closed. Well, it's not really, she's still got some of her stuff here, but at least it's a big relief. It's over! Thank you, bye-bye.
Having endured 7 months without receiving the full rent, Donovan was over £6,000 out of pocket, but he was ready to draw a line under the whole disastrous saga. Today, nearly a year later, Donovan's tenant and her belongings are long gone. Although after she left, she returned one more time.
The cheeky woman actually came back again and wrote on my door, "Good luck to you, landlord," in ink. Cheeky bitch. Maybe that's a continuation of her voodoo. By coming here, you get a flashback of the nightmare, and it just reminds me of some bad times and stressful times.
But undeterred by his long and painful battle to get her out, Donovan's not about to give up being a landlord. Today he has new tenants in and wants to check on the state of the property.
It's nice to come to a flat and see I've got nice tenants and the place is being well looked after, so it gives you peace of mind. The flat looks different now because I spent a lot of money to obviously renovate the whole thing and change the flooring and everything else because it was in very poor condition.
Donovan is determined not to get played again.
I must say my experience has changed my attitude. I think I'm much harder and more stern, and I demand more references, and I make sure that everything goes via an agent. So if a friend calls me up and says, look, can you do me a favour? I've got a good friend. It's still no, no, no. Let's go through the right channels, go via the agents, let's do the right checks. So I've learned by my mistakes and it will never happen again.
It's really important to get the relationship right between a landlord and the tenant. You've got to make sure that you see this as a business.
And the new, stricter Donovan has a message for the tenant that caused him so much grief.
If I was to see the tenant again, I would say to her, you thieving bitch, don't do that again.
On Britain's streets, a battle is raging.
Don't touch me, son.
Well, I already just did, didn't
Yeah,
I?
don't threaten
What
me.
are you going to do about it?
Over 11 million of us rent.
I wouldn't put anybody in this situation.
Oh, seriously, they're not living in this, are they?
So why should I live like this?
But thousands fall victim to rogue landlords.
There's just water cascading through here.
This is a dirt trap.
On the other side, there are 2 million private landlords and counting.
I want my house back. I don't give a toss.
I wanted to drag her out of the flat. This is my flat.
I'll never rent again. Too much hassle.
But many face financial ruin at the hands of tenants from hell.
He hasn't had his rent for ages. He's owed
So
20
what? So when are you going to pay me the money? There's a scam going on here, Donny.
I know.
In this series,
Let's go. Come on, let's go.
we follow the heroes who take slum landlords down.
Paying rent to live in a decent property.
There's so many things wrong, it's unbelievable.
Yeah. Somebody touches that, they get electrocuted.
Not acceptable.
And the experts whose job it is to evict nightmare tenants.
Do not push me. Do not push me.
Every year, landlords lose close to £1 billion in unpaid rent and court costs. But that's small change in comparison to the cost of repairing damage done by rogue tenants. Repairs which add up to an eye-watering £4.5 billion annually. Wayne Elliott is on his way to inspect the house he once lived in. A place he used to love, but which is now causing him no end of grief.
I think I could help people, so you do, you know. I class myself as quite a nice guy. She was in trouble, so, you know, if we can help, we'll help.
When an employee at the tanning shop Wayne runs needed somewhere to live, Wayne offered to help her out, a decision he now bitterly regrets.
The way she became the tenant was basically she hit hard times and she became homeless. I was just moving in with my partner and my property that I was in, I was going to rent it out. So I said, look, you move in there, it's fully furnished, it's got everything. And she didn't have anything at the time. And for the first about 6 months, it was fine.
The honeymoon didn't last. First, she stopped turning up for work, then paying her rent.
We tried to phone her on numerous occasions. She sent us a text and said, you can't phone me, you can't text me, here's an email address. So we emailed her, we never got a reply. So that didn't really work very well. At that point, I knew there was no going back.
Now his tenant owes him over £3,000 in missing rent.
I just felt a bit of a mug, really, for trying to help somebody out. Oh, my God. Yeah, it's a right mess. You've got rubbish on the front lawn. The outside is bad, but it's the inside I'm worried about. I had new carpet in there, it's all wooden floors. You know, it's lovely inside. Really, really nice little house. Dread to think what it's like in there now.
It's not just the mess that's worrying Wayne. There have also been reports of antisocial behaviour.
We had the police knock on the door a couple of times, and cause I think there's been complaints. But
right, but the police have been round a few times. Yeah.
Twice they've knocked on our door and said, "Have we seen anything?"
I've just been told that the reason why the police were called because 2 of them were scrapping on the front lawn. Poor neighbours. I feel so sorry for them. Cheers, mate.
Just as Wayne is checking out the back garden, he spots something. A man dashes out of the house and disappears into the woods.
Why are you running, mate? Why are you running away? Just come out the back of the house and just ran away. That wasn't open a minute ago, that top window. It's obviously somebody staying there and tried to do a runner out the back door and run away. Madness.
Desperate to get his property back, Wayne has recently hired eviction lawyer Chris Sharp. Chris has already begun legal proceedings to have Wayne's tricky tenant evicted. And today is the day of the court hearing.
We're on our way to Kettering County Court today. My client offered a hand of generosity to a friend, tenant. He now faces many thousands of pounds in arrears, so we are really hoping and aiming to get the order for possession as soon as we can, so we can get that woman out and my client can get on with renting his property out. How you doing, Wayne?
Very well, Chris, you?
Good to see you again.
And you? Good.
So you ready for today?
Yep, all ready.
We're going to do all we can to get this possession order, and hopefully we will.
Okay.
Half an hour later, and the hearing is over.
Yeah, that was a good result. We got the order for possession. She didn't turn up. 14 days has to come and go. She may leave beforehand, but if she doesn't leave within that 14 days and we get a bailiff, then she will have to go because the bailiffs will kick her out. So when, as you know, and I've said this to you before, as tempting as it might be to go, you know, with that court order, say you've got to go out, she doesn't. That court order is only any good if she leaves voluntarily. Okay. And all that court order then does is allow you to get a bailiff thereafter. So don't be tempted to sit outside a property in 15 days waiting for it to go down to the shops. That doesn't allow you to go and change the locks.
I'm not going to get wound up about it. You know, the law's on my side, so we'll just sit and wait and see what happens.
Wade, it's great meeting you, and I'm brilliant. So happy we've got the result for you.
Yeah, and thanks very much, Chris.
Give us a bell as and when, okay?
Yeah, no
anytime.
Thanks,
Wayne. Cheers, bye-bye.
Housing Enforcement Officer Steve Broderick has had a call from a tenant who is living in appalling conditions. Steve has launched an investigation.
We're off to see a gentleman that lives in a converted flat who I visited a couple of weeks ago. The property is in a bad condition, and one of the worst we're likely to see, so on a scale of 1 to 10, probably somewhere near an 8 or a 9.
From the outside, the building looks derelict. But despite appearances, someone is actually paying good money to live here.
Hi, Jason. You all right?
Every year in the UK, dangerous rental properties lead to around 70,000 injuries and 14 deaths. Because of this, landlords are obliged to put right poor conditions or face the full force of the law.
Hi, Jason. You all right?
In Birmingham, housing officer Steve Broderick is investigating a case of potential slum conditions.
Right, I would offer you all a cup of tea, but I'm not too proud of my gaff at the moment. Yeah, then. Okay, we'll come up, yeah? Right.
Today, he's meeting the tenant who made the complaint, 56-year-old Jason Cook.
I like to be a host, but I can't in this bloody mess.
Jason's one-bedroom flat is packed with memorabilia.
You're obviously quite attached to a lot of this stuff,
Yeah,
aren't you?
my finery, you know, because some of this I've had since I was about 2 years, 3 years, 5 years of age, you know, up to present day.
It's not just Jason's hoarding that worries Steve. It's the terrible state of the property that really concerns him.
How long have you been here?
I've been here since 2004.
Right. So some time then?
Yep.
In terms of your rent and everything, you're up to date with that? That gets paid through housing benefit, is that right?
Yes, like it was getting it paid straight to him.
Once a professional draftsman, ill health has forced Jason onto benefits. His weekly rent of £87.40 is paid by the council and up to date. But the property is virtually uninhabitable.
So you've still got no hot water, no heating?
No. Besides that radiator, what costs it?
But that's just a plug-in radiator.
The boiler packed up 5 years ago.
So for the past few years, the flat hasn't had hot water nor heating, and there are still more problems.
You've still got no lighting, is that right?
I've got no overhead light at all.
So you're just using lights plugged into the socket. What I've got to do is just have a look round today.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like the bath's been used for some time. Obviously, with there being no hot water supply, it's difficult to use anyway. The toilet looks like there's been a long-standing leak. The floorboards around and beneath the toilet are quite rotten. It's quite unstable, the floor there. A lot of damp and mould on the walls.
In the kitchen, water from the boiler is dripping from leaking pipes.
There's 2 or 3 large bowls and a bin there collecting water that's coming out of the pipework. Obviously, they've overflowed, so there's water all over the floor as well, and it's, again, falling through into the flat below.
Because of the leaks, Jason is forced to turn the water off at the stopcock.
Jason, just to confirm then, when you want to use the water, obviously, you just turn it on very briefly, fill up what you need to fill up, put the bucket under the boiler to catch the water. Your water's turned off at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
To prove just how bad things are, Jason turns the stopcock on and sends Steve down into the empty flat below.
So we're stood below where the boiler is upstairs, and we can see that there's just water cascading through here. The ceiling's collapsed partially, and it looks like the rest of it's about to come down fairly soon as well, so pretty dire conditions, to be honest with you, yeah. It's certainly one of the worst properties I've been in. There's a catalogue of serious problems that need to be sorted out.
With no heating, running water or proper lighting, the flat is both miserable and hazardous. But Jason doesn't see any other option.
Well, put up with it because I've got a roof at least, you know. I'm not on a park bench or in a bus shelter like some of these poor people are, but he's getting rent, so why should I live like this?
Steve's worried the landlord may refuse to carry out the work because of all Jason's memorabilia.
I mean, obviously, to carry out work in here in the current condition might prove difficult, but obviously it might require you to move some stuff around.
If the landlord refuses to do the repairs, Steve would have no choice but to close the property down, making Jason homeless.
I will endeavour to contact the landlord. If he's not prepared to engage with us, then ultimately our only option will be to take enforcement action against him.
I wouldn't put anybody in this situation where he's getting money for this, right? So yeah, I'm pretty vexed, right? So I'm pretty tired of it all.
But in the short term, even if we can get the boiler fixed, stop the leaks, so we can get your water supply back on, we can get you some hot water, we can get you some heating, and then at least you can cook, wash, feed yourself and clean reasonably well. That's a start, isn't it?
There's a mountain to climb to make the flat habitable, but first Steve needs to find the landlord. In Kettering, landlord Wayne Elliott is heading to his former home. The court ordered his troublesome tenant to leave within 14 days, and that deadline is up. Today he'll find out if she's finally gone.
She caused a lot of pain, a lot of stress. It's hurt more than anything else. I thought, we had a relationship. She worked for me, she was a tenant, and she's completely abused that. I'm hoping she's out, but I doubt it.
If his tenant hasn't gone, his only option is to pay bailiffs to physically remove her.
To be brutally honest, I want her evicted by bailiffs. I want the humiliation, because she's cost me so much money and embarrassment after all the help and assistance I've given her. There's no key in the door.
It's not clear whether his tenant has left or not, but Wayne's not allowed to enter if there's any chance she's still here. With no answer at the front door and the curtains closed, Wayne goes around the back to search for more clues.
Look at the state of this. You've got a dead bird, and then you've got a kid's toy next door to it. I can't even clean it up. Absolutely unbelievable. Smashed window. Smashed window. No, she's definitely still in there.
Now he's convinced his tenant hasn't left, Wayne calls his lawyer, Chris Sharp, for advice.
Hi Wayne, how are you doing?
Well, we're at the property and there's no one in. We've looked through the letterbox. There still seems to be kids' shoes up the stairwell.
This is your position. Even though the order has now run its course, you must walk away and get a bailiff. Because if you don't, and you go in there thinking that you've got the power of the order, you are still committing potentially an unlawful eviction. And believe me, you do not want to be going down that route because you could get it's a criminal offence and the fines are massive. So walk away, Wayne.
Could you book me a bailiff then?
We'll get on with that. We'll book you a bailiff, Wayne.
Okay, brilliant. As soon as possible.
That's not a problem, Wayne.
Lovely. Hopefully now, in the next 2 weeks, we'll be able to get my own back. Why should she be in my house for the last 6 months, rent-free? It's unbelievable. So, yes, I am looking forward to the eviction.
In 14 days, bailiffs will arrive to evict his unruly tenant. All Wayne can do is walk away and pray his house is still in one piece. Steve Broderick from the Housing Enforcement Team is on a mission. Tenant Jason Cook is living in atrocious conditions, and after some investigating, Steve's managed to track down his landlord.
The conditions in the flat are pretty poor, and I think if anybody lived in those conditions for any period of time, it would have an effect on their physical and mental health, possibly. And the longer it goes on, I think the more of an issue it might become. So yeah, I think it's quite a serious problem.
Waiting for Steve at the property is the landlord. Before going in, Steve's keen to establish some facts.
At the moment, the housing benefit is going to yourself, isn't it?
Yes.
You're getting the rent.
Yes.
But effectively, you manage the property. You're responsible for repairs and everything like that. So I'm looking to you to get stuff sorted out. Yeah. Okay. Right. First problem is, obviously, as you can see, there's no lighting. So there's no lighting on the stairwell, in the entrance hallway, anywhere upstairs. He's having to use plug-in lamps.
According to Jason, it's been over a year since he's even seen his landlord.
I've tried to get in touch with you, and I had no reply for quite a while.
It's only the one. Maybe you might have been busy just...
Yeah, well, I've been here trying to survive.
As well as the electrics, top of Steve's job list is the faulty boiler.
This obviously hasn't worked for some time, has it? We've got buckets full of water, so the water is literally pouring out of here whenever it's turned on, which isn't really acceptable. Get that boiler sorted, that's the most pressing issue, because then he's got heat, hot water. Management of the property has been pretty poor.
Yes, you're right.
There is an issue with the toilet. Now, I don't know, it appears to be leaking as well. This floor around it is obviously timber floor and it's pretty rotten. It's obviously your property, you want to look after your interests a bit, don't you? You don't want any more damage being caused.
No.
So how soon do you think we can sort this out? Because obviously it needs to happen fairly urgently.
Okay, I will start as soon as possible.
Well, I need some answers by the end of this week at the latest, really.
Yes,
yeah?
yes, I will.
Okay. Right, Jason.
The landlord might be agreeing to Steve's demands, but whether he actually calls the builders in is another matter.
He's going to get a gas engineer to either repair that boiler or replace it with a new one if it can't be repaired.
Yep.
Obviously sort out any leaks, any issues with the pipe work will all be done. So we can get your heating on, your hot water on, and your water supply.
Splendid.
Right?
Yeah.
In terms of the electrics, we'll get an electrician to look at the lighting circuit, so you get your lights back on.
I really appreciate it.
Jason's not only had to cope with no proper lighting, hot water or heating, but also a pest problem.
The other thing is the rodent.
Yes, sorry, I forgot to talk about that.
It's a back with a vengeance.
I think all it needs good cleaning.
But I have to use wet wipes. I've got no hot running water, obviously, so
And that's the problem, obviously, without having any hot water, cleaning becomes an issue, doesn't it?
So they can cause health risks
Yeah,
and
they can't know
insomnia when they, when I'm trying to sleep, they'll come out at night, early hours of the morning, I get woken up. I woke up more than 2 occasions with mice on my chest, yeah. And I don't like that because they defecate, they actually defecate on me.
We can look at doing some treatment for the pests and get that, in the longer term, get that sorted out, yeah?
All the best.
As long as we keep the promise with a boiler. 8 degrees in here last year. If I didn't have this, I'd have probably died of hypothermia.
After years of neglect, Jason can only hope the landlord is as good as his word.
I'll speak to you soon, yeah? Thanks.
I'm really happy you come.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I'm glad we sorted it out. Okay, thank you. I'll leave you in peace then, and I'll speak to you soon.
Sound?
Just Jason, yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
And thanks for all your help.
No worries. Hopefully we can.
Yeah, there's a bit of weight off me.
Come back in a week or two, and we'll see some improvement with a bit of luck. All right. It's gone reasonably well. The landlord is now engaging with us, so yeah, it's looking quite promising at the moment.
Steve has ordered the landlord to make the changes as soon as possible. If he doesn't, Steve will have little choice but to close the property, making Jason homeless. There are around 2 million private landlords in the UK, but most aren't big-shot businesses. More than 60% are individuals renting out just one property. And it's these landlords who are the most vulnerable when a tenant stops paying the rent. Lorry driver Graham Barnes and his wife Rena are on their way to check on their daughter's old house in Grays, Essex. They've been renting it out on her behalf since 2008.
Current tenant's been there about 5 years now.
First it was fine, she was a lovely tenant, everything was paid. Then this last year, everything's gone wrong.
They're at their wits' end. For the past 11 months, the Barnes have not received their full rent and are owed almost £5,000.
We had phoned quite a few times and she'd just not answered the phone to us. It's 11 months since we last spoke to the tenant. Oh, God, it.
What do you reckon?
Don't know. It's an absolute mess. Look at that. She's not looked after nothing.
Their daughter and grandson now live in Spain, and the rent from this house was meant to provide her with some much-needed income.
My daughter purchased it nearly 10 years ago. It was basically for a pension. She wanted to live here for a while, but it never worked out, and so she decided to move over to Spain. That's what she always wanted to do. And she's happy now. She's happy in Spain, but she needs the money now to carry on doing what she wants to do. Look after her son. She's a
single parent.
Single parent now, isn't she? She needs all the help she can get, and this doesn't help at all.
This last 11 months, it's been absolute hell and grief. Nothing more to say. She's turned out to be the tenant from hell. Nothing more to say about her. Wrong. Absolutely wrong.
Let's go home.
While the Barnes are preparing to get rid of their tenant from hell, Wayne Elliott is about to come face to face with his. It's eviction day, and Wayne's hoping to confront his tenant before she disappears.
Today, at 10:30, the bailiffs are turning up, so I'm hoping to have a little chat with her to find out why she's done this. I rented it to her as a friend, as a favour. I trusted this woman.
Waiting outside the property is eviction lawyer Chris Sharp, who's been advising Wayne.
The lights are on, but I've been here about an hour, but that light has been on ever since. I don't know if she's in or not.
Wayne's desperate to see the inside of his house, but the law says he can only enter once the tenant has left.
I just want her out. I want to get back into my house, see what damage is done, and start putting it back together again. The key's still in the door. There's still somebody in there, definitely.
Just have to wait, Wayne.
Yeah.
For the bailiff.
Got him?
An hour before the bailiffs are due, a man with a van arrives. Chris and Wayne hope he's here to help the tenant move.
Yes, mate. You yeah? Do you know when she's coming out? In a minute. Okay. All right. Yeah, it's fine. It's quicker the better, mate. Okay. To be honest with you.
In no way get confrontational, whether it's with him or with her. Just let them get on with it. Let them go.
Yeah.
Yeah. The last thing you want now is for her to just have any reason to call the police.
Finally, the tenant, Katie, appears. Ignoring Chris's advice, Wayne tries to get some answers.
You got the key, Katie? So when are you going to pay me the money you owe me?
Go and have a look at the house.
It doesn't matter about the house. What about all the rent? What about all the rent you owe me? What about all the rent you owe me? Hey? So I can go in the house now, then, yeah? Yeah, of course you can. So you've got to say it on camera.
Have a look, it's all tidy.
It doesn't matter. What about the rent, Katie? What about the inconvenience and all the money?
The tenant locks herself in the van.
All right, mate.
In frustration, Wayne heads for the house.
Wayne, just hold on, mate. Just hold on. Just hold on. Don't go in yet. And on the way out, let me get all the gear. Okay? From this close, don't do anything that could jeopardise it, okay?
Wayne's desperate to see the state of his home.
I need to check that none of my stuff's missing. I can't go in then.
Well, not until this guy's finished taking all the gear out. When this guy gives you the green light, then...
Is that it, mate?
That's it. Is that it?
All right.
The property's Wayne's again. She's left the keys in there. So by rights, she's surrendered the property now. She's surrendered it with 1 hour to go. Thank you, Katie.
Yeah,
Wayne,
let's go and have a look.
After you.
She's left her rubbish, obviously. Look at that.
She said she's left the keys for you. Where are they?
I don't know. She said on the table.
On the table? Which table?
No, there was no keys left.
Yeah, there's no keys. She did say she'd left them.
Yeah, but she...
And she did say she'd left the
It's on the
property. and given it
table,
up.
but there's nothing on the table.
No keys. That's why you always need a locksmith.
On the surface, the property looks in fairly good condition. But then Wayne opens the door to the cellar.
Oh, my God, look at that. They've dumped all their crap in the cellar.
Is that your telly, Wayne?
Is it a telly? Not only has she owed me a load of rent, but now I've got to dispose of her belongings that she doesn't want or need anymore, i.e. sofa, mattresses, rubbish. It's just sick. I don't know why people think they can get away with it. Banister being pulled off the wall. Oh my God. Oh. Behind the door. How long's that been there? That's milk gone off. Oh, yeah, there's another dumping ground in there. Coving's hanging up. Where's the rest of my coving? Look. It's just grimy and dirty. It needs a complete revamp. It needs decorating from top to bottom and get it back up to scratch. And then we'll decide what we're going to do with it then. Whether we're going to rent it again, which I doubt it, or sell it or move in. We're not 100% sure yet, but we'll see.
What began as a simple favour to an employee down on her luck turned into a very expensive ordeal for Wayne.
She has taken him through the mill for the last 4 or 5 months. He's helped her out, and she thanks him by leaving him, you know, in a property that's in a bit of a state. And that's why you've got to pick your tenants very carefully and question who you are doing a favour for.
Thanks, Chris.
No,
You get my house back.
Pleasure, pleasure, pleasure.
In Grays, Essex, Graham and Rena Barnes' legal battles are just beginning.
OK.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's cold.
Today, the couple and their tenant are due in court. They're hoping to gain a possession order for their daughter's property, but also to win back over £8,000 in lost rent and legal fees. But to make the situation more complicated, the tenant has hit back with a massive counterclaim.
Well, she wanted £20,000 compensation for stubbing her toe.
The tenant is saying that due to the property's disrepair, she injured her toe. But the Barnes believe it's just a ruse to get out of paying the back rent.
They've got nerve. Absolute
They've got
nerve.
nothing. They've got no counterclaim whatsoever.
Waiting for them outside Basildon County Court is their legal advisor, Sasha Charles.
Hello.
From Landlord Advice UK.
As you're aware, we're looking to have the defendant's defence and counterclaim struck out today. The best case would be we'd be walking out with a possession order and the tenant's defence and counterclaim struck out. Worst case, the courts wouldn't strike it out and wouldn't grant a possession order.
If it goes our way, possession order, when do we get our key?
Usually order the tenant to leave your property within 14 days. If they don't leave within 14 days, we have to instruct the bailiffs.
By the time we come out of court by 4 o'clock, by 4:05, I would like my keys.
Impatient, aren't you?
You know? I just want to get in there and, as they say, kick ass. Oh.
Less than an hour later, the hearing is over.
I am livid, I'm angry. What else can I say?
It's become clear kicking arse has turned to cutting a deal.
She has turned up, yes. And they hid in a corner, so we didn't know they were there.
In return for their tenant dropping her injury claim, the Barnes have dropped their claim for lost rent. They may have won a possession order, but they've lost over £8,000.
They were adamant that they didn't want to drop their defence and counterclaim unless the landlord was to drop their claim for the rent arrears. And in the end, to ensure a possession order was granted, the landlords had no choice but to drop their claim for rent arrears. So the landlords got possession order, but they're out of pocket by a lot of money.
The Barnes had little choice.
If the landlord didn't drop this, it could have gone on for a very long time. It could have cost thousands of pounds more. And when you look at this particular tenant who doesn't have a great income, doesn't have any assets, the county court judgment's not really of any benefit to the landlord.
So I lose all my money, they owe me, and they get away with it.
Hello, Gemma.
Oh, Gemma, again, all right?
Back at home, they break the news to their daughter in Spain.
What happened was they don't pay us nothing and we don't pay them nothing and they walk away.
It's not the result they hoped, but after almost a year of fighting, everyone's had enough.
Relieved it's over, but I've had to work 3 or 4 jobs here to stay here, and then I've got someone else living off me. Stressful, no sleep, trying to bring up a 7-year-old, trying to keep a roof over my head here. What a atrocious 12 months.
Hey.
I'm going grey.
A deep breath, Gemma, and the stress will go.
Well, I'm sick of it. She's got away with murder, but I need to carry on with my life.
Yeah.
The Barnes family can only hope their tenant moves out in 2 weeks' time. If not, they'll have to call in the bailiffs. A month has now passed since Wayne Elliott kicked his tenant and former employee out. Now he's busy giving the house some much-needed TLC.
It's going to be fun doing it up. I've had the house for 13, 14 years and I've done bits to it to make, maintain it, but we've never done anything to this extent. So, yeah, it'd be nice. It'd be nice to put I'll touch to it.
Wayne's determined the nightmare of the past few months isn't going to get him down. In fact, he's got some big plans.
The future's really positive. You know what I mean? We're going to do this up really, really nicely. We're going to move back in for a while, get married and move on next year. It'll be nice.
Graham and Rena Barnes are on their way to the home they've been renting out on behalf of their daughter who lives in Spain. Owed over £8,000 in rent and legal fees, 15 days ago they won a possession order. Their tenant has just texted to say she's finally moved out.
It's about time. You know, it's taken near enough a year to get her out, and I think that's enough time.
They're desperate to inspect the property.
It could be fine, but there again, it could be in a right mess. Don't know. It's do or die, isn't it, really? So we go in here, up the door and see what we got. Mattress, estate.
Look at that. Ugh.
Yeah, you don't want to sit on that.
No.
No light bulbs in here. There's no power at all. I don't know what she's done.
Ugh. Chew. Gone off cheese.
Oh, gosh.
The smell. I'm going to have to open some windows.
Oh.
Ugh.
What's she done?
She didn't even tell us about this. Oh, my word. Oh, my God.
Things go from bad to worse when they check the garage.
Did she live in the garage?
The tenant has left them a note to explain the mess.
I'm really sorry about I had to leave the stuff in the house. I've ordered a cleaning company to take them, but they never come. Get rid of everything, she says. I'll let go.
She's got a bloody nerve asking us to get rid of it.
This is absolutely disgusting, this is. Kids' toys, clothes,
Yeah, be
bike,
careful.
TV, tumble dryer. No, it's going. I've dumped a lot. Not mucking about here.
Fixing the mess will be a big job.
Yeah. Oh, you're here.
So while Rena sorts out the electricity, Graham and his son get stuck in.
Right, you got it? Give it a good old... That's it. There you go. I feel scared. This woman's caused so much stress, it's unbelievable. Couldn't even bother to clear the place out.
Yeah, I'm doing okay.
You're coming back in now.
Hooray!
Coming back in now. New keys, new lock. That's it. Anybody for a chip? Oh my God. Oh, look, another chip. I'll never rent again. It's too much hassle. I'm actually warning people not to rent out. This is what happens. It costs a fortune to put it right.
And I've got electric. We have lights. Yes.
Nightmare's finished now. It's gone. It's over. She's out, and I'm happy now. Come on, darling. Let's go.
Graham.
Marvellous.
Down.
Absolutely marvellous.
Graham, Rena and their daughter Gemma can finally move on with their lives. In Birmingham, there's also been progress for Jason, the tenant living in horrendous conditions. It's been 11 weeks since housing officer Steve Broderick ordered Jason's landlord to fix the property. Now he's on his way back there to find out what, if anything, has been done.
It is very frustrating when you come across a property like that. The landlord's obviously neglected any of his responsibilities in terms of providing basic facilities in the property. No heating, no water, no lighting, no smoke alarms, anything like that. So quite serious problems and leaving the tenant in quite a lot of danger. A lot of the tenants that we come across tend to be vulnerable tenants, and some of the landlords do tend to exploit them a little bit.
More often than not, the landlords Steve deals with make empty promises.
Hello, Jason.
Morning.
All right, morning.
Yeah.
Sorry for coming.
Certainly.
Thank you.
But he's in for a real surprise.
So, it feels a lot warmer in here. The radiator's working okay?
Oh, yes. Yeah, you could almost fry an egg on that.
It's nice and hot. That's
Yep.
good news.
You know, so they go to the library to keep warm. It's just wonderful.
Got lights as well, which is
Yeah.
a bonus, isn't it?
Indeed
It's good
it
news.
is.
We can see what we're doing.
Yeah.
And it must make a big difference for you, has it?
Major difference,
Yeah.
yes.
Looks a lot tidier in here as well, Jason.
Yeah.
You've got a lot more space to move around.
Again, that's a godsend, so I can actually see what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Tatting down, giving stuff away, binning stuff, stretch out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It looks good, but Steve needs to confirm all the work he demanded has been done.
This is the new boiler.
Oh, look at this.
Excellent.
This is a darling.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And no problem since he's fitted it. The heating's working fine.
Heating's been constant.
Excellent. And the bathroom, new
Okay,
toilet.
indeed.
Right.
My gorgeous new throne.
Excellent.
Yeah, yeah, look at that.
No more leaks.
No more leaks.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
So nice and watertight. And your bath?
Bath is fully optional.
Looks nice and clean. You must have been busy cleaning it as well, have you?
Oh, yeah, I always keep it like
Yeah.
that.
So you can have a nice hot bath.
Oh,
now.
indeed, yeah, because I obviously wasn't using it because no hot water. So
Yeah.
it was a store bin, it's like a flipping trough. I was going to get a couple of ponies and put a bit of food in it. That's warm to hot.
Have a feel.
Yep.
Yeah, it's nice. Piping hot, isn't it? Lovely.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent.
For Jason, it's life-changing.
I'm well pleased with what's been achieved.
I'm pleased that everything's on the mend.
Excellent,
you're
and
getting
many
things
thanks
back on track.
to you and your team as well.
Brilliant. Thank
Yep.
you very much.
Good one.
Take care.
Have a good
See you
day.
soon.
All right.
After years of living with no hot water, no central heating, no proper lighting, Jason has the flat he deserves and a legal right to.
Pretty good outcome, to be honest. And the landlord's responded fairly well once we got in touch with him. So, yeah, Jason seems pretty happy with the way things are at the moment. Obviously, he's got his heating working again, he's got running water. So, yeah, the situation within the flat is a lot better, and he seems pretty happy about it, yeah.
Hello?
Next time, a landlord in Catford wants to take matters into his own hands.
What I wanted to do is drag her out of the flat and say, this is my flat.
A tenant does a runner in West London.
Police pitched up. They must have been looking for a tenant.
And Chris actions a dawn raid on squatters in Bristol.
Morning, guys. Grab your stuff, you've got 2 minutes.
Do not push me. Do not push me.
On Britain's streets, a battle is raging.
Don't touch me, son. Well, I already just did, didn't Yeah, I? What are you going to do about it?
Over 11 million of us rent.
I wouldn't put anybody in this situation.
Oh, seriously, they're not living in this, are they?
So why should I live like this?
But thousands fall victim to rogue landlords.
There's just water cascading through here.
This is a dirt trap.
On the other side, there are 2 million private landlords and counting.
I want my house back. I don't give a toss.
I wanted to drag her out of the flat. This is my flat.
I'll never rent again. Too much hassle.
But many face financial ruin at the hands of tenants from hell.
He hasn't had his rent for ages. He's had
So what? When are you going to pay me the money?
There's a scam going on here, Donny.
I know.
In this series,
Come on, let's go.
we follow the heroes who take slum landlords down.
Paying rent to live in a decent property.
There's so many things wrong, it's unbelievable.
Somebody touches that, they get electrocuted.
Not acceptable.
And the experts whose job it is to evict nightmare tenants.
Do not push me. Do not push me.
In the UK, over 20,000 properties are overrun by squatters every year. Occupying someone's home without permission is a criminal act, but that's not the case for commercial buildings, making it tough for landlords to keep them out. And once squatters move in, getting rid of them can prove an expensive headache. Eviction lawyer Chris Sharp has a tough job on his hands.
I hope it'll go smoothly. It's really important that this gets resolved.
His client, Alex Marland, bought a derelict pub 2 years ago, hoping to redevelop the site into 13 houses.
Unfortunately for Alex, the planning permission didn't come through as quick as he thought it would do, and therefore the property was left vacant for longer.
The result? Squatters moved in.
He went round to see them, told them that they shouldn't be there and they should leave immediately, and in no uncertain terms they told him they weren't going anywhere, and one of them had the audacity to say he had two choices. One, go to court, or two, bung them some money and they might leave.
Incredibly, this isn't the first time. Chris evicted squatters from the same property a year and a half ago.
At the moment, it feels a little bit like deja vu. The squatter network being what it is, they will have all have known that this property was still empty. And to them, it's like fair game. And they've taken the chance and they've managed to get back in.
With planning permission now in place, Alex desperately needs his property empty so he can redevelop the site. A hearing has been set for next week to get the squatters thrown out. By law, Chris has to notify them of the date.
I'm hoping there'll be no trouble. We're coming up to the property now like the return of a bad smell. You know, they're still there. There's a big old van parked up outside.
He puts up notices in plain sight so the squatters can't claim they weren't aware of the hearing.
I've taken a photograph just to show then to the court that we've done our job.
He's also keen to deliver the notice in person.
Usually get a head out the window first.
Chris spots someone on the roof.
Excuse me, mate. Do you want to come to the door? Excuse me. I think he's just got a bout of shyness. Someone just came to the window then and quickly dived back in. Hi, mate. Do you want to come to the door? Huh? Do you want to come to the door a minute? What, who are you? Just going to give you some papers, that's all.
As Chris tries to get the squatters' attention, a friend of theirs arrives.
What's happening?
Just doing our job, mate. Just doing a job.
Oh, hello. How are you?
Are you living here?
My friends live here.
OK, fair enough then.
Finally, one of the squatters appears.
I'm able to find out what the promotion is.
OK, pal.
I didn't want to open the door.
Are you all right there? You be careful. There you go. We're going to have a quick chat.
But you've invaded our privacy, and also, if I was a native Indian...
Who's got in here without permission? Who's invaded whose privacy?
Who are you?
There you go.
That's fine, that's all we need
You don't
to
want
know,
it?
buddy.
No, OK, fine.
Come on,
leave it outside.
Look, guys, you know the score. We're doing a job and then we're moving on, OK?
Who's this and what are they for?
Despite their hostility, the squatters are keen to reassure Chris they're looking after the place.
We actually secured the place and made it and tidied it up. This was abandoned. Anyone, like any kids, anyone could get in here. Right, it was dangerous. The floors were all broken.
We're not the bad people. We're good people, and we leave places better than we've moved into them.
All my client wants is his property back so he can move on.
Yeah, no,
it's his property. You've had no permission to be there.
Okay, I'm sorry, mate.
Apologies are not what my client needs. He just wants his property back. OK, thank you. Went smoothly?
Just as Chris is about to leave, some of the squatters' associates arrive and they're not happy at the threat of eviction.
Go in your car and go away. You've got no right to do this. This is out of order, mate. All right?
Stop. Just go, man.
Go.
My client simply wants his property back. It's his, and these people have no permission to be there. They forget that there's another individual here who's suffering, and that's the owner, who didn't give them permission to use it.
Satisfied that the papers have been served, Chris now has 6 days until he sees the squatters in court. He's hoping to win a possession order, but knows the squatters are unlikely to leave without a fight. Some of Britain's 2 million landlords fall into the rental game by accident, through divorce, unemployment or death, which means getting the wrong tenants can turn an already difficult situation into a living nightmare. Fifty-nine-year-old widow Jill Mercer is on her way to check up on her bungalow. Just over 2 years ago, she let it out to tenants Mark and Kim and their 5 children. It's a decision she's lived to regret.
Basically, they now owe me over £4,000, which is quite a bit of money nowadays.
Jill served an eviction notice nearly 2 months ago, giving the tenants warning to pay up or leave. She's about to find out if it's worked.
It looks like a junk site.
It looks like her tenants have ignored the order, but Jill wants to make one last effort to convince them to leave. Her tenant, Mark, spots her.
Just come see what state it's in. Sorry? Obviously, he has no intention of leaving, does he?
Landlord Jill Mercer is checking up on her nightmare tenants who are refusing to pay and won't leave. She bought the property 13 years ago and lived there with her late husband and teenage son for 4 years. Struggling for cash, Jill is in danger of falling behind with the mortgage.
Getting them out is essential to me not losing my property, which I've worked with my partner for years to put together.
Most of the rent used to be covered by housing benefit, with the tenants making up the rest. Jill even agreed a reduced rate in exchange for work on the house. But when their circumstances changed, the benefits were reduced. Jill hasn't received a penny in 4 months.
Though they were over £1,000 in arrears, they went on a Spanish holiday, all 7 of them. Thought, well, you know, it might be their only family holiday, I won't say anything. Then after finding them a job in Ireland, and then be told, no, I'm not paying you the rent. Council can pay it. That was like waving a red rag to me. It really was.
What makes the situation so difficult is Jill has grown fond of the family. Evicting them is a last resort.
I do feel sorry for him. I know he's very much a family man. It is sad. I do feel guilty because I've got 5 children, but I can't afford to do it. With no rent coming in, there's no mortgage being paid.
The tenant comes out to confront her, followed by his friend.
Don't think it's got anything to do with you, has it?
Yeah, a little bit.
Why? Do you live here? No, so what's it got to do with you?
It's got nowhere. After, when you kick him out.
Look, I
Where's he
bent
going?
over backwards for Mark.
Metal work I've done to your friends as well. Unbelievable.
You get paid for it.
Unbelievable, Jill.
You get paid
towards
for
your
it.
rent. That's the funny thing about it all.
Yeah.
The work I do,
I said to
all
you,
goes to you.
When you
exactly.
come back,
Yeah,
I said,
yeah.
you can pay this month's rent. You went, no.
You also said it could live here for 5 years.
Yeah, what's
and it's
happened
been
to
a
that
year
one?
and a half. So what's gone wrong there? Because you've got skint and you need to sell it.
Not paying rent.
Yeah, you're not
You've been
paying
paying. Oh, I've been paying you cash, Jill.
At the beginning,
Jill?
yeah, you were making it up, but not the full rent. You say
Jill,
what
I'll
you
see
like,
you
Mark.
at court, don't you? The 28th.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
You drug yourself in it, not me. That's
Okay.
it. Ta-da.
Obviously, he has no intention of leaving, does he? You know, I'm upset. He knows what I've gone through.
Bye.
Bye.
With the tenants refusing to leave, Jill will see them in court in just over 2 weeks' time. She desperately needs her property back, but it's clear her tenants aren't going to give up easily. In Bristol, eviction lawyer Chris Sharp is heading to court. For a second time, squatters have moved into a derelict pub, and Chris is seeking an IPO, or interim possession order, a more expensive but faster process. If he wins, the squatters will have 24 hours to leave or face arrest.
If we succeed in getting the interim possession order, after 24 hours of service of that order on the squatters, they will be committing a criminal offence if they remain in occupation. Morning, Alex.
Morning.
Chris is meeting the pub's owner, Alex Marland, outside the court.
So, same rules apply. We've got to go in there, submit the arguments, convince the court to make us a possession order.
We've been through the process once already.
Yes.
The law seems to have come down on their side again, which is that we are the ones that are having to pay to get them out.
As Chris expected, the squatters and their associates have turned up and are set to make a defence. And they make their views known to Alex.
He didn't secure his property, first of all. It's been a drugs den and kids are going in there with drug users. How many kids are going to get hooked on drugs in his properties? How many lives are going to be destroyed? It's disgusting.
You're a predator. You
fucking
you always you're harassing people. You're harassing poor people.
Scum. You're scum.
After an hour and a half inside court, Chris and Alex finally emerge.
Yeah, we got the order, we got the IPO. It took a long time. The judge fully considered all the evidence and made the IPO.
The squatters claimed that Alex knew they'd been living there for at least 4 weeks, which would have meant the order couldn't be granted.
We're trying to make out that Alex, that he should have known long before now that they were there. Well, Alex had no idea they'd been there 28 days.
Well, I've almost been made to feel like the guilty party.
Yeah.
Which is quite extraordinary.
Alex, what I'll do now, I'll go up and now serve this. You've got things to do, so leave this to me. Alex, pleasure.
Thank you, Chris, again.
Chris is heading straight to the property to serve the order. It will give the squatters just 24 hours to get out, or risk being arrested.
They know what's going on today. They were there at the hearing, but this will leave it in no doubt. Hi, mate. How you doing? We've just got the order, the interim order for possession, OK? You're probably aware, yeah? So you do know now within 24 hours, if you're not gone, you will be committing a criminal offence, OK? Right. OK.
We're hoping to be out here within 24 hours, and we're going to leave it in a better state than it was moved into. There will be very little rubbish, and there won't be any paraphernalia of anything from the previous squats. And we're doing our best, and we're actually a nice crew, you know.
Despite the promises, there's no guarantee the squatters will keep their word. Alex is desperate to get the property empty so he can push forward with his plans. But he's far from home and dry. Many people believe that renting out a property is easy money. But when a tenant falls on hard times, a landlord can find themselves seriously out of pocket and in a legal battle to recover their home. "38-year-old Matt Dorrington is living a landlord's worst nightmare.
Well, I've had the property for over 5 years now. This tenant that's in there at the moment's been there 2 years. Been relatively quiet, haven't really heard much from him.
His tenant, Michael Plain, started falling behind with his rent a year after moving in. Matt, who works at a local military base, is now owed over $2.5 grand in unpaid rent.
I am worried. Obviously, I've got a mortgage to pay on the property, and without the rent coming in, I'm having to fund it myself.
With the tenancy agreement coming to an end, Matt's letting agent served a formal notice asking Michael to leave. But it didn't work.
I was hoping to get in there to refurbish it and get it set up for the next tenants. Unfortunately, not been able to do that.
Matt now has no option but to evict his tenant. Because the property is fully managed, they've never met.
It's the first time I've ever had to evict anyone. You know, I feel bad that I've got to evict someone, but if they're not making the payments or anything like that, what can you do? It's sad, really, but that's how it is.
Anxious to get his property back, he's called in Landlord Action's Paul Champliner to help him through the process.
We don't know what to expect, and we don't know, obviously, if the tenant's going to be there when we go and serve the notice.
Matt is meeting Paul at the property to serve a Section 8 notice.
Property is just here on the left.
This gives Michael 2 weeks to leave or pay off his rent arrears. If he does neither, he'll be taken to court.
Matthew.
Hi, Paul.
How are you? Nice to meet you. I'm here today with the notice. Do we know if he's still working at all or not?
He was working when they referenced him, but we don't know if he's still working now or whether his circumstances have changed.
Okay. We'll go and serve this notice, get step one going.
There we are.
Paul wants to serve the notice in person.
There's a doorbell. Was there a doorbell here?
No, doorbell.
See if he looks out the window from the telltale sign.
Absolutely reeks. Have a smell. Smell in there. Rancid, isn't it?
It is.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Don't smell too good.
It smells horrible. I bet he's got pet. I mean, it smells like cats. I bet he's got cats.
I think he's got 3 cats.
Right, he's not answering. I don't know if he's here. Served.
Paul's job is done for today, but he's not convinced the tenant, Michael, will be leaving anytime soon.
Realistically, 50–60% of the time they don't leave. The thing that I'm worried about you, yes, you're going to be owed rent arrears, but what state is that property going to be in?
Without actually physically going in there, you don't know.
You don't know. So let's hope you get your property back sooner rather than later.
Yeah,
but only time will tell who leaves. All right?
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Paul.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Thanks a lot. Take care.
Matt's hoping his tenant will leave within 14 days. If not, he'll have to face a lengthy and costly court process.
It's a bit of a worry, it's a bit disheartening, but you know, it's just how it goes, isn't it, sometimes? So we'll see.
It's 2 months since landlord Jill Mercer served an eviction notice on her tenants. Owed over £4,000 in rent, today she's on her way to court to try and gain a possession order. But a letter from the tenant's solicitor reveals some worrying news.
They want to put up a defence of some sort. I'm putting a counterclaim. I'd love to know what the counterclaim is. I couldn't believe what I was reading. And I was cross, angry, sick.
If the judge thinks the tenants have a case, it could be adjourned or, worse still, thrown out. With Jill struggling to keep up with the mortgage payments on the property, it's a huge worry.
Try and get on with my life. Can't afford to spend any money. It's cost me thousands and thousands. And of course, next month, it'll be another 600 on top of that.
An hour and a half later, the tenants leave the court. And for Jill, it's not good news.
Well, basically, we have to go through it all again. The judge didn't dispute the fact that there was rent arrears. It's the fact that it wasn't in both names. The Section 8 was only issued to Mark Loveday. It is basically null and void and have to go through the whole process again with her name on.
Due to an error on the paperwork, the tenants, Mark and his wife, have bought themselves more time. Worse still, Jill could be liable for their court costs.
As they left the door, hearing that I would have to pay court expenses, They laughed and walked out. So basically, they've gone away laughing. Still got to pay the mortgage, and they're still living there for nothing. So I'm fuming. But I just feel, what is the justice? You know, what is the justice? I don't know. Give up. Well, I don't give up, but I do. I'll end up having to give up.
Landlord Matt Dorrington needs his property back. He started eviction proceedings 4 months ago, hoping his tenant Michael would leave, but it hasn't worked.
Not heard anything from the tenant or anything like that.
Now owed over £5,000 in unpaid rent, Matt is heading to court.
Today's the day, and we'll see what happens. Hopefully we'll get a good result.
Having not received a penny in 7 months, Matt is feeling the strain.
Financially, it has been a bit of a stress test for me, really. I think overall, it probably, with the fees and everything, and the maintenance that's going to be required to do the property up, could be looking around £10,000. So it has been a strain, yeah.
This morning, Matt is meeting advocate Raj Lal, who's representing him in court.
If the defendant turns up, we'll have a quick conference with him, find out what his issues are, and try and resolve those issues.
Yeah.
He's filed no evidence, he's filed no defence as yet, so hopefully it's going to be a straightforward case of going in and coming out with some type of decent order for you.
OK, Matt, I think it's time we go in.
OK, great.
And see what happens, all right?
But with minutes to spare, the tenant Michael makes an appearance. An hour and a half later, the hearing is over.
The defendant offered no defence, therefore it was uncontested. A possession order has been granted by the courts. The judge was satisfied with our evidence.
Cheers, Raj. Thank you very much.
Take care.
Yeah, cheers.
All right.
The court has ordered Michael to leave the property.
I wasn't expecting him to turn up today, but I'm absolutely thrilled to bits with the result. He's got 14 days to leave the property. It's been quite a stressful time. It's been quite down days, but now it's a positive result from the courts and everything. Very much looking forward to getting the property back and starting work. So today's a really good day for me.
If Michael doesn't leave within the 2 weeks, Matt is within his rights to call in the bailiffs to evict him. But that means yet more unpaid rent and a hefty bailiff bill. Today, Alex Marland is on his way to his derelict pub that's been overrun by squatters.
It's the second time now that we've had to evict, and it's cost us quite a lot of money to get the court order.
4 days ago, he was granted an interim possession order, which means if the squatters are still there, he can call the police to arrest them.
They know they're committing a criminal offence if they are there, and so if they're not there, then it'd be helpful for everyone.
With planning permission finalised, Alex is desperately hoping his unwelcome visitors have left.
Yeah, the caravan's gone. That's how they got in. They've obviously taken the gate off the hinge to get in and out. I expect someone to jump out.
The early signs are good.
I'm pretty sure they've gone, which is good news, really. I mean, that is good. I'm pleased about that.
But their promise to leave it clean and tidy is another matter.
This is kind of like, as you'd expect, really. It's absolutely filthy. It's kind of milk cartons, food wrappers, stale milk in there just stinks. Now we've got to clear all this lot up.
He may have the property back, but it's going to cost yet more money to clear up the mess.
It's now down to us to pay for it all to be put back together again. And there's the second time we've had to do it now, which just doesn't quite seem right.
The big challenge for Alex is securing the building so that the squatters don't get in for a third time.
It's very, very difficult to secure it, and that's the problem. They can always get back in somehow. They'll find a way, and then they'll say it was open when they got here. The total cost we've actually put in to get the two groups of squatters is probably 10,000. By the time we secure all this again, it'll be at least 10,000.
This will be Alex's final battle with Bristol squatters. He's decided to put the pub up for auction and can now leave this stressful experience behind him. It's now 3 months since Jill Mercer's case was thrown out of court. Forced to start the eviction process from scratch and struggling to keep up with the mortgage, she's close to throwing in the towel.
I think I'm numb, to be honest. Just numb.
Today, she's heading back to court, hoping to finally regain possession of her property. But the tenants who owe her over £6,000 have put in a new defence, claiming the work they've done on the property should cancel out the arrears.
I couldn't believe it. I was shaking and just nearly went into a meltdown. I have really no idea, what to expect now. Really don't.
After her last experience in court, Jill's fearing the worst.
If this gets thrown out or whatever, where do I go from there? I really wouldn't know where to go, other than just saying, OK, have the bungalow, I'll stop paying the mortgage, end of, and the mortgage company will get you out. I feel like I'm walking towards a firing squad. I'm just hoping to God they don't adjourn it, because that just prolongs it even more.
Jill is meeting Saja Ahmed from Landlord Advice, who will be representing her.
Hi, Jill.
Hi.
How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Saj thinks the fact that the tenants have come up with a whole new counterclaim could backfire.
They had the opportunity last time to bring this up, and it wasn't brought up. There wasn't a defence. Second hearing, they bring this up. And the second thing is, there's nothing in writing, so it's a pretty flimsy excuse, belated excuse.
The only thing that was ever said was because they were a family of 5 kids, I said they could have it £200 below what rental value was, because I knew they were going to do work on it.
The tenancy is clear what the tenancy says. Ultimately, if there's any dispute, then the contract is what stands up.
Even though Saj thinks the defence is spurious, it could still buy the tenants more time.
Sadly, the judges, I would say the hands are tied in some ways. If there is a defence, the judge has to deal with that defence. OK, all right, let's go.
Two hours later, the hearing is finished.
We'll see you again. That's all I can say to you, mate, yeah? See you in a minute.
Jill's worst fears have come true. For a second time, she's failed to win a possession order.
The reality is it's going to be at least, I would say, another 4 months before you get your property back, because you have to have the judgment. The tenant's then given 14 days, and then if the tenant still doesn't leave, you've got the bailiffs.
Yes.
So, 4 months at least.
Right.
Hello.
With no rent coming in and no sign of her tenants leaving, there's a real chance that Jill may be forced to give up on the property altogether. Four weeks later, there's a significant development.
I get a phone call from their solicitors asking me what I want from this to settle out of court. So I explained what I want from them, basically my property back.
Jill agrees that if the tenants move out by the end of next month, she'll write off the arrears so as to avoid another court case. She just needs the tenants' signatures.
If they sign it, my goodness. I would be ecstatic about that. Ecstatic. I think I'd be gobsmacked, actually.
Today, she's arranged to drop into their solicitor's office to finalise the deal. For Jill, this could be the end of a gruelling 6-month legal battle.
Oh, we're so excited now. 2 bits of paper, 2 signatures. Yes, fantastic. Overjoyed. That is the bit of paper I needed. That's all I needed.
The agreement means that the tenants must now leave the property in 30 days' time. It's been 9 months since landlord Matt Dorrington asked his troublesome tenant to leave. Despite gaining a possession order 6 weeks ago, his tenant Michael has refused to move. Today, bailiffs are set to evict him.
I'm not sure how he'll react today when we all turn up with the bailiff and the locksmith.
Matt is meeting eviction specialist Paul Champlina, who's been handling the case from the start.
We're finally here, the day you get your property
here.
back.
Yeah, looking forward to it now.
OK, so we've got the bailiffs coming soon.
The bailiffs aren't due to arrive for another hour, but Paul decides to check on the tenant.
Should we go and see if he's still there?
Yeah, OK.
And if he is still there, find out when he's going to move, basically. Right. OK, let's go. You can actually smell the cat smell from here. There's loads of cat stuff if you look through there. There's a cat in there, looking at me. He's clearly in there.
What a stench.
And ironically, I'm allergic to cats, so I'm going to have fun in there.
Yeah.
It's not a good sign. The property is still full of the tenant's belongings.
Hello? Hello there. You all right?
What you here?
Yeah, we're here to do the eviction. Are you?
It's 11 o'clock, though.
Yeah, it's 11 o'clock. We're just making sure that you're going to be leaving the property.
I'm going, mate, yeah.
OK.
Just to pack his stuff away. So.
Oh, really? You haven't thought about leaving beforehand, then?
Yeah,
no?
Well, I had no money to hide out a van, you know.
Right, OK. What about the rent arrears that you owe?
Oh, I can't. What do you want me to do? I'm not in the mood. What do you want? I ain't got no money, mate. I've got no money. I pay the guy. If I had money, I'd pay him, mate. Trust me.
Yeah.
Mate, if I had the money, I'd pay you now.
Yeah.
You can pay me what? I'd pay you the money.
No, well, listen, we know you've got financial hardship, and we understand that. We get that.
I owe the bank money. I owe council tax money. I owe money here and everywhere.
Yeah.
It just got out of control.
Yeah. I think the problem has been maybe the lack of communication.
Do you think we could have sorted it out sooner?
What do you want from me? I can't win, mate. I've been fucked over as well. You think he's been I'm not fucking...
I know, but listen...
I have my head, mate. You know what I mean? I could kill somebody. I'm ready to kill somebody. I am.
OK.
Kill somebody.
But that ain't going to get you anywhere, is it?
But I'm just, you know what I mean? My heart's going. I'm just
Okay.
don't need it. The amount of shit I've been through, mate.
Yeah.
I just can't stand it anymore. I mean,
Yeah.
what do you want from me? Mate,
OK,
you know?
go on, you crack on.
Yeah.
You pack the rest of your stuff up. All right, mate? Go on, you crack on. All right, then, cheers. Bye.
Landlord Matt Dorrington is evicting his troublesome tenant, Michael. The bailiffs are due to arrive, but Michael is still inside the property.
Obviously, I don't want to upset him at this stage, so try and get him to leave in a sensible manner.
Most frustrating for Matt is that it had to get this far.
It's a shame Mr. Plain didn't communicate with me regards the payments and why he was struggling.
Yeah, the last thing they want to do is communicate with the landlord because they owe you money. They've got nowhere to go. They can't afford the rent, and they will wait until the last day, which is eviction.
It's 11 a.m. and the bailiff arrives.
Morning. The tenant's still in.
Right.
He's coming now.
Hello, mate.
Yeah.
Okay, how you doing?
As they head inside, Matt's in for a shock.
God, it stinks in here.
Rustic smell.
That's going to check that no cats today.
How many cats you got?
So I've got 7.
I mean, look at the carpet's horrendous here. It's absolutely grim. Are you going to pick these sofas up or not? Are you going to tip them or whatever?
Yeah, I'm going to tip them, but I can't do it to you. I know shit. I don't
know. I mean, to be fair, the kitchen and the bathroom are actually not in that bad a condition because you haven't got a carpet and you haven't got sofas in it.
Yeah.
Do you want me to sign the warrant?
Yeah.
Lovely. Thank you. Thank you for your help.
With the warrant signed, Matt has officially regained possession of his house. but many of Michael's belongings remain.
And the couches and stuff in the lounge, will you be taking those today?
Not today, I won't, because I can't move them on me, eh? You know, I can only do what I'm doing with the best, you know what I mean?
It's a shame you ain't got no one to help him.
No, it is nice.
Michael has moved most of his belongings into the garden, where he can collect them at a later date.
Listen, if you're going to rent again...
I'm not going to rent again, mate. There's no way I'm going for this again.
Right.
No chance, no.
This is once, if you are, communicate with your landlord, that's the key. There's a cat down there, by the way.
Yeah, don't worry about it, I'll come back.
All right, thank you. I'll leave that open.
As Michael sorts through his belongings, Matt and Paul head upstairs.
At least I've got the laminate flooring up here, so I can just get this cleaned without...
Yeah, this is... I mean, condition-wise, it's not too bad up here.
No, it's not, no.
Matt now faces an expensive refurb before he can rent the house out again.
The conclusion is that he spent more time and energy in his cats than he did with looking after himself and paying his bills.
Yeah.
It was a little bit of an afterthought that he owed you the money, really.
Yeah, it was.
Anyway, I'm pleased you got your property back and you got your keys.
Lovely, thank you very
Well
much.
done.
That's
Okay.
great.
Okay.
Thank
Well,
you
look, good luck with the future.
OK, Paul,
Take
thank
care,
you.
Matt. All the best.
Cheers, thank you
Bye,
very much for your
bye-bye.
help. Got the keys now, new set of keys, so I can get into the house. I feel really good.
He may have the keys, but Matt's not holding out much hope for the outstanding rent.
I don't think I'm going to see much of the money that he owes me, to be fair. Certainly not at the moment anyways, but we'll see in due course.
Keen to put this experience behind him, Matt decides to help the tenant move out the rest of his things.
I just wondered if you could perhaps just give me a hand in the lounge just to... Thank you.
Fucking thing.
It's a bit strange trying to help out a tenant that's not paid me, but at the end of the day, I'm just grateful to get it out of my way, really. So get the house back and move on.
I'm sorry it's happened, I am. Never wanted to leave here. I thought I'd be here for a long time, I really did. It hasn't worked out. I'm well pissed off.
I don't particularly feel too great myself, but...
No, I appreciate it. I'll be pissed off if I was you. You know what I mean? I swear to God.
Well, let's get this fridge out then and...
Luckily, Michael has managed to find a flat with a local housing association, so he won't be out on the streets.
Just double check, no cats in here either.
No.
OK, yep, I'll leave you to it.
Yeah, all right.
That is Mr. Plain Gold. Thank buggery.
Despite the state of the property and over £5,000 in missing rent, Matt is relieved his ordeal is finally over.
Nightmare over and looking forward now to getting it relet. Hopefully we'll get some people in here that are going to appreciate it a bit better. Move on now and get on with things.
Landlord Jill Mercer has been trying to evict her nightmare tenants for 7 months. In a surprising twist, the tenants agreed to surrender the property in exchange for writing off the arrears. Today's the day she's due to get her property back.
I really have no idea what to expect.
Despite the agreement, Jill is worried that they may not stick to their word.
It's almost like apprehension going up there now. They've caused so much aggro, I feel they've got some little twist at the end of it.
It's Jill's first visit to the property in 5 months.
Oh, there we go.
It looks like the family have finally left, but it's not just the tenants that have disappeared.
The conservatory is missing. Well, there goes the fencing. We've cut a fence in there. And 2 lots of kennels and dog runs gone. And dog kennels are worth what? If you try to buy them, they're probably about £2,000 or £3,000 each. Oh, God. Conservatory.
The tenant Mark built the conservatory himself after moving in. He obviously wasn't prepared to leave it for Jill.
He's just pulled the conservatory down and smashed it to pieces. To me, that's a statement. That's a statement saying, up yours. You know.
With the outside a mess, Jill fears the worst as she heads inside.
Look, it's filthy.
But she's pleasantly surprised.
Not as bad as I thought it could have been. Windows are all intact, doors are basically intact, broken lock, no loose heat. I'm feeling quite relieved that it's not absolutely destroyed.
With the property finally back in her hands, Jill can reflect on a traumatic experience.
If this had gone much longer, I would have lost everything, including my mind, I think. It just seems such a shame. You know, why?
Close to losing the home she and her late husband had worked so hard to buy, Jill is desperate to never go through this again.
I will never rent this again. It'll be sold. Close this chapter and hope I don't have any more troubles.
How does she think she's doing now?
Next time,
Hello, please.
a landlady's frustration reaches boiling point.
This is my house. Get out.
Good luck.
Bloody hell. I'm gonna smack her. Oh, hello. That is so dodgy.
A man is found living inside a plywood shed.
Not safe.
Please, please. I'm inside and they're knocking on the door. This is where the shit starts, really.
And a landlord is kept prisoner in his own house.
This is freaking edgy now, you know what I mean? He's come over the fucking fence. Fucking hell.
On Britain's streets, a battle is raging.
Don't touch me, son.
Well, I already just did, didn't
Yeah,
I?
what are you going to do about it?
Over 11 million of us rent.
I wouldn't put anybody in this situation.
Oh, seriously, they're not living in this, are they?
So why should I live like this?
But thousands fall victim to rogue landlords.
There's just water cascading through here.
This is a death trap.
On the other side, there are 2 million private landlords and counting.
I want my house back. I don't give a toss.
I wanted to drag her out of the flat. This is my flat.
I'll never rent again. Too much hassle.
But many face financial ruin at the hands of tenants from hell.
He hasn't had his rent for ages. He's owed
So
20.
what? When are you going to pay me the money?
There's a scam going on here, Donny.
I know.
In this series,
Let's go. Come on, let's go.
we follow the heroes who take slum landlords down.
Paying rent to live in a decent property,
There's so many things wrong, it's unbelievable.
Somebody touches that, they get electrocuted.
not acceptable.
And the experts whose job it is to evict nightmare tenants.
Do not push me. Do not push me.
Many landlords use a letting agent to manage their property. Most do a good job. But in the past few years, the number of complaints made against disreputable agencies has more than tripled. Paul Champliner from Landlord Action is gearing himself up for a fight with a letting agency.
We're on our way to Ilford in East London to meet Donny, our landlord, who has had a massive problem with some letting agents called Carterstones.
It's a complicated and worrying case. In September 2015, Paul's client, IT consultant Donny Soyono, contracted Carterstones to let out and manage his 2-bedroom rental property.
They put tenants in the property. The problem is they haven't given him a copy of the tenancy agreement. He doesn't know the name of the tenant. Doesn't even know if a deposit's been taken.
It isn't just the lack of paperwork that's a big concern. The rent is consistently late. Though whether it's the fault of the tenants or agency, Donny has no idea. What he does know is that he's owed almost £3,000 and wants control of his house back.
He's really, really frustrated because they keep ignoring him. That's why he's instructed us to get some answers and, more importantly, try and get his property back.
Calling and emailing Carterstones doesn't seem to achieve anything. So Paul's decided that he and Donny should go to their offices in person.
Donny.
Paul.
How are you?
Yeah.
You said you instructed these agents in full management, and they've never told you who the name of the tenant that pays them the rent is?
No.
Paul has also written to the letting agent, demanding the missing paperwork, but to date he has had no response.
Got a copy of the letter here, demanding we want a copy of the tenancy agreement, we want proof of the deposits in the deposit scheme, we want to get rent schedule payments, we want to have proof who's been paying the rent to them. Okay, let's do this. Let's go and see these agents.
You see that car? That's
just here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The office is right in front of that car.
Right, okay, just stay there.
I'm pretty anxious to get this over and done with, to be honest. Yeah, so Paul's just done a small reconnaissance, just check who's in.
Right, let's go. Right, come straight behind me and just hold back just here, this side. Hold back just here. No, you come. You just stay here, and then we'll let us open the door. Is this door? Hi. Hi there. You okay? I'm with Donny. He's the landlord. We sent a letter to you. This is the letter. He's asked numerous times for a copy of the tenancy agreement and a breakdown of the rent arrears.
Paul asks to speak to the director of the agency, Moshin Tahir. But according to his employee, he's not in the office.
Can you get Mr. Tahir on the phone? It's really important because he wants his property back. Yeah, we'll wait here for you. Nice motorbike. Hopefully they've got the files here.
While they wait, another staff member turns up.
Okay, help. Yes. Are you director?
No.
Oh, right. Do you work here?
Yeah.
Oh, great. Okay. So I'm Paul Champion from Landlord Action. This is Donny. So I gave your colleague. Can you unlock that, please? Yeah. Unlock that. Yeah. That's fine. That's fine. He won't be there. Okay. Right. So this is what happened. He's instructed you as managing agents to let and manage. I made numerous requests with regard to who's my tenant, and more importantly, where's the deposit? Was the deposit put in the deposit scheme? He's had no answers over a course of months. He's worried. He wants his property back. So he wants to know who's the tenants, who's paying you the rent. So when do you reckon I can have that information?
The people at Carterstones claim they'll look into the matter, so Paul and Donny have little choice but to leave, hoping they'll be true to their word.
Thank you very much. Wait to hear from you. Care. Bye.
As a landlord, it's Donny's right to have all the information he's asked for. Yet 11 months after first asking Carterstones to rent out his property, Donny still has no idea who's living in his house and is owed almost £3,000 in back rent. It makes Paul think something fishy may be going on.
My gut reaction is I think you're going to get a lack of information because I think that they've been doing things wrong and there may be stuff that they're not wanting to tell you. So I'm worried about that. I think they're hiding things. That's my gut reaction.
As Paul heads off, Donny realises just how much trouble he's in.
I feel powerless. I feel I have no control whatsoever.
But without the paperwork, there's nothing Donny can do. Rents across Britain are rising, and unscrupulous landlords are cashing in.
How many in this room?
9 people.
Cramming people into unsafe properties
Names.
and so-called beds in sheds.
Seriously, they're not living in this, are they?
Unearthing these dangerous homes.
They are sleeping in the kitchen. You can't live like that.
And tackling slum landlords
Who's complained?
is the task of enforcement officers,
We've seen about 15 leave so far.
like the team from Harrow Council.
Some have leaped over the fence out the back. I know it's not far from this garage.
Andrew Sedman and Nusrat Jahan from Harrow's housing enforcement team are investigating a tip-off. They've been told that people may be living in a run-down outbuilding somewhere behind these shops.
Oh, there is
Yeah,
a space at the back.
something there, look, inside, that alleyway there.
At the end of the alleyway, Andrew discovers a row of brick outbuildings, which could be the place they're looking for.
A light on in there.
To satisfy his curiosity, he peers through one of the windows.
This doesn't look good. Looks like there's signs of life in there. There's a fridge in there, cooker.
Yeah, it's a kitchen.
The outbuilding is behind a laundrette, so a fully functioning kitchen does seem a bit unusual.
You've got a wastewater pipe there.
Andrew also checks the type of pipework coming out of the back of the building.
Foul waste pipe coming out of here. Why have I got that? An extractor fan there. That's probably a toilet. Got curtains up there as well.
Yeah.
There must be someone living here.
Andrew tries the door, and as it's unlocked, is allowed to enter.
I'll have a quick look. I'm not trespassing, I'm just doing my job, so I'm not technically breaking the law. No, I don't like this one bit.
Inside, they find a kitchen with 4 locked doors off it.
Seems like, Andrew, this is one flat,
Yeah,
this
that's
is
what I'm
another
thinking.
flat,
Yeah.
and these are the small flat.
You've got more rooms down here.
No one appears to be in,
That door's locked.
but there are signs of life.
Okay, you've got a shower here, and it's turned on. Serious damp issues in here.
The fact there's a shower confirms Andrew's suspicion that people could be living here.
Oh, there's terrible mould up here, look.
The conditions are not only dirty, but also dangerous.
People shouldn't use this bathroom.
You've got exposed wires going into the shower.
And it's
the
just
light's exposed.
Yeah.
This is really bad.
In the kitchen, the electrics are just as concerning.
Oh, boy, look at that.
That's amazing.
Nasty.
That's amazing.
I wouldn't call that work of a competent electrician.
This is not safe to live
It's
in.
not safe at all, you're right. Really not good.
Just then, Andrew and Nusrat hear whispering coming from behind one of the doors.
Can hear voices. Hello, it's Harrow Council. There's people upstairs, you can hear them walking about.
Yeah. People are talking upstairs. Yeah, people are coming.
Hello, sorry to bother you. Hi, I'm Andrew Sedman from Residential Licensing at Harrow Council. Do you own this property or do you rent it?
The woman doesn't speak English, but Nusrat soon discovers she's called Mrs. Patel and she lives in the attic.
Rent. Okay, see, she's renting it out. Thank you. Yeah.
The only route up is by a steep wooden staircase.
Oh gosh, you can't live like this. These steps are no good for...
Okay.
Ooh, hello sir, how are you? Sorry to bother you. This is my ID. I'm
At the top, they find another tenant, Mrs. Patel's husband. The couple say they've been living here for about 5 months and have been paying their rent in cash directly to their landlord.
Yeah. 400 monthly or
So £400 a month you're paying?
Yeah. Landlord का नाम क्या है?
रवि भाई.
Mr. Ravi.
Uh-huh.
The team's main concern today is the couple's living conditions.
It's all wood up here.
Yeah.
It's not fireproof.
No. Obviously, they're sleeping, eating here, cooking here
Yeah.
also. It's a fire hazard, full fire hazard. There's no proper stair.
This is your only way out.
This is the only way out. There's no fire exit.
If there was a fire, the couple's only escape route is down the steep wooden staircase.
Be careful going down these stairs. Whoa, mind that one there. Whoa.
This is a death trap.
A good word for it. If you're stuck up there with a pair of wooden stairs burning down, you've got no chance.
It's very serious.
The attic flat is so treacherous, the housing officers need to act fast before there's an accident. They need to track down Mr. Ravi.
Go and see if we can find this landlord. Yeah.
For landlords, evicting a tenant who doesn't pay is a painful process. But if the tenant can't be found, getting them out of your life and off the tenancy is a legal minefield. One that has left a Doncaster landlord almost penniless.
Go. Right. Have a good day. Work hard. See you later. 4:30.
Single mum Tracy 6 is in serious financial trouble.
See you later.
Bye.
Her tenant has left before the end of his contract, owing her over £10,500 in rent. But Tracy is not allowed to re-let the two-bedroom house because, according to the tenancy agreement, he's still the legal occupant. Now she's falling into debt and in danger of having the empty property repossessed.
I've had to pay the mortgage without any funds. There were times when I couldn't pay the mortgage and I got into arrears. So it's been extremely difficult, very worrying.
Tracy has asked Paul Champlina for help. Today, he's serving a notice of abandonment, which will, if unopposed, allow her to rent the property out again or sell it.
Let me just serve it first. Okay, so I'm going to sellotape this to the front door, okay? And this is the notice of abandonment, okay?
Okay.
Unless the tenant returns in the next 5 days and fights the notice, the property will be back in Tracy's control.
Okay. Yeah. Oh my God, look at all this post.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Months and months of post.
Wow, wow, wow.
As well as serving notice, Tracy and Paul must also provide evidence to the court that the tenant has definitely left.
These are almost probably all bills. Look at all these.
The utility companies.
Utility companies. Well, yeah, this guy's abandoned this place. I've never, you know, the amount of mail here is not normal. Let's have a look at the rest of the place. The first thing I do is I look in the fridge, all right? There's no food in the fridge, okay? That's the first indicator. Cold as well, isn't it? Heat hasn't been on for ages. So when was the last time you had any contact with the tenant?
April last year, and
April
he paid
last year.
1 month's rent,
God.
and then I've never seen or heard from him since.
Well,
You can hear they're still there.
That's his suit. This place has been abandoned.
Yes.
And I'm happy to go to court and give evidence to that.
With a notice served and evidence that the tenant has left, Tracy's hoping her property will soon be back in her hands. But it could be too late.
The property's about to be repossessed. I've got until the 24th of this month, and then the mortgage company are going to repossess the property.
God, so we need to make sure that we hold that off.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you, Paul.
Take care, take care.
Tracy must now wait 5 days for the notice of abandonment to run its course.
The nervous 5 days for Tracy to see whether the tenant makes contact or not, but she'll count the days down and we can hopefully change the locks.
If her tenant does return within that time, Tracy will have to start the eviction process all over again. That could take months and thousands of pounds to resolve. and would probably lead to her property being repossessed.
Hi there, I believe we are doing...
In Essex, Paul's on his client Donny Soyono's case. It's been 3 weeks since their visit to the letting agency Carterstones, and they still haven't received a copy of the tenancy agreement.
I think they're messing me about.
As Donny's owed thousands of pounds in rent, Paul's become suspicious and has been doing some digging. What he's discovered is worrying.
Carterstones have been expelled from the property redress scheme, which is one of the schemes that a letting agent has to belong to.
By law, all letting agents must belong to an authorised consumer redress scheme. The scheme is designed to protect people like Donny. Paul's investigation doesn't stop there.
We have knowledge of about another 4 to 5 landlords and tenants that have made complaints about this agency.
While Paul's busy checking out Carterstones, Donny's doing some investigating of his own, and he can't believe what he uncovers. Someone is subletting rooms in his house and advertising them on a Romanian website.
Obviously, I don't understand Romanian, but I can take a pretty good guess that it says a room for 2 people, rent is £70 per week, and please contact this phone number.
The contact on the advert is called Alex. Donny has no idea who Alex is, but suspects he's one of his mystery tenants.
They're doing their own business. This is how they find their subtenants for their subletting scam.
To make matters worse, the photos show they've carved up the rooms in Donny's house to cram more people in. His living room is now 2 bedrooms.
This is the front part of the living room. So I recognise the carpet. That's the edge of the fireplace. How do I get them out of there?
Without the tenancy agreement and the names of the people living in his house, evicting them is going to be incredibly difficult. It's a terrible situation, and it's about to get even worse. In Harrow, it's been 10 days since housing officers Andrew Sedman and Nusrat Jahan discovered the couple living in the attic. Knowing the place is a death trap, the team has tracked down their landlord, Mr. Ravi. Now they're on their way to meet him at the property to try and get to the bottom of exactly what's going on.
Have you met him before?
I've never met this guy. I've dealt with him on the phone, but not in person. This will be a decider today.
When they arrive, Mr. Ravi claims no one's living here and that he just rents the property out for storage. So Andrew and Nusrat insist on an inspection.
So this doesn't have any address, so it's not registered flat.
It's not a flat at all, you know,
Yeah.
this is a shop.
Storage is okay. Just came up when I was here the other day, popped my head in and then found people living up there.
Okay.
And then I was told there's someone in here and someone in here.
No living.
Sorry, Mr. Ravi, I have to disagree with you. People are living there.
No. I'm telling you, this is for the business property for business. You got it?
What?
So this is not a place to renting.
No.
Absolutely rubbish.
Right.
Andrew and Nusrat then ask to see the attic where they found Mr. and Mrs. Patel living.
Oh, it's open. Oh dear. It's empty.
As you can see, people are living here now. Everything is gone.
All of a sudden, it's empty.
Andrew has an idea about what may have happened.
They've had a bit of time to get people out of here, and that's exactly what's happened.
And
It's empty property now. But those people are now made homeless. Right. Right. What I do need to ask you, sir, is How come the property's now vacant upstairs? What happened?
They're gone.
They went, how, what, of their own accord, or did someone have a word? Or?
They were very happy and they were living for
They
their
said they were happy living there.
They ran away.
Do you know where they've gone now, those two people?
Back to India, I think.
Oh, right, OK.
Yeah.
Even though Mr. Ravi says he doesn't let anyone live here, as the landlord, he's still responsible for anyone who does.
No, I mean, at the end of the day, regardless how they've got there, it unfortunately comes back to you.
Frustratingly, with the Patels gone, there's not much more the housing officers can do, for now.
Take care, sir.
Their inspection may be over, but Andrew and Nusrat are determined to keep a close eye on the property.
He probably thinks he's got rid of us now, but I'm going to keep checking this place.
In Doncaster, Tracy Six is hoping today she'll get her rental property back. Her tenant hasn't been seen for months, so 7 days ago, she and Paul Champlina taped up a notice of abandonment to the house's front door. Now she's on her way there to find out whether he's returned, seen the notice, and going to fight her over it.
It's been a nervous week, waiting for either a telephone call or a neighbour saying that he's appeared at the property.
If he has returned, it could take months to get him out. Time Tracy doesn't have, as she's in danger of having the property repossessed.
Wow, good news to see that this hasn't been touched. It doesn't look like he's been. Nothing's moved since I was in here last. So that's all good news.
For Tracy, the fact that the tenant hasn't returned is a massive relief, because it now means that he's no longer the legal occupant, and she's back in control of her house.
And the back door as well.
OK, I'll start on the back door, yeah?
OK.
To stop her tenant returning, she asks a locksmith to change every lock.
Well, it's quite a moment, really, to think I'm getting my own property back again. It's a shame it's taken so long, but thank goodness it's happening today, and hopefully we can draw a line under it and move forward.
Lock's changed, all done.
Brilliant.
Over a week later, there's another development. Tracy's bank has thrown her a lifeline. They won't repossess the rental property if she sells it within 12 weeks. It's welcome news, but still a huge disappointment because the house used to be owned by Tracy's mother.
This is extremely hard because this is going to be the end of what used to be a special time with my mum. I bought her the house, did the garden for her. We had some really wonderful memories here, and to see it like this now is heartbreaking. This man has just ruined everything. He's done this to me and to my family, and he's made my life extremely hard. The financial implications are unbelievable. It's not just not paying a mortgage, it impinges on every single part of your life. I've had days when I've cried, I've had days when friends have had to help me through it, and you know, you just hope that this nightmare comes to an end one day, and that's what I'm hoping for now.
To end her nightmare, Tracy must now try and sell the property before the bank repossesses it and she loses everything. In Ilford, Essex, Donny Siono's still battling to regain control of his two-bedroom rental property. To find out who's living in it, Donny and eviction specialist Paul Champlina have decided to carry out a full inspection, despite the letting agent's objections.
Carterstone's phoned me saying that they don't want me to come
and do
the inspection today.
Right. Well, you're allowed to because you're the landlord. Something's got to give here. We need to do something because all we're going to do is we're losing more time. You're losing more money.
That's right.
Donny has discovered someone's trying to sublet rooms in his house through a Romanian website.
OK, let's see if they open the door. Look how many shoes are there. They might have got a brief not to open the door, obviously. Go on, try the keys, because you've made it known there's an appointment.
Nope.
They've changed that.
Completely.
Have they changed it?
Doesn't even fit.
They've changed it. See? Yeah, they've changed your locks, mate. Fortunately, yeah, completely changed your locks. There's a scam going on here, Donny.
I know.
But they have no idea who's behind the subletting scam.
Something fishy going on.
Then Paul suggests they call Alex, the man who is advertising the flat on the Romanian website.
Have you got the guy, Alex, that's been advertising the rooms? Let me speak to him. Hi, Alex. Yeah, you all right? Can you let us in? We've got an appointment to do a viewing of the property, huh? Who is this? I'm the legal representative for Donny, the owners, because you've been renting all the rooms out on a Romanian website. Yeah, no, because we've got your number from the Romanian website. You've been renting all the rooms subletting the rooms without the landlord's consent.
The man known as Alex denies having anything to do with the ad.
But your telephone number, you've advertised it. It is, we've seen the advert. We've got the advert on our phone. How's the advert got on there? Can't get on there by itself, can it?
Caught out, Alex changes his story. Now he admits being connected to the property.
No, you don't need a court order to view the property. You don't, I don't. I've been doing this for 25 years, right? Don't tell me what I can and can't do. We've got an inspection. What's that? Yeah, I'm not listening to you because you don't know what you're talking about.
While Paul is talking to Alex, a man walks out of the house.
Hi. Do you live here?
Yeah,
I'm the landlord.
It's coming later, boss.
No, I'm the owner. Sorry. Excuse me.
Hello, one sec. You're renting loads of rooms out, Alex. Hello? Hello? He's cut off.
While Donny tries calling the letting agency Carterstones, a young couple wander up. They claim not to live there, but know someone who does.
Who did your brother pay money to?
Carterstone saying these people not paying Carterstone rent.
And then they're subletting all the rooms.
No, he has all the receipts.
We don't know who to believe. You understand? The plot thickens. Thank you. Thanks for your help. Bye-bye.
Who's making money out of the subletting is still a mystery.
You know what? You don't know what to believe.
Personally, I don't believe her. I don't believe her one bit. I don't believe Carterstone's either. I don't believe anyone.
Paul's had enough. With or without the tenants' names, he decides it's time to go to court and try to get them evicted.
We will arrange for a notice to be served at the property to the occupier, wait for it to run out, issue proceedings, get a hearing date.
Whatever it takes.
Yeah, exactly.
I want my property back.
It's almost a fortnight since Harrow housing officer Andrew Sedman last visited the buildings behind the laundrette. Today, he and his colleague Shital Rajani have decided to make a surprise inspection of another of Mr. Ravi's properties there.
We'll just nip down the side alley. I don't want them seeing us.
According to council records, a 3-bedroom flat above the laundrette is rented out to one family. The team wants to check they're living in safe conditions.
First things first, I don't like this stairwell. It's wooden.
Oof, this is dangerous.
Hi, so I just want to see how's the property condition. Is okay with you?
The tenant asked Sheetal to speak with her husband regarding the rental arrangements.
I'm from Harrow Council. I just want to know who's your landlord? Mr. Robbie.
Okay, have they got a tenancy agreement?
No.
No tenancy agreement.
How much rent do you pay? 1,400. Okay.
1,400.
How do you pay your rent? By cash? Okay.
The flat is meant to house one family, but the high rent makes Sheetal suspicious.
How many people sharing this property? 5 people. So yourself, your wife, your baby, and other three person. Yes, so there's 6. Yeah. So what kind of relationship between you and Tejas? Friends. Yeah.
If what the tenant says is correct, the property is an HMO, or a house in multiple occupation, and Mr. Ravi should have licensed it with the council.
Okay, right. I think it's time to call him in for a recorded interview. Basically, we would read him his rights and ask quite a few questions. He can bring a legal representative along. I think that's our next stage with this chap.
A month later, Andrew's still waiting to carry out a formal interview with Mr. Ravi. Appointments are set up. Solicitors come.
I've just heard that they're not coming.
And go. Excuses are given.
Medical certificates.
But there's no sign of Mr. Ravi.
There's no excuse. Time to get heavy.
Harrow Council is now preparing to carry out a full investigation into all of Mr. Ravi's properties.
Donny.
6 months have passed since Donny Siono was locked out of his own rental property, and he's now owed almost £10,000 in rent. But in that time, he and Paul Champlina have also been busy building up a strong legal case against the tenants.
There's possible problems.
Oh, yes.
That if they turn up to court and they could defend.
That's what's keeping you awake at nights, yeah.
It's the day of the hearing, and Donny's just as nervous. This morning, it's essential he wins a possession order and regains control of his property.
It's a big day. It's hopefully it goes my way and I can close this chapter in my life.
Donny's fears that the tenants will fight the case are well-founded. An acquaintance of theirs is spotted outside the courthouse. An hour later, the hearing is over.
They didn't turn up, but they had a friend turning up for them.
Contrary to Donny's claims, the friend tried to prove the tenants had paid their rent.
He bought these, which I would say is very fake rent receipts.
Fortunately, the judge realised the paperwork was a forgery and granted Donny his possession order.
I was ecstatic. Yeah, obviously I couldn't show it because I had to be calm. Yeah.
Three weeks later, a High Court bailiff comes to enforce the notice and evict Donny's nightmare tenants.
This is Scott from Court Enforcement Services. This is Donny, our landlord. All right, let's go and have a knock. Go on, Donny. Window opened up there, look.
It looks like someone's still in the house.
Just saw someone. There they are, looking out. Move in.
Hello. Leave you alone?
What are you doing here? Are you living here? No, I don't. Why are you here? You taking all your stuff? Huh? How many people are here? Who are they, Donny?
Fuck, I don't know.
It's weird. Let's go upstairs.
I didn't expect that at all.
You went up there, Scott?
Christ,
Are they all gone?
They don't look like they were the subtenants.
Whoever they were, Scott and Paul go upstairs to check they've all left.
Better late than never, eh? You want to just sign it?
Yeah, so if you just sign for the second, please.
I wasn't expecting that at all.
Well, I was expecting people to be in there. I mean, I didn't expect them to run out as quick as they did.
Right, anyway, I'm going to show off, yeah?
Scott, nice seeing you, sir.
Good luck,
Take
mate.
care, mate.
Scott. Right, cheers.
Well done. Cheers, Scott. Ta-da, mate. Bye, mate.
Donny's ordeal is coming to an end, but he's not happy.
I'm very worried that these people were in here.
Even worse, they seem to be watching the property.
So they're all hanging around. God. They're all waiting down the bottom of the road there.
Yeah, it's pretty...
It's very suspicious, isn't it? They're loitering, you know, what they're doing.
Paul decides to confront them.
You all right? Yeah. How come you were in the house?
They paid £100 to sleep on that bed.
But you just stayed there for one night, paid £100? There's a lot of you in there. A bit strange, isn't it?
It was party.
Party?
Yeah, that's
all
all.
right.
Even though Donny's having the locks changed, he's not yet convinced the house is completely safe.
I'm going to stay here tonight and tomorrow.
If they do try and break in or they do anything on any vandals, you've got to call the police straight away and get onto it, you know. Bye, Donny, all the best.
All right,
Take
thanks,
care,
Paul.
bye.
See you.
After an 18-month fight with his letting agents and tenants, Donny decides he's had enough.
I think I'll only be really happy when I've got rid of the property, when I've sold it. It's got too many bad memories, this house. It's been the worst experience of my life.
It's been 3 months since Tracy Six regained control of her house and put it on the market. Luckily, she's found a buyer. And with the sale almost complete, Tracy's now focusing her attention on her ex-tenant.
Oh, hello. I'm trying to find the whereabouts of one of your site managers.
She's decided to hunt him down and the £10,500 in rent he still owes her.
Dead end again. So it's back to the drawing board again to try and find out where he might be.
Even though he's proving hard to find, Tracy's adamant that she'll take him to court.
I'm extremely determined to get this money back. I'm not going to stop until I found out where he is. There will be a bailiff on his doorstep, so he's not going to get away with it. He definitely isn't.
Today, Tracy's following up on a tip-off. A possible address in a village just outside Doncaster.
We're just going to see if this address is where this man might live now. It would be extremely useful to have his address. It would be the start of being able to get some money back.
Tracy already knows her ex-tenant drives a silver Vauxhall.
And a Vauxhall silver car there. That is a silver Vauxhall there. There's a man in it. It's a good chance that this is him. It really is a good chance that it's him now sat in that car.
Tracy's perseverance pays off.
Hello. I've been trying to locate you. Obviously, there's an awful lot of rent arrears that you do owe me. So what are we going to do about the rent arrears?
Tracy's ex-tenant claims he's heavily in debt and is only just back in work.
You didn't pay rent. You never paid any rent. You were working at the time. So why didn't you pay rent? Because you've put me in an extremely difficult position. I've had to pay a mortgage with no income whatsoever. So you can imagine I'm not happy at all.
He's apologetic, but after making his excuses, decides it's time to make an escape. The man might have sped off, But Tracy now knows where he lives.
This is a very good day. I've got an address now and I can pursue it and take him to court.
With her house about to sell and her tenant located, it looks like Tracy's ordeal may be coming to an end. Next time,
I know you're inside.
housing officers investigate an unlicensed HMO.
It's not safe for you. Look, electrics are all hanging.
A Notting Hill tenant owes her landlord over £20,000.
You haven't paid the rent for 26 months.
She earns good money and she still chooses not to pay her rent.
I could absolutely kill him now.
And a couple battle an unscrupulous letting agent for control of their property.
It's clearly escalating and we need help.
This idiot is ruining our fucking life.
On Britain's streets, a battle is raging.
Don't touch me, son.
Well, I already just did, didn't
Yeah,
I?
what are you going to do about it?
Over 11 million of us rent.
I wouldn't put anybody in this situation.
Oh, seriously, they're not living in this, are they?
So why should I live like this?
But thousands fall victim to rogue landlords.
There's just water cascading through here.
This is a dirt trap.
On the other side, there are 2 million private landlords and counting.
I want my house back. I don't give a toss.
I wanted to drag her out of the flat. This is my flat.
I'll never rent again. Too much hassle.
But many face financial ruin at the hands of tenants from hell.
He hasn't had his rent for ages. He's owed
So
20
what? When are you going to pay me the money?
There's a scam going on here, Donny.
I know.
In this series,
Let's go. Come on, let's go.
we follow the heroes who take slum landlords down.
Paying rent to live in a decent property,
There's so many things wrong, it's unbelievable.
Yeah. Somebody touches that, they get electrocuted.
not acceptable.
And the experts whose job it is to evict nightmare tenants.
Do not push me. Do not push me.
In Britain, 1 in 5 homes is now owned by a landlord. But an unwelcome offshoot of this overheated rental market is the emergence of a new breed of unscrupulous letting agent. An agent that scams both tenants and landlords.
Oh, come on!
What is it?
Gear change.
That's all right, I'll sort it out.
How did you do it?
You'll this.
Susan and Gary Bailey recently took out a second mortgage and bought a 3-bedroom rental flat in East London, hoping it would be an investment for their son's future. As soon as they advertised the flat, the couple were approached by a man claiming to be a registered letting agent, saying he could guarantee their rent for the next 3 years.
He went to see it the next day and then emailed an offer over to us straight away. And it was on letter-headed paper, it had his business card attached to it, and it looked really professional. And then he really got us, he sent us another offer through and another email, higher than the original offer. And that's when I said to my husband, this is a great offer. Wouldn't it be great if we could just give the responsibility of this property over to this agency? We signed the contract on the evening of the 18th of February and emailed it over to him. That evening, I looked at his website again, and that's when alarm bells started ringing.
Susan realised his website was a carbon copy of another legitimate agent's website.
I called him at 9:20 in the morning and the phone number didn't go through. It said, sorry, there's a fault on the line. So then I really started worrying.
Susan immediately emailed him trying to cancel the deal. But in a shocking development, the agent broke into the Baileys' new property in the middle of the night and changed the locks. They called the police but were told it was a civil matter. So in desperation, Susan and Gary have called Paul Champlina from Landlord Action for help.
Tell me what the latest is.
He broke in at 2:30 or 3 a.m. in the morning of the 28th of February, and we're presuming he had a locksmith with him.
That's shocking, that is, yeah. So police won't get involved. As far as they're concerned, it's a civil matter.
Yeah.
And unless you can show hard evidence with regard to fraud taking place, they won't get involved. Now, I've dealt with them for years.
The Baileys hadn't handed over the keys to the agent, but because they'd signed a contract with him, they're in a legal grey area.
I think I've been in a state of shock since it happened. I can't understand why it's happening to us.
It's been very personal to us, this, and to have someone break into the property is just awful. And to have nothing that we can do about it. So yeah, it does make you feel a lot less secure.
In another twist, the agent has put tenants in the Baileys' flat and is collecting their rent. Rent that he's not handing over to the couple.
While he's earning money out of your property, he doesn't want to give it up.
No.
We need to try and remedy that problem so that you can get control of the tenancy. That's the key to this.
She wants the property back. He doesn't want to give the property back because he's earning money out of it.
I do blame myself. By signing that little piece of paper, we've allowed this person into our lives.
She's really stressed. She's desperate to get her property back. The most likely likelihood is that she might have to do a deal with the subtenants, give them new tenancy agreements, and they pay the rent directly to her.
Yeah, I've got the keys, yeah.
Taking Paul's advice, Susan and Gary are heading to their flat to talk to the new tenants. But they're nervous.
Worst case scenario, that he's got associates of his in the flat and they might be quite aggressive, so that's something else to be concerned about.
Here we are.
They're hoping they can persuade the tenants to tear up their contracts with the letting agent and sign new contracts and pay rent to them.
Hello, hi. Hello. I'm Susan and this is Gary.
We're the actual owners of the flats that you're staying in.
Susan explains the situation.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, not good.
So I'm sorry, it's a problem for us and also for you.
Recently arrived from France, this tenant is one of 5 the agent has put into the Baileys' property. In total, the agent is charging them £2,500 a month in rent. Another one of the tenants is home.
He broke into the flat at 3 o'clock in the morning, at night, broke into it, changed all the locks.
This tenant, who's originally from Italy, has been in London for 10 years. He soon grasped the consequences of what Gary and Susan are telling him.
Well, sorry, hold on, wait a second. I got this place to be safe because I need the work. This place, and now you come up with this stuff.
Yeah, really sorry.
I'm really sorry. I know it's a lot to take in. This is one of the worst things that's ever happened to us, actually. What we're absolutely not here to do is say everyone out and you lose your money.
The only thing we want is to be rid of him. We don't want
get rid of him. No.
We don't want anything to do with him.
I'll become your tenant.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
And I'm so sorry.
He's alive.
Thank you very much.
All Susan and Gary can do is get the locks changed and pray they've finally got the rogue letting agent out of their property once and for all.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Bye.
But not surprisingly, the tenants are confused and worried.
The story almost sounds too far-fetched to believe. Turn their world upside down with this bombshell.
That guy there was saying, I need to check your details. I'm going to check, who can I speak to check? I just feel really bad for them.
Yes.
Gary and Susan Bailey are battling to take back control of their rental property from an unscrupulous letting agent.
Yeah, you live in a top floor flat. Yeah,
They put in new locks and persuaded the tenants to sign new contracts directly with them.
Thank you very much, thank you. It's really nice to meet you as well.
Things are very much looking up. Now the tenants have signed with us. We feel pretty confident that they're happy to be with us. And straight away we've done loads of things for them anyway. We've got the internet sorted out for them and other little bits and bobs. They completely believe us.
It feels good to feel like we're starting to get back in control, and in the near future we'll start to get some money back on the property, because obviously we've lost at least 2 months' rent now. This is a huge blow for us.
So far, the Baileys are down around £3,500. But they should start getting some rent in soon.
I'm being more cautious than Gary at the moment. He keeps saying, we've won, we've done it. I'm like, we're not home yet.
We'll have him. We'll get him.
They look good. You can wear them again, can't you? You can wear them to play football in.
Two days later, there's a shocking development involving the letting agent.
Awful. He broke back in. When I got there, he was just there with the police.
As soon as Gary heard about the break-in, he called the police and raced to the property where he met the agent.
Again, he was as cocky as anything. Said, this is my property, I can do what I want with it. The police have basically said it's a civil matter. I could absolutely kill him now. I could absolutely do him some damage. I really could. I kind of want to beat the crap out of him, but at the same time, he's not even worth my effort to do it.
Emotionally and financially, Gary is close to breaking point.
I just don't know what to do next. We can't keep bankrolling this. We can't afford to pay 2 mortgages. It's you know, it's my work is suffering. You know, home life is suffering.
Oh, God.
I can't let him win. He absolutely cannot win this.
With the police unable to do anything, Gary has little choice but to watch helplessly as the agent re-signs each tenant and gets the locks changed yet again, locking Gary out of his own property. To rub salt into the wound, one of the agent's associates tells Gary what he thinks.
There's nothing in the contract that states he's not allowed to do what he's doing.
Listen. That you do not know. No. What's in the contract? Have you seen the contract?
I've seen the contract, yeah.
So why does it say in the contract he can do that?
It doesn't say in the contract that he can't do it. So...
Sorry, who are you again?
Don't worry.
Sorry?
I'm
worried. No, I need to know who you are, because obviously you've seen the contract. No, come on. No, it's not irrelevant. No, it's not irrelevant. You've come in here. Listen.
It's nothing to do with the situation.
No, it has.
I'm trying to help you out. It's like you're almost confused about the agreement.
No, I think you're confused.
How am I confused?
Actually, so who are you again?
I'm your friend.
No, I don't know you. I don't have...
Well, you know me now.
You are not my friend. You obviously are friends with him, aren't you?
No.
You know,
okay,
give it on.
Anyway.
No, I don't care if you had enough of this. I don't give a fuck if you had enough of this. I don't give a shit if you had enough of this.
So what's happening?
You know what I mean?
So what's happening?
What do you mean? What's happening?
Are you threatening me or what's happening?
Well, do you want to be threatened by me?
Alright, cool, man.
No, nothing's cool. Is it?
Cool, man.
Eh? What's cool then? What kind of fucking friend are you?
Oh my goodness.
You wanted to be here, didn't you? Are we still cool then, aren't we?
Who's that?
Not a clue who that is.
All Gary can do is walk away. leaving the letting agent inside the property. But when he gets home, there's more disturbing news.
We got to call 999. There were 3 men standing on our front path, looking up at the house and pointing.
Well, pointing at this house?
They were standing in a row, one at the front door, and then the 2 immediately behind them. Do you think we can get the boys to stay somewhere else? It's just gone beyond. It's gone beyond anything normal. This.
Susan doesn't know who the men are or what they were doing at their home, but fears the visit may have something to do with their dispute with the agent.
My name's Susan Bailey, and I'm appealing to the police for help, please. And they're coming to our home now to threaten us. We need help, please. They came to our personal home, yes, and they were standing by my front door, right outside my front door, on my front path, all 3 of them, all looking up at the house. And when I pulled up in the car, they already slowly walked away from the house, all looking at me. It's clearly escalating, and we need help. Thank you. Bye. I'm just going to make an appointment for another policeman to come round and see us.
Tonight?
It might be tonight, yeah.
In Britain's busiest cities, rents are higher than ever, and affordable accommodation thin on the ground. Some people take advantage, squeezing tenants into overcrowded properties in poor conditions, just so they can reap huge profits. Harrow Council housing officers are on their way to raid a property.
Open the door, please. Harrow Council, open the door.
Neighbours have complained the men living in this property are urinating in the front garden and fly tipping.
And they're going to peek round the curtain. They already did. Did they? Yeah.
The housing officers suspect it's an unlicensed HMO, a house in multiple occupation.
Mattress on the floor, bed.
They just need to get inside and find out what's going on.
Here we go. Morning, we're from Harrow Council. Just like to ask you a few questions about the property, if we may. How many people are in the house? Huh? You don't know. Okay. Let's see your IDs, please.
There's no ID.
You don't have ID? No driving licence? Nothing like that?
Almost every room in the house has been converted into a makeshift bedroom.
And how many people are at the property, to the best of your knowledge?
4 people on room.
4 people in one room. How much rent do you pay?
The officers want to find out exactly who's living here.
We've got 2 mattresses here.
But it's not proving easy.
What is her name? Or name? What is your name, my dear? We'll be out of here. No? Why is she not giving? How many people do you see?
Here?
Yeah.
9 people.
9 people?
Yes.
Okay. Write your name for me here. Here. Sorry, may I take your name, please?
No.
Why you no name? You have your ID?
Huh?
Do you have any ID?
We found another overcrowded property. We've got mattresses in the front rooms. Someone has already left the property and has gone out and locked the other room. We got caught a glimpse of some more mattresses in there.
How many in this room?
Yes, it's me. I don't sleep here. Sleep here. Me.
Okay, and who sleep on this room? 7? 6, 7.
Maybe long guys.
6? You guys don't know each other? No? You don't know who's who?
My friend.
Your friend, okay.
The crowded conditions are one thing, but the officers are also concerned about the potential fire risk.
Extension cables,
everywhere. No fixed heater, fridge in the room, just a tiny room, not good.
Fan heaters everywhere.
Coming from Harrow Council? You have ID?
On the top floor, housing officer Ozzy discovers a man in bed who looks ill.
You had operation, okay. Thank you. You have no job. You have operation. It's not safe for you. Look, electrics are all hanging. I think they brought the extension cable from downstairs. Yeah, there's electric, so they are taking it from down, which is not good. It's not safe at all. Yeah, it's in a really poor state, and the gentleman just had operation, so he's not in a good state.
Exactly how many people live here is still unclear. But Ozzy reckons there are easily more than 10 men, all sharing a kitchen, a shower and a toilet.
The dodgy toilet here, as you can see, it's really messed up. It's got a big hole in there. There's no wash hand basin.
This isn't the first time the officers have investigated this house and warned the landlords about overcrowding. But it's clear there's still a serious problem.
This property is known to us. We've already raided this property. Landlord was like, I don't know who lives here. Oh, I never knew, blah, blah, blah. So it's a difficult one, this one. But we'll get to the bottom of it.
As nothing has improved since their last visit, the housing officers decide it's time to get tough with the landlords. There are many reasons why tenants sometimes fail to pay their rent: unemployment, illness, or debt. But sometimes it's simply because they think they can get away with it. Eviction specialist Paul Champliner is in one of London's wealthiest neighbourhoods. He's here to serve a legal notice on a tenant who owes over £20,000 in missing rent.
Morning, Paul.
How are you?
Very well, how you doing?
Not bad, not bad. You ready for this?
Yeah.
Joining him is Paul Lewis, whose elderly father owns the property. It was Paul who discovered that his dad hasn't received a penny in rent for over 2 years.
So it's over £20,000 now, the rent.
Yes.
It's owing. So what's her excuse?
The original excuse was that the bank never paid it.
The bank?
Yeah. Our bank details have always been the same.
Right.
I believe she stopped the standing order.
Your dad's ill as well, but she knew about that. And
yeah, they actually knew each other, you know.
Right. Okay.
And that's why, you know, he was very fond of her, never put the rent up very much.
She made loads of promises to you and nothing's ever been paid.
Yeah, I'm very surprised. You know, the emails and the texts have been going backwards and forwards, haven't been the most pleasant, to say the least.
Well, let's go and serve her and see what she's got to say for herself.
The tenant, a PR expert who works for some of the world's top luxury brands, is about to get a rude awakening.
Yeah, hi, I got a letter. It's a letter from your landlord for the outstanding rent. You owed over £20,000. You haven't paid for 26 months now rent you haven't paid. It's a Section 8 notice.
The tenant shouts back that she's still in bed and now's not an appropriate time.
Well, I think it is appropriate. You haven't paid the rent for 26 months. The landlord wants possession of the property. He said he's had numerous promises from you. You haven't paid anything.
Not knowing that the landlord's son is standing outside, the tenant claims she's still discussing payment details.
OK, well, you can speak to him now. He's with me now. I'm his legal representative.
It's Paul. Really, there's nothing to be worried about.
At this point, the tenant decides she doesn't want to talk to them anymore.
Yeah, well, not answering. What does that tell you?
OK.
We tried it the nice way. Now we got to do it the legal way.
Right. I'm serving this notice now. When you open it, you'll see, okay, it's been served, and you now have the deadline date on the notice to make payment or vacate the property. You have all different types of tenants that can't pay the rent. You know, you have tenants that fall on hard times, you have tenants that are on housing benefit and the benefit gets stopped, your circumstances change, and then you get tenants that will just out and out just take complete liberties.
She's got a professional job, she earns good money, and she still chooses not to pay her rent.
Disgraceful.
It is disgraceful.
I'm sure she loves living in this area. It's a lovely area, isn't it? Especially rent-free.
Now the Section 8 notice is served, the tenant has a fortnight to pay her £20,000 debt or leave the property. If she doesn't, Paul will need to apply for a possession order, and that will mean yet more time with no rent coming in.
Once we get the possession order, she's going to have 14 days. And if she doesn't leave, then we come back with the bailiffs, which is another 6 weeks. So, you know, all in all, you're in for about 4.5, 5 months, start to finish.
It's quite a while to wait, isn't it?
But
really?
it is.
More than £20,000 down. Paul can only hope he can get his dad's troublesome tenant out quickly. In East London, Gary and Susan Bailey are struggling to get their rental property back from an unscrupulous letting agent. Just when they think things can't get any worse, Gary gets a call from one of the tenants, saying the agent is about to evict him. The tenant, a chef, has come home after a 17-hour shift to find he's been locked out of the house.
Someone's coming.
Where is it? This is not clothes. Yeah? Where is it? Yeah? Why are you wearing my dress? What are you going to do?
Was that him, was it?
Yeah.
The tenant's belongings are in the hallway. Why he's been singled out is unclear, but Gary suspects it's because he re-signed with him and Susan.
So did he give you any indication he was going to do it? Did he say anything, or did he?
Not from him, not from the other guys.
Normally, evicting tenants without warning is illegal. Gary hopes this might be enough for the police to finally arrest the agent.
And he's now in the process of evicting someone. But they're coming, basically. So the police said if he does this, then they're going to arrest him. Yes. 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 This gentleman's been evicted. He's tried to get in. All of his bags are just in now. He hasn't been given any notice, and that's illegal. So
it does sound all very like civil law.
So just
Yeah.
so you're not confident you can do anything because this guy's homeless. I don't know what to say to him because
I'll pop upstairs and have a look, see if I can do anything.
I'm not confident at all. He's not confident himself, so I don't see why I should have any confidence in the situation. It feels like we're going backwards.
The agent has outfoxed them yet again.
Go to that hotel tonight. Yeah, everything. We'll just grab your stuff.
He's managed to avoid any problems with the police by offering to put the evicted tenant up in a hotel for 2 nights.
Who booked the hotel then? He booked it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This idiot is ruining our fucking life.
In 2 days' time, it's likely the evicted tenant will be on the streets.
After 2 nights, I don't think he's going to give a 2 hoots where he's going to be staying. I think I need a good night's sleep now. I think I'm done. It's been, I'd say, one of the worst days of my life.
It's now a month since housing officers from Harrow Council discovered the unlicensed HMO. As well as the overcrowded and dangerous conditions, they're also concerned about the complaints of antisocial behaviour by the tenants.
This property is really problematic. The landlords know there is this problem, but they seem to not do anything about it. So we'll get them to do something about it, by law.
Ozzy is now on her way to serve an official warning to the landlords.
If they still don't do anything about the overcrowding or the antisocial behaviour that's been ongoing in the property, then it could go to either fining them like a great amount of money, or it could go through the prosecution. I don't think the tenants will be leaving. So we've got a problem. Let's serve these notices by hand.
To cover all bases, Ozzy will deliver the legal notice to both the rental property and the landlord's home address.
They're inside. Can you open the door, please? I'm coming from Harrow Council. I know you're inside. Hello?
The notice gives the landlords just 7 days to sort out the overcrowding and the bad behaviour at this property, or they'll face further action.
Okay, then opening the door. So we'll give all these by hand. Okay, so that goes in. So we need this one.
As soon as Ozzy serves the notice to the landlord's home,
then we'll just put that through there.
The 7-day countdown begins. She now has to wait and see what happens.
We're starting the legal procedure from today, and if they don't act on it, it will get more serious and they'll be in big trouble.
Less than a week later, Ozzy's on her way back to the property. It appears the warning notice has had a dramatic effect.
We received a phone call from the landlords to say that all the tenants have vacated apart from 2 tenants.
If what the landlord says is true, it's good news. But to make sure, Ozzy wants to make a full inspection. Waiting for her at the property is a relative of the landlord's.
Hello, guys. Hello. How are you?
Once she's seen inside, Ozzy's satisfied that the men have definitely moved out.
The property smells really bad.
Now we have to do it.
You need to now do it up properly. All right, bye-bye. The whole property is absolutely empty. There's some mattresses on the floor and a few suitcases, but the property is completely empty, which I'm happy about. That's a great result.
The landlords promise that from now on, they'll keep a closer eye on the property, as will Ozzy and her colleagues at Harrow Council.
We'll be monitoring them continuously and making sure that all these problems don't occur again.
For now, though, Ozzy's job here is done. Gary and Susan Bailey are facing financial ruin. They're battling to get their property back from an unscrupulous letting agent.
This whole thing is a mess. Can't see a way out at the moment. Solicitors are saying that it's just going to cost us loads of money, and money that we don't really have. So by the end of this, we're going to be in massive debt. I absolutely don't know now. I absolutely don't know.
It's Paul Champlina. Give me a call back at the office, please, so I can update you on what happened.
Paul Champlina is advising them on the case.
They've got a complete nightmare. It's distressing for them, and they want us, you know, to do the legal work and try and get their property back for them.
Don't know what else we can do after this. This is. We are chucking the kitchen sink at this one.
Paul, along with solicitor Justin, is suggesting a high-stakes move to get the agent out for good.
Tea, thank you.
Just some water, please.
Sure. What about a vodka? You might need it.
The plan? To try and win an injunction, banning the agent from going anywhere near their property. Justin explains the grounds on which they might win.
The first is pure trespass, okay, on the basis that you've never authorised him to be in the property in the first place.
The difficulty for the couple is they signed a contract with the agent.
He could come up with an argument, say they provided me with a tenancy agreement. So we need to overcome that. And so
But Justin thinks he can successfully argue that the Baileys were duped by the misleading website and fake reviews.
The contract was rescinded because of a fraudulent misrepresentation.
Good luck.
We'll get it done.
Speak to you
Thank
soon.
you very much.
Stay well. Take care. Nice meeting you.
Bye.
So far, the Baileys are over $5,000 down in lost rent. The injunction will cost them a further £4,000.
He just does have a contract that we signed, so that, I mean, you know, that is a concern.
The couple will only know if their gamble pays off once they get to court. It's less than a week since Paul Lewis served his father's tenant with a Section 8 notice, demanding she pays the £20,000 she owes or leaves the property.
Well, I received an email stating that she's put £2,000 in my account. We looked online and, yeah, we received the £2,000 from her.
As she still owes his elderly dad over £18,000, Paul could still take her to court, but it's something he's keen to avoid.
She's offering to pay us now £1,000 a month. So let's just see if she sticks to it. If not, it goes to court and it just incurs more costs.
The tenant has also told Paul that she's moving out. He's now on his way to the flat to check she's not bluffing.
If she said she's leaving and she hasn't left, I won't be very happy. There's no noise.
The signs are good.
No, no one's at home. I'm delighted she's not here. Looks a bit tired though, doesn't it? To be honest with you, all it needs is a good decorator to take care of it. Probably change the toilet and shower. This would be a lovely flat for someone. I'm very, very happy that she's gone, because this could have gone on for 3-4 months. You know, I'm just pleased she's left.
Harry, the building's handyman, turns up to change the locks.
It's a bit of a stay, isn't it?
Needs Harry's magic care, that's what it needs. I can bring this back to modern ages, you know. It looks like it's about 100 years old.
Yeah.
Take the lot out and start again.
Yeah, I know.
That's all. That's the quickest way.
OK. You good to do the decorating?
Yeah, of course I am. I like it. You know me.
Yeah.
I like doing this work.
We've known each other a long time.
Long time.
Harry's been doing odd jobs around this property for years and knew the tenant well.
Are you a bit surprised what she's done in the end?
I wouldn't have thought it in a million years that she would have done that.
No, we're all surprised, but...
You know when you said you're evicting someone, and you said, guess who, and I would have thought she's the last one.
That works fine.
Job done, Paul. Sweet as.
Looks fine to me.
See you later.
Bye, Harry.
With the tenant out and the locks changed, Paul can finally re-let the flat. Whether his father will see any of the £18,000 he's owed is another story.
This is a giant step forward. I'm very, very pleased.
It's the day of Susan and Gary's court hearing.
Yeah, good.
Meeting them outside the courthouse is their barrister, Leon Glenister. Today, the couple's main worry is that the letting agent will turn up and challenge the injunction banning him from their property.
We're not expecting it, are we?
I don't know. Play the wild card on that one. I really don't know.
Fingers crossed.
Everything is riding on this case. If it goes against the Baileys, not only do they lose thousands of pounds in rent and legal fees, they will also have little choice but to accept the agent has control of their property for up to 3 years. An hour later, the hearing is over.
At last, yeah, I know, amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah. We didn't actually know.
Yes, there was lots.
Actually, during the conversation with the judges, it just went one way and then another way. We were literally hanging on every word, but yes.
Yes, it finally went in our favour.
So, we're in shock. Oh, you give me a hug, Gary.
An injunction has been granted, meaning the agent will be arrested if he attempts to enter the property.
Can't believe it's nearly the end, isn't it?
Yes.
What's more, they've also won a possession order, allowing them to take back their flat.
There's the injunction, and there's the order for possession.
That's brilliant.
So good, that's amazing, yeah.
Thank you so much, really.
Thanks a lot. Thanks.
I know you're going now, but
Yeah.
No problem. Well done, guys.
Thank you.
So good. Never been so happy to get anything in my whole life.
So, yeah, I don't know if you can notice, we're quite happy. We've got this.
Within minutes of the hearing, the couple race round to their flat and tape up the legal notices. Susan and Gary's nightmare is finally over.
Want to have a chat?
Next time,
You owe us $5.5 grand.
a Kent couple confront a tenant who owes them thousands.
I'm actually fucking livid now.
She's taking the piss. It's the council with the police.
Harrow council officers stumble across a secret brothel.
This is obviously a house of ill repute.
And a landlord from Colchester is pushed to breaking point.
I'd waited 13 years before I could move back to England.
On Britain's streets, a battle is raging.
Don't touch me, son.
Well, I already just did, didn't
Yeah,
I?
don't threaten me.
What are you going to do about it?
over 11 million of us rent.
I wouldn't put anybody in this situation.
Oh, seriously, they're not living in this, are they?
So why should I live like this?
But thousands fall victim to rogue landlords.
There's just water cascading through here.
This is a death trap.
On the other side, there are 2 million private landlords and counting.
I want my house back. I don't give a toss.
I wanted to drag her out of the flat. This is my flat.
I'll never rent again. Too much hassle.
But many face financial ruin at the hands of tenants from hell.
He hasn't had his rent for ages. He's owed
So
20...
what? When are you going to pay me the money?
There's a scam going on here, Donny.
I know.
In this series,
Let's go. Come on, let's go.
we follow the heroes who take slum landlords down.
Paying rent to live in a decent property.
There's so many things wrong, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, somebody touches that, they get electrocuted.
Not acceptable.
And the experts whose job it is to evict nightmare tenants.
Do not push me. Do not push me.
London's overheated rental market sometimes looks like the Wild West. While today's rents are sky high, so too are rent arrears and the number of evictions. Williams is on his way to the buy-to-let that has become a huge headache.
I've never felt this kind of anger. I truly have never felt this kind of anger. It's the kind of anger that you wake up with and immediately it hits you.
When Alex, an actor, inherited some money, he decided to invest it in rental property, hoping it would provide him with some extra income. And when his tenant moved in 2 years ago, at first she seemed fine.
It was pretty good for about a year, and then that's when they started not paying any rent whatsoever.
So far, Alex is owed more than £7,000 in missing rent.
What I wanted to do is drag her out of the flat and say, this is my flat, you can't live here anymore. And also, she's turned into the rudest person I've ever met. When we were last there, she was swearing at us. My girlfriend was crying, she was telling us to and that took me to the point of almost madness.
To rub salt in the wound, Alex has discovered his tenant has been running a business out of the flat.
I looked online and she had, in fact, set up a physiotherapy place in the living room of my property. It's my address there. It's just ridiculous. She's using my flat to get paid £50 an hour and she's not paying her rent. Okay, so here we are. It's a top floor flat.
Alex has asked his tenant to leave, but so far she's ignored him.
My girlfriend and I asked her, why are you doing this? I said, why? Maria was like, why are you doing this? She was actually crying at that point. Maria said, why are you doing this? You're ruining our lives. And she completely coldly looked at us and said, because I don't want to move. I mean, what do you say to that? She doesn't want to move. Maria said, if you just move now, it won't go to court. You can pay us the money back. Don't want to. I don't want to move. She's got this mad entitlement that she thinks that she can just go into someone's house and live there rent-free and ruin their lives and it's not going to come to anything. And that's why I want her to go to court. I want her to go to court and be told, actually, you can't do that.
Alex has a court case scheduled to try and get his tenant evicted, but he has no idea whether he'll be successful. Squatting in a residential property was criminalised in 2012. But savvy squatters know that if they squat a commercial premises, the worst that can happen is the bailiffs turn up, which is why commercial properties are being increasingly targeted, as one Bristol landlord found out to his cost. Eviction lawyer Chris Sharp has a tough job on his hands. He's recently been hired to begin eviction proceedings for a developer who has some unwelcome visitors in his property.
I have to serve some squatters with some court papers, which will let the squatters know that there is a court action pending very soon, and that if they wish, they can attend.
Originally a tram station, Chris's client wants to demolish the building and build 8 new apartments. But the squatters have taken ownership and are refusing to leave.
My client Johnny is now stuck with them. He's got to go through the court process, and hopefully in the next week or so, we'll get them out.
The squatters moved into the building 7 weeks ago, and today Chris is serving papers to let them know they're being evicted. He has no idea how they will react.
Am I going to be met with hostility, or am I going to be met with blanket of silence? We're just looking out for a corner property that's brightly painted. Oh, I think we might have something here. Brightly painted pink elephant. We've got to serve the documents, we've got to put them in prominent places so anybody coming and going from the property can see that there's notices there. If you notice, all the insides of the windows have been blacked out. Nobody wants us to see what's going on.
If the squatters claim they haven't seen the notices, they can use that as an excuse to fight the eviction. So Chris is keen to speak to them face to face.
Will they, won't they come to the door? That's a dog. I just said 1 second. Hello? Hi there, mate. Can you just come to the door a second? I'm here from the landlord group. I'm just here to give you notice of the court hearing. I'm not going to come in, I just want to hand you this piece of paper. Yes, certainly. Hello? Do you want to come out? Do I have a quick chat? I just want to explain to you what the process is. You know the court process? OK, I'll pass you this document.
Chris calls his client, property developer John Morgan.
Hello. Hi, Johnny. Just to let you know, I've served the documents. I've made contact with a couple of people in there. They weren't prepared to come out and give their side or explain to me how many there were of them. But the guys inside know that there's a hearing next week. Yeah. Will they turn up? Your guess is as good as mine.
The court hearing is scheduled for 6 days' time. If the squatters turn up to fight their case, it could be weeks before Chris and his client get them out.
Oh my God.
The scumbags wearing
Oh my God.
Still to come.
The blinds are open and they're usually closed.
Alex is in for a nasty shock.
Hello?
We are here just to do our job.
And Chris clashes with angry protesters at the squat in Bristol.
I don't give a about the owner. Is he sleeping well tonight in a nice warm place? Live with it.
In South London, Alex Williams is on his way to court to try and evict a tenant who is refusing to leave his buy-to-let flat. He's meeting fiancée Maria, and they're hoping the judge will give them an order of possession, allowing them to call the bailiffs in.
I'm just nervous as to what's going to happen. I don't know, I don't understand, I don't know what's going to happen.
On top of all the legal costs, Alex and Maria are paying mortgages on 2 properties, the flat they live in and the buy-to-let. And with no rent money coming in, they're seriously out of pocket.
We are paying court, we are paying mortgage, so it's like, right, we don't even have the money, which is too much.
I want her to realise that she's done something wrong. She doesn't actually realise, I don't think, that what she's doing to people.
If the tenant turns up to make a defence, it could delay the eviction process and cost them even more money. After 45 minutes, the hearing is over.
It happened. It happened. It was the best news we could have hoped for. She didn't turn up. He basically said we're going to seek all the money back, all of the court costs, plus interest on the money that she hasn't paid as well, so everything's covered.
The judge has ordered the tenant to leave within 2 weeks. If she doesn't go in this time, Alex and Maria will have little choice but to send the bailiffs in.
When she's gone, that's when we'll celebrate.
Exactly.
At the moment,
It's all in written and it's...
I just want all of this to be followed up properly. I want her gone.
The time for Alex's tenant to leave has come and gone, and he's now almost £10,000 out of pocket. Today, he's visiting the flat to find out if his tenant has finally left.
After 8 months of not paying, hopefully we'll go there, we'll turn up, and she won't be there. So, the blinds are open, and they're usually closed, so that's hopeful that she might not be there.
By law, Alex can't enter his flat unless he's certain she's gone.
Doesn't look like she's there. Okay, here we go. Hello? Hello?
The tenant seems to have gone, and Alex has his flat back.
Where have the...
But there's a shock in store.
So, that's one of my sofas. That's missing its legs. Where's the other sofa? There were 3 sofas here.
It appears some of his furniture is missing.
That is killer. There was a sofa here, there's a sofa here, there's a sofa here. I also gave them a TV.
It's not just missing furniture that's a problem.
That's broken. Look at that. Have you ever seen anything like that? Why bother? Why have you got the mop bucket out? You've put the mop bucket on top of stuff that needs mopping. There's a hole in this, It's very weird. They've broken a floorboard or something. That is absolutely wow. It's just everything is totaled. Like, why are all of these torn off? Why would you have no door handles? There is always something to be thankful for. That's her motto. It's so nice of her to leave such important messages around. Oh, she's so horrible. What an idiot.
Sorting out the property is going to cost Alex some serious time and money. But his first task is to secure the flat so his tenant can't return.
What happens next is we change the locks immediately and then get someone round to start work on the place. And she left a blender. So it's good. Nice of her.
While the vast majority of Britain's 8 million private tenants are good and honest people, every landlord dreads landing a bad tenant. A tenant who not only fails to pay the rent, but makes their life a misery. Vicky McNaught is heading to the property she owns with her daughter Laura to serve legal papers on her tenant. Now owed more than £3,000 in missing rent, she's desperate to get him and his girlfriend out. 2 months earlier, when the couple first moved in, they seemed perfect.
Everything
everything's stacked up, all their references stacked up. He was in banking, apparently he'd been in Gibraltar. He went to Eton, and they did a very good impression of being in love and wanting and loving the flat. Happy times ahead.
7 weeks later, the second month's rent didn't arrive, so Vicky approached the tenant's girlfriend.
She actually apologised profusely and wrote a cheque, and when we really started to be suspicious is when this cheque bounced.
Vicky's asked Paul Champlina from Landlord Action to help her evict the couple.
I've seen the case notes, there's been bounced cheque, problems with his bank, I've seen all those signs before, and that's what worries me about all this.
He's concerned that Vicky's initial checks on the tenant don't stand up.
We didn't get a previous landlord reference, did we? Do we know where they lived beforehand?
Well, apparently he was living in Gibraltar or something, so that was his excuse for not having any landlord references.
I've got suspicions that there may be a bit something untoward here, and they may have possibly done this before.
Paul wants to inform her tenant they've begun legal proceedings to have the couple kicked out.
Good morning. Hi. I'm serving some eviction notices on you. Okay, it's in respect to the outstanding rent arrears. You owe 2 months' rent arrears.
The tenant's girlfriend has answered the door.
You've given a bounce cheque, so and you are technically liable for the rent.
It's clear she doesn't want to answer Paul's questions today.
That notice is a 14-day notice. If you don't pay up or leave, then we will be issuing court proceedings. And because of you not paying the rent, you're causing a lot of financial distress to the landlord Victoria. Thank you.
Paul served the notice, but if his suspicions are right, getting Vicky's tenants out won't be easy.
A lot of these type of tenants, if I think it's that type of tenants, will just stay there as long as possible.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to prepare for the worst case scenario.
Right.
Unfortunately, you've got to psych yourself up that we're going to have to go to court.
All this couldn't have come at a worse time for Vicky and her family.
Husband's got Parkinson's. You know, he's been in hospital twice in the last month via ambulance in the middle of the night, and you know, it's horrendous stress when you're worrying about finances and also, you know, ill health.
If the tenants don't pay up, it may take up to 2 months to get a court hearing. That's potentially 2 more months without rent for Vicky. In Bristol, Chris Sharp is meeting his client, property developer John Morgan.
Hi John, how you doing? Very well, Chris, how are you?
John owns a derelict tram station which he hopes to turn into 8 new flats. But 2 months ago, squatters moved in. John's hoping the judge will award him immediate possession of his building, but he's worried the squatters may put up a defence.
It wouldn't surprise me if they turn up today trying to buy the sympathy vote from the court.
Yeah.
If that happens, then I'm going to have to put forward arguments as to why that should not make any difference.
Yeah. I'm slightly nervous, slightly apprehensive. You know, as Chris said, we don't know what's going to happen in there, but hopefully we've got a good argument. They shouldn't be in there, so hopefully the judge will see that.
Just as John and Chris walk into court, 2 of the squatters turn up. It looks like they're going to fight the case. An hour later, John and Chris are out.
Good result, got the order. They didn't really argue that we didn't have a case. They were trying to persuade the court to give them more time. No, they've got no right to be there, and that's what you've got to remember. That's the bottom line.
John and Chris have their order of possession, but that doesn't mean the squatters will leave without a fight.
I don't think they're going to just vacate. No, I think they're going to want to stay there. Chris, thanks ever so much for your help.
Pleasure.
Much appreciated. Thank you. Bye-bye.
It's 4 weeks later, and today is the day the squatters are due to be evicted.
The bailiffs are arriving shortly to regain possession of the building, whether that means evicting the squatters or whether they've already gone, I'm not sure. I'm hoping they're not going to be there. They seemed pretty keen to avoid any kind of confrontation with bailiffs. I'm just keen to get the building back, and I guess I'm slightly nervous that I've never done this before, so who knows.
John is meeting Chris at the property ahead of the bailiffs, and he's in for a shock.
Hi John, how you doing?
Morning Chris, how are you?
Have you brought a fan club with you?
The squatters have launched a rooftop protest, and a group of supporters have turned up in force.
There's empty buildings all over Bristol, and people have the right to house themselves. That's the reality of the situation.
Well, I'm slightly surprised, to say the least. I've never seen any of them before. They certainly weren't the people who were at court.
I don't give a about the owner. Is he sleeping well tonight in a nice warm place? Live with it.
We are here just to do our jobs.
As the situation escalates, the local press turn up.
So you're politicising something. We're here doing a job.
Is it not political?
We've got to. Well, we've got to. No,
what you do is not political.
It's legal.
John's brought along a team of builders to secure the property, and they too are in the firing line.
People like you specialise in oppressing the most vulnerable homeless people in society. You should be ashamed of yourselves, and we will resist this.
He's a demolition guy, I don't know why you're talking to him. Oh, the irony is, of course, is that they're protesting that there's empty buildings and they want the buildings occupied, but we've got planning permission to convert this into 8 apartments. It's 8 more units that we're adding to Bristol's property stock. So I was slightly confused by the argument, really, but there we go.
Outnumbered by the protesters, Chris and John take shelter in a local cafe. Chris calls the bailiffs, who still haven't arrived, to find out what's happening.
Wondering on what kind of time we were looking at for you before you got here. They seem to be wanting to make a protest today. Are you driving around again? OK, thank you. Cheers, bye. They've driven by 2 or 3 times, but without the police, he says he knows they will cause an obstruction, which he will not be in a position to move. It needs to be done on a surprise appointment with the police, without giving them notice.
Fine. Yeah, let's do that. This is going to be, you know, anything could happen.
Chris and John will come back in a few days with High Court sheriffs, who by law don't need to give the squatters notice.
Gloves are off now. I think we've got to take a bit more firm action and do exactly what Chris says and arrange a surprise visit, and hopefully next time we won't be met by this hullabaloo.
Still to come.
That's perfect timing.
Vicky gets disturbing news about her tenant.
The police pitched up. They must have been looking for a tenant.
And the Bristol squatters get a rude awakening.
Morning, guys.
In West London, Vicky McNaught is on her way to the buy-to-let she's battling to reclaim from her tenant. Owed more than £7,000, she's been awarded a possession order by the court. The deadline for the tenant to leave was a few days ago, and Vicky's daughter, who co-owns the flat, went to the property and got a nasty shock.
She rang up the doorbell and this girl answered and said, "Who are you?"
The girl claims she's renting the second bedroom for £625 a month in what looks like a subletting scam.
So they've been taking money, but obviously not paid a penny to us. The subtenant, we believe, has moved out.
This evening, Vicky is meeting eviction specialist Paul Champliner to see if the tenant and his girlfriend have also left. If they are still there, Paul won't be able to remove them, and they will have to come back with the bailiffs at a later date.
I believe there's been a development. You found out he'd been subletting or something?
Yeah, for at least 2 months, and I think they'd been subletting before.
Really?
And so that was a bit of a shock for her when she realised it wasn't their flat.
Right. And you spoke to the subtenant?
Yeah, and, you know, it's all a bit nasty and a bit unpleasant.
In another worrying development, Vicky's heard that the police are investigating her tenant about an unrelated matter. Just in case things get difficult, Paul's brought along backup. With the situation so tense, Vicky waits in a cafe while Paul checks whether the tenant is still there.
I hear people in there. Hello? I have keys, but I can't let myself in legally. But I can hear people in there. A bit frustrating. Yeah, the lights are on and the curtains are drawn. If this guy has done this before, he'll sit it out as long as he can.
It seems the tenant and his girlfriend may still be in the flat. Just then, in a dramatic twist, the police arrive.
That's perfect timing. Now, we're going to nick him. What we just watched. There's obviously other business what's going on. It's nothing related to our case. So I presume it might be the tenant. Who knows? The plot thickens.
Paul calls Vicky in the cafe.
There was definitely someone in the property. We could hear them. I was banging on the door a few times.
They were there, were they?
Yeah, they were definitely there. We heard voices. The story unfolds. Just after I came out, about a couple of minutes after, the police pitched up. Two police, a police van and a police car, and they went into the premises. So,
really?
Yeah, quite incidental. But I think they must have been looking for the tenant.
It's hard for Paul and Vicky to know what exactly is happening with her tenant. All they can do now is call in the bailiffs to have him evicted. It's been 4 weeks since Chris Sharp was forced to abandon his attempt to evict a group of squatters from a tram station in Bristol. Chris and the bailiffs were outmanoeuvred by the squatters and a group of protesters supporting them.
All it's delayed the inevitable. We will get them out. But there'll be no softly this time. We're having that property back. We've got a court order. They're in breach of the court order.
This time, Chris has called in a team of High Court sheriffs, and they're planning a military-style operation to kick the squatters out.
What the squatters actually said was, if we do evict them, could we do it after 9 o'clock? Because obviously they wanted the beauty sleep.
Chris and the team are going in early, hoping to catch the squatters by surprise and in bed.
There's no giving them a warning saying that we're coming round in 10 minutes' time. Not knocking on the door, but if necessary, knocking the door down.
Chris meets the High Court sheriffs around the corner from the property.
Mark, how you doing?
All right, Chris. Yeah, good.
Good journey down here?
Yeah.
It
was,
You're Jack, yeah?
You're right, Jack.
Nice to meet you, Jack. John, how are you?
Chris, all right?
Oh, very good, thank you. This is Mark, who's the leader of the sheriffs this morning.
Chris's client, developer John Morgan, is hoping that after a tough 12-week battle, he'll finally get his property back.
It's the last thing I want to be doing at this time in the morning, I can tell you. But, you know, and it feels a bit heavy-handed, but unfortunately we've got a building we need to gain back control of.
This is Mark, who's in charge of operations this morning.
Joining the sheriffs, John has brought along a team of demolition men to help break in and secure the building.
All set?
I'll do everything you says, boss.
My team and you will go up there together, yeah?
High Court Sheriff Mark briefs the team to make sure they have a clear plan of action.
We'll get that door open as quick as possible, or get us access in there as quick as possible.
I'll just smash the door in there with a sledge.
Okay, all right.
You're all right.
I believe last time they accessed the roof.
Yeah.
Right, so we need to know where that access.
We've got a ladder, so I was going to put 3 guys on the roof to stop them coming out of the Velux windows.
Chris and the team must enter and take control of the building fast before the squatters wake up and call in reinforcements. One team secures the roof, while another team attempt to break down the front door.
Listen, yeah, don't let anybody on that roof, yeah?
So we've got guys on the roof making sure that they can't get out of the windows there, because if they get onto the roof, then we've got a really difficult job.
It quickly becomes clear the squatters plan to fight the eviction. They have heavily barricaded the door from the inside.
Hard work by the look of it. I don't quite know how they've managed to barricade themselves in quite so well.
This is like Fort Knox.
Getting in through the barricaded door is proving tough, so the team switch tactics and decide to try a skylight on the roof.
So you can step in from that window, can you?
Just watch yourself. Why is it
They're in.
Go, you all right? Let's go. Hold it. Let's get down there.
The building is on 2 floors with 3 rooms, but the sheriffs believe the squatters have locked themselves in on the ground floor.
Morning. Postman.
Right, you take stuff up. You leave as quick as possible. Okay?
Morning, guys.
The squatters are given time to collect their belongings.
Just get on with it, mate, yeah? You've got to give them a chance to get this stuff, haven't you? You know, because if they've got what they want, then we've got no reason to try and get back in.
Can you get more?
But it's a tense situation.
Don't think she's very happy. Must be. Right, he's early.
Right. Yeah, okay. Right, grab your stuff. You've got 2 minutes.
Do not push me. Do not push me.
What are you going to do? Open the door. Okay, we're going on, mate.
Do not push me. On you go.
If you carry on doing all that sort of stuff, then we're going to get you out even quicker, okay? So just keep it all calm, keep it relaxed, and keep doing it as quick as possible.
For the past 12 weeks, the squatters have been using the building's utilities, all at property developer John's expense.
We've got all the essentials. Food, heat, water, PlayStation.
Get the out of my face, yeah? I'm in my home, get out. Get out.
As John seems to be the butt of the squatters' anger, he's staying outside to avoid any confrontation.
They clearly think they've got some divine right to be there, so they were always going to be difficult to eject. They certainly weren't going to leave voluntarily, so they kind of forced us into this kind of action.
They're dragging their feet a bit now.
You've got 2 minutes now, or you're going to be removed.
It's now half an hour since the team broke in, and it looks like the squatters may be planning something.
Yo, can you help me get the fairy lights down quickly?
No re-entry. Sorry, lovely.
Could someone give me a hand? I just want to get the fairy lights.
The eviction is almost complete, but Mark notices that one of the squatters is missing.
Where's that spot? Let's get this one out.
Despite the team's attempts to secure the roof, one of the squatters has managed to outfox them and clamber out.
It's right up on the top there.
Yeah, a few of the squatters' friends are now turning up.
Making matters worse, it looks like the squatters have called in reinforcements. Inside the building, Mark's patience is running thin.
I'm getting the fairy lights.
Out.
Don't touch me! Boots!
Thank you.
Fairy lights, nice man. Nice man that helped me.
Get out.
Can I get my table? Get the fairy lights!
With a protester on the roof, what was meant to be a short, sharp eviction is in danger of becoming a long, drawn-out battle.
Sophie will know. All right.
In West London, Vicky McNaught had been fighting to evict her tenant, who owed her £8,000. After learning he was wanted for questioning by the police about an unrelated case, the tenant and his girlfriend did a runner. And finally, Vicky has her flat back.
So since I spoke to Paul and I heard about the police were here, that night all kicked off. The police came and they tried to get into the property and they wouldn't answer. And between the space of the police coming back again, they went off in a car with some bags.
As they had left with their possessions, Vicky could legally enter the property.
The police basically gave us the green light to change the locks. We've since learned that he's wanted for questioning by CID, which I think is actually quite serious. I think the police were key to him moving out that night.
Vicky's also discovered one of her tenant's references were fake.
It was done on some sort of headed paper, but it's completely and utterly fraudulent.
6 months of stress and more than £8,000 lost has taken its toll on Vicky.
It's been a complete, utter roller coaster. Been out here about 4 days on the trot, getting it scrubbed cleaned. Absolute nightmare, but it's finally ours.
Vicky is now considering getting rid of her flat altogether.
I just feel that, is it worth keeping? And probably the answer is no.
Still to come,
You should just piss off.
the Bristol squatters mount one last stand.
Go on then, go get one. You ingrate rooting hog.
In Bristol, Chris Sharp and the High Court Sheriff's attempt to evict squatters from the old tram station has gone awry.
Are you coming down or what?
And turned into a rooftop protest.
You've got the guy up there on the roof. It's causing a bit of a problem. He's having his 15 minutes.
The sheriffs aren't permitted to go on the roof to remove him, which leaves Chris's client, John, in a stalemate situation.
Yeah, not quite sure what this means, but I mean, look, at the end of the day, we've got access to the building now.
To make matters worse, there's a group of angry protesters gathering outside.
Just go away. It's their home. They lived there. You should just piss off.
Baseball bat.
Go on then, go get one.
You ingrate.
Go get one.
You ingrate
Go and get
dog.
one.
You.
Go and get one.
You ingrate rooting hog.
Go and get one.
As the situation worsens, Head Sheriff Mark calls the police.
I'll phone the old Bill. They'll come down and hopefully they'll talk him down.
The inside of the building is now free from squatters, so the coast is clear for John to go in and assess the damage.
They certainly haven't been looking after the place, have they? A load of mess, a load of rubbish, graffiti all over the place, most of it not very pleasant. Much as they're pointing the finger at us and claiming to sort of have some sort of moral high ground, I would argue differently.
Outside, the police arrive on the scene.
One of them scooted up and got up on the roof. They are obstructing officers of the court, so it is an arrestable offence.
Mark's hoping the threat of arrest will shock the protesters into coming down.
Hello? You all right? Can we just have a quick chat on the roof a minute? You're not going to talk to me?
But the squatter is standing his ground.
How long have you been here?
Since 7.
Chris and the sheriffs suggest a new tactic. board up the entire building and leave the squatter to come down when he's ready. But before that, they're giving him one last chance.
Give them the option. Look, there's a ladder here now that we've put here for you. Do you want to get off the roof this way?
This window is going to be open for 15 minutes.
He heard what I said.
To make sure the squatters don't return, John's team make the building as uninviting as possible.
You won't be able to use that now.
Some of the squatters leave with their belongings, and Mark offers the last squatter standing one final chance to climb down.
Right, this is being shut now. This is your last opportunity to come down this way, yeah? Yes, no? Thank you.
Right.
His response was, I'm going to have to turn you down.
I heard him, really.
Just lock it all down and that'll be it. He'll just be stuck on a roof.
It takes John's team over 3 hours to board up all the doors and windows. Outside, the squatter found another way off the roof, and after a 6-hour protest, he has now left. It's been a very difficult few months for John, but he's determined to carry on with his plans.
All we want to do is just get on with our jobs, and that is to create actual homes for people, not just sort of pay for squatters to live here rent-free.
More than 2 months have passed since Alex Williams finally evicted his tenant, who had racked up a hefty £8,000 in unpaid rent.
This way, come on.
After discovering his property in a terrible state, he spent 2 months refurbishing and redecorating.
We've lost £15,000 throughout all this process. It's not a small amount of money, is it? It can go from being, this is the thing with these, being a landlord, you can go from earning really nicely, or, covering your mortgage and having a little bit of extra, to suddenly spending all of your savings. So, you've got to be wary when you're doing this.
Since the eviction, Alex and his fiancée Maria have had to roll up their sleeves and get busy.
Basically, throughout the whole flat, as you can tell, it's been painted. That's the main thing. Everything's been painted, stripped back.
Despite his nightmarish experience, Alex is not about to throw in the towel just yet. He's planning on renting the flat out again, only this time he's determined to get the right tenant in.
It's not rented out quite yet. Because we're being ridiculously picky, it's just about finding that right tenant. Bessie, in, go on, in. Silly boy. Watch your face. Good boy.
Next time...
Oh, boy. Look, that's nasty.
The Harrow enforcement team tackle a suspect landlord.
This is really bad.
This is not safe. It's a fire hazard.
Paul Champliner investigates a subletting scam.
Excuse me, can you stop recording?
He's not going to get away with it.
And a landlady in Doncaster faces financial disaster.
I'm not happy at all. This man has just ruined everything.
In Nightmare Tenants Slum Landlords, we unearth stories of people whose homes were a misery.
You are not stepping foot inside my house. There's a bloody chicken bone in the corner of the room.
From the renters at the mercy of rogue landlords...
This is really, really bad.
I just don't feel safe here.
...to the landlords facing financial ruin from terrible tenants.
Cat urine, faeces, disgraceful. I feel violated, that's how I feel.
In this episode, we revisit some of the most extreme stories.
No point start having a hop at me, darling.
Yeah, come out my face.
You're a nasty, unpleasant little lady.
We find out what happened next.
You owe now over 30,000.
I will never forget that somebody could do that.
And the lessons learned by both landlords...
I'm so angry, I'll probably punch her or something.
If I don't see him for the rest of my life, I'll be happy.
...and tenants.
I don't want anything to do with him.
As they went through hell...
I just really want to tell him how much this has ruined my life.
You're making me cry.
...for their home.
Somebody that lives like this is just scum.
The number of tenants falling into rent arrears has doubled in the last 6 years. For a landlord, when those tenants are also living in your old family home, it's a whole lot worse, as one West Yorkshireman found out. Back in October 2015, Craig Thornton, a factory worker, was visiting the house that he'd been renting out. It had been in his family for 3 generations. Craig inherited the house when his granddad died 2 years ago.
It's where my grandma and granddad lived, and I lived with them. I'm emotionally attached to it. It's not just a property, it's my grandma and granddad's still. I still call it grandma and granddad's. I don't call it my house, it's still theirs.
Craig was a very likeable guy from the outset. He was a local lad, so I felt I had a bit of a connection with Craig in that respect. So I was really wanting to help this guy.
For Craig, getting a tenant who would look after the property was vital.
This is back.
So Craig chose to rent the house to someone he thought he could trust. A man who used to work with his mum in the local chip shop.
He told my mum that he needed somewhere to live, so my mum said, oh, well, I'll have a word with our Craig. So I said, yeah, why not?
The first sign of trouble came when the neighbours complained about the tenant's cats.
I noticed that it was smelling a bit, and I just said, look, get it tidied, and he said he would, and then he obviously hasn't.
After 3 months, things took a more serious turn when the tenant lost his job and stopped paying the rent. £1,800 down, Craig called in Chris Sharp from the landlord group for help.
Craig was very emotionally attached to this property because he was talking about a property that used to be his nana and granddad's, and he was very close to his nana and granddad, and they're no longer with us. He was quite personally offended by the fact that these people who were in this property, they were disrespecting his nana and granddad's memory.
Chris and Craig went to court, attempting to gain a possession order to start the eviction process. But Craig discovered the tenants were going to fight it by complaining about damp and the state of the property.
We know it's nonsense because what he's complaining about, you actually fixed at the outset.
Yeah.
You were doing the pointing, weren't you?
Yeah, and the scaffolding was still up when he moved in.
Yeah.
So that's proof that it's been done.
Yeah.
So it's just a joke.
I will do what I can to get the order today.
Hopefully.
It was make or break for Craig. If the judge believed the tenant and adjourned the case, it may have taken another 6 months before he got his house back.
Try not to worry, Craig. Fingers crossed, and let's see what we can do.
Just a few minutes later, and the hearing was over.
Got the order for possession. Brilliant.
The relief is, well, I can't describe it. I really can't describe it. I'm going to phone Mrs. and then I think I'm off for a pint. I'll ring her now. 14-day possession order. Don't swear. Don't swear. But he didn't even turn up. He didn't turn up. You're making me cry. Oh. Ah, bloody hell. So yeah, it's a big relief.
When we got the court order, that is a beautiful moment, not as a lawyer, but as a person, because in that one moment, it crystallised just what that property meant to Craig. It wasn't bricks and mortar. This was his memory of his nana and granddad coming back to him and all the years he had spent in that house with them, being brought up. It was fantastic.
See you, mate. Told you, okay. Thank God for that. So I just can't wait to get them out.
Craig could only hope that the tenants would now leave quickly and quietly. Otherwise, he had one more hurdle to overcome. He'd have to pay bailiffs to throw them out.
If they don't move out, will you instruct the bailiffs? Yes.
Most landlord-tenant relationships start well enough. But when things turn sour, the already stressful process of eviction can become incredibly difficult. Back in December of 2015, landlady Cindy Senarin and her partner Clive had spent 2 years battling with their tenant Francisca, who hadn't been paying the rent. It was a bitter pill, because when she first moved in, Cindy had high hopes.
I said yes because I met her personally. She was charming, I fell in love with the little girl, and when I was supposed to collect the rent, no money. We started chasing her boss, her guarantor, and eventually he started paying for her. God knows how she paid him back.
When the tenant Francisca became almost £3,000 in arrears, Cindy reluctantly took her to court and was awarded possession of the property. This was the day she was finally due to be evicted.
Finally get this tenant out.
I knew Cindy was really angry because she'd lived in the property, and then she has a tenant, in her eyes, the tenant from hell, not paying, not keeping the property up to a good standard. So, yeah, she was fuming.
The bailiffs and the locksmith were already on the scene. And the eviction was underway.
Bailiff.
Hello.
We've already got the keys.
Oh.
You're...
Cindy.
What she's doing now, got this up packed, so basically to wait and go until the van comes. But she said, do you want way out here, save any confrontation. You change the locks if you want, it's all yours then. All right?
Yeah. Nice to meet you, thank you.
Good luck. Thank you.
I'm shocked that she's going so easily. I thought she was going to put up a fight.
Cindy's relationship with her tenant started well, but had now completely broken down. She didn't realise that Francisca's older children would also start living in the property.
She threw me out and slammed the door, denying 4 people wasn't living there. How can you lie your way through and not pay your rent? I'm so angry, I'll probably punch her or something.
Hi.
Hello, Paul.
How are you?
Nice.
Paul arrived to take over the eviction from the bailiffs.
The tenants have all gone?
No, she's in there, she's packing up, yeah.
Right.
The tenant had asked a friend for some help with the move.
She doesn't want me to go in because of...
You stay outside. Turning up an eviction is hard because however way you look at it, emotions are going to get excited from... I'm getting it in the ear from the landlord, and of course you've got the tenants. Hello?
Hello.
All right, do you know how long it's going to be?
I'm still waiting for the van, they're on the way, but there's nothing traffic.
All right, because obviously the time has passed now. We're happy to wait out here for another 10 more minutes, all right? Okay. Cindy?
Yeah.
She said that the van's on its way. The problem is she hasn't even packed a lot of stuff.
Totally.
I mean, if she hasn't paid, if it's all last minute...
I mean, she knew it was going to happen today. She should have been...
I mean,
boxes should have been outside by now.
Oh, is the van here now?
I need to pick it up.
Need to pick it up?
It's only down the road.
But the van was supposed to be here an hour ago. It was only 10 minutes away.
Is that her son?
Yeah, that's the eldest son, who's not supposed to be living here.
Should have been done last night.
I can't say it enough, this is what she is. She just puts you off and puts you off and puts you off.
But then Paul got a call, out of the blue, questioning the legality of the eviction.
Yeah, hello, my name's Paul Champlina from... Pardon? What council are you from? OK, so how can we know that who you are if you're not telling us that you're from the council? We're in control of the property, the eviction has taken place. OK. You've got a right to tell us what council you're from and what housing office you're from. OK, and what's your name? Just bear with me 2 seconds, please.
What's the name on there?
Paul thought the call may be a ruse.
The guy wouldn't give his details, but then he said he was supposedly from Redbridge Council, wouldn't give me his name. Could be a friend of hers for all that I know.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Then tempers began to fray.
Just on the effort.
OK, don't worry.
But she knows she's got to go. She knows she's got to go.
But Cindy, you just move back. Don't worry. You have to be able to deal with people. You're a diplomat. You're piggy in the middle. I'm acting for the landlord, not for the tenant. My aim is to get the property back, but being mindful that it's a family. So it's a real juggling act.
You're the rudest person I've ever met. Don't lie.
I'm working, I'm paying my mortgage, I'm paying my bills.
Yeah, let's go in there.
The tenant should have been out by now, so Paul and Darryl tried to hurry the eviction along.
How are you getting on with the van?
The van is running behind.
OK, let me just tell you the process of where you're at. We're going to give you an hour.
Okay.
Whether you move your stuff or whatever, the property will be locked.
Yeah, that's fine.
Are you OK with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
OK, thank you very much. So this is what we're going to do. I've given them until 11 o'clock, because I don't have to leave and leave you here.
Yeah,
You understand what I'm saying
I'll
about
go and kill her. She's stringing this out to upset me. I'm infuriated. It's not fair.
Two weeks had passed since Craig Thornton won a possession order for his rental property, and the day had arrived when his tenants were due to move out.
I'm angry. I've been down this morning and had a look, and light in the kitchen were on, and I've spoke to the next door neighbour and he says they're still there. Yeah, they're still here, aren't they?
Although they owed £1,800 in unpaid rent, to rub salt in the wound, the tenants were now complaining about faulty electrics.
I explained to Craig in no uncertain terms that if he goes to the property, he cannot lose his temper. He has to keep it together. He cannot do anything which might jeopardise his chance of getting that property back.
You can knock on the door and just say that you've come to the socket and light switch.
Legally, Craig still had to make and pay for repairs, so had arranged for his friend Kyle, an electrician, to take a look.
Hello.
Hi, Peter.
Hi. Got some repair work, some sockets and switches what need repairing.
Oh, okay.
They come in and do them.
Gotcha.
Right. You get me chocolate out of one.
Yeah, no problem.
For Craig, it wasn't just about the unpaid rent. The house used to belong to his grandparents, and this was personal. His relationship with the tenant, Peter Watts, had completely broken down.
That's Peter.
But Craig knew only too well, losing his temper could affect his case.
I'm not speaking to him. I can't be incriminated.
The way Craig reacted there, it clearly wasn't easy for him. There's all that attachment to that property. You could cut the tension with a knife, but I think he did a great job.
No, I'll stay here, mate. Cellar light switch.
In here?
Yeah.
Peter, the tenant, shared the house with his brother and his mother Mary. Craig wanted to know why they hadn't moved out today, as the court had ordered.
You not had a possession order from court?
Nope.
Right.
Nothing.
Right.
And legally, until I get that, I don't have to move.
I went to court on first, and I got a possession order, so
Well,
that's today.
Unfortunately, we couldn't go on the first because we was actually looking at another property,
Right.
which we've got.
Now I'm angry.
While Craig got some much-needed air, tenants Peter and Mary were keen to give their side of the story.
So
I'm not going to disagree with the fact that I owe rent, which is fair enough. But I'm not. But I've been told that I don't have to move out until I get formal bailiffs for it, and I've not received that.
Peter was working originally and is become unemployed. Obviously, we can't afford the rent. The neighbours do not like cats. So what can I do?
They haven't got out, so I'm going to instruct bailiffs either tomorrow or Monday, latest Monday.
You're never normally an angry person, really, are you?
Not really, no. We'll go for a pint. Yeah. I smelt inside. What would it like, Kyle? Nasty.
In Chigwell, Essex, eviction specialist Paul Champliner was helping landlord Cindy Scenerine evict tenants who owed almost £3,000 in unpaid rent.
I mean, she knew it was going to happen today. She should have been, boxes should have been outside by now.
It was hours past the time the tenants were meant to leave and tensions were running high.
Okay. You hold back, you guys. Hi, Francesca. You ready to go now?
Had a van booked, then it broke down. We have to find another one within half an hour.
You haven't packed half of the boxes, and we're waiting and waiting and waiting, right? I gave you 1 hour deadline, right? That's past now. What I'm saying to you now...
No job, no house.
Okay.
And now you're trying to make me up. Someone is coming with a bag.
I know you're distressed, but at 11:30, I have to turn the lock to the door.
You're turning the family.
This has been going on for 11:30. That's fine.
I quit my job because I'm
11:30. Just start moving the stuff down.
Would you like to help them, please?
Well, hold on a second. I'm not a removal guy. You could have done this a lot earlier, right?
For months.
She's known for months. The notice was served in March.
A woman can do all this on her own.
Start moving everything out. The more stuff you move out, we're wasting time talking. Start moving stuff out. Right, 11:30.
You need to be outside.
Okay. Okay, I've given her another half an hour.
I'm sorry, I physically cannot carry those boxes.
Okay.
I'm not concerned, so I don't know what we're going to do.
Okay, I'm happy to do that, but you know what? There's no point in starting having a pop at me, darling.
All part of the service.
In this case, she wanted to move the whole flat out in the course of an hour. And, you know, you've got bailiffs that have got 5, 10, 15 appointments in one day. They only give you 15, 20-minute slots, and then they've got to move on. And Dale and myself ended up being removal men. So wind up, listen.
We've expanded the business into a removal firm at the same time.
How are you getting on with the van?
This is, yeah.
Okay.
This is just unbelievable, isn't it? It was 4 people in there, wasn't there, with all that stuff?
So I'm going to have to ask you guys to move now, if you don't mind, please. Thank you. Guys, we need to go in now, yeah? Do you want to come out? Thank you. Okay, are we good to go? It was difficult. Yes, she's going to get her property back, but of course she is evicting a family, and the tenant is in front of her crying. So yeah, of course it's going to affect her.
It's not very nice what's been done now. Even I am feeling sorry for her, whilst I'm angry.
Cindy, do you want to come in? Cindy, come with me. Okay. Thank you.
And I'll tidy up when I come on Monday as well.
You don't need to do that. Don't need to. Just move the stuff.
Because I want to leave the house the way I found it.
That's fine. Okay. Well, we can sort that out. But the main thing is you get your stuff and you pick the rest of the stuff up. Okay.
I'm moving out. Done.
Cindy, do you want to come in?
Okay, I just need to go in and check. Excuse me, darling.
Dad will come in, please.
Cindy finally had her property back, but there was a shock in store.
Look at the state she's left it in. Plates, breakfast stuff. It's not even washed up. This is all broken and stuff. That one's mine.
And this one?
That's broken. This is just not right. Let's see. Oh, God. I'm just upset that, you know, it had to come to this. I actually feel really sorry for her. I feel sorry for the kids. I'm really, really disheartened it's come to this. But I'm affected equally. I'm not a charity. I have to work to pay my bills, and I gave her ample time. I just need my property back.
It's been over a year since Cindy evicted her troublesome tenant.
I felt so relieved to get it back. I was so happy once the tenant was gone.
But despite getting her home back, the story didn't end there.
It's been 14 months now she's gone, and every week I get a pile of letters, and they're all bills dating back to when she first moved in the property in December. I got a letter from the bailiff saying that I owed this money. And I'm getting letters and calls, and I feel like I'm a criminal.
Cindy is returning to the property that caused her so much grief.
After the eviction, I was so confused. I was angry, I was sad. Emotionally, I was a wreck.
Despite her bad experience, she decided to rent out her property once more.
I've got a couple who are really reliable, so I'm really, really chuffed. It's coming up to a year now, and I'm still happy. I know it will be looked after properly. I know they're taking care of it. And they're happy. The most important thing is they're as happy as I was in here.
Renting out a second property can seem like an easy way to make a bit of extra cash. But as one man found out back in April 2015, there's a new breed of savvy renters who know how to play the system and can bring a first-time landlord to their knees. In Hemel Hempstead, Terry Sarton, a bus driver and first-time landlord, was on his way to the house he'd rented out for the last year. His tenant had barely paid a penny in rent for over 8 months. And with legal costs, Terry was almost £8,000 out of pocket.
Clued up tenants that have done this before, they will play on a landlord's good nature and naivety.
There's no cars. She's not there.
He'd been trying to get his tenant out of his house for over 6 months, but it was now the day she was finally being evicted. The locksmith and High Court enforcement officer arrived.
You let me have the key. Okay. If you stand back for a minute. Give it a lock.
This has been going on now for 7 months, really. We've been getting to the stage where I wouldn't be able to keep paying the mortgage. A little bit nervous as to what I'm going to find once I get myself through the front door.
Right, there's no one in there, but there's still stuff in there.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Bye.
This used to be Terry's home until he moved in with his partner 18 months before. Although it was now legally back in his hands, his nightmare wasn't over yet. Terry knew by law he had to allow his tenant, Sophia, to collect her belongings.
Sophia, you're being evicted this morning. No, you're being evicted now. I've got... everything is in order. I've done everything by the book. Sophia, I'm giving you the opportunity now to come back and get whatever you need. Well, OK, you get in touch with the courts. OK, that's it. All right, OK, Sophia, all right, bye. Oh, she's hung up anyway. I'm going in.
Including legal fees, Terry was £8,000 down. But after months of anguish, at least he could finally enter his own home.
Everything is just messy. You can see some nasty stains on the walls. It's all here as well. It looks like tea. I don't know. That's all broken. And we have a drawer missing. This is the back gate. It's frustrating that the house is full of her belongings. I was hoping that it was going to be empty.
There is a lot of scenarios where tenants will leave a lot of their belongings or stuff and they won't come back.
Terry was following the letter of the law, but his tenant, Sophia, knew her rights and wasn't going quietly.
Oh, I have a message from Sophia. No documentation has been made via the courts instructing me of a date to move out of the property. So therefore, I have no alternative to go to the courts this afternoon. I get the gist of it. I think she's going to come back here expecting to be able to get in. She will see notices on the window. Whether she will take any notice of that or not, I don't know. Whether she will attempt to break in, I don't know. If she does, then I will call the police and she will be presumably arrested for breaking and entering.
In Yorkshire, Craig Thornton had been battling to get his grandparents' old home back from his tenants. Finally, after 5 months of unpaid rent and a court order granting him possession, there was good news.
Come on, down you go. Down your way.
The tenants had found a new house and were on the move.
They're about all falling out, mate. Yeah, but what about you? I'm all right.
It's a council property that we've got. Yes, the council property. Where we're going.
Good boy. Good boy. Craig had a perfect storm of awkward circumstances. He was unlucky that this particular tenant, recommended from a friend of his mother's. Why would you suspect they'd turn wrong?
The relationship between Craig and his tenant, Peter Watts, had broken down completely.
I don't want anything to do with him. I don't want to do anything to him because I'm scared I might lose my rag with him and I don't want to do that. So.
Just tell him anything that's left he can dispose of as he sees fit.
Bye-bye.
Craig got word his tenants had finally left.
Yeah, right, nice one.
And arrived to check on the property.
Horrible smell.
Oh, fucking hell. Dirty, horrible. Oh.
I've been down cleaner sewers.
Well, I'm going to have to brave it. Cat crap everywhere. And...
There was cat litter everywhere. It looked like they'd just used the place as a dumping ground. Hard times or not, there's no excuse for that.
Smells like they've been weaning here.
What they left all this for?
I don't want it. I ain't touching that. I'm not touching sheets. Not that I don't even want to touch bloody handles on the door without any gloves. How can people live like... I just don't understand it. Pigs live better. Oh, God, it stinks. Bins. Ah, fucking hell.
Including unpaid rent and legal fees, Craig was down nearly £3,000. Money that he was very unlikely to see again.
Thought I were helping somebody and this is what can happen. Done for today.
A week had passed since Craig Thornton got his property back.
It just stinks of cat wee. Oh, you got short straw with that then. Progress is good. I can actually go in house without dripping now.
After half a dozen trips to the tip and with the help of a friend with a van, the house was finally empty.
Yeah, it's a lot better. Just needs a good sweep up. A massive disinfectant. And that's ground in cat poo. I found that in bedroom as well.
After weeks working on the house, the clear-up was almost done.
No cat shit and piss and chicken bones. This has been washed about 3 times. My mum were on her hands and knees with bleach and stuff, and the stains still won't come out. Bless her.
It's been an upsetting and unsettling experience for Craig, but it was even worse for his dad.
My dad didn't like coming over. It made him quite upset. Whoa. Ooh, that's not good. Just give us a minute.
Craig finally came to a momentous decision. He couldn't face renting the property out again and decided to put it on the market.
I can't trust somebody to move in. So that's the bottom line of it. No matter who it was, there'd always be doubt in my mind, are they going to leave it like them? So I need to sell it. It's as simple as that.
The tenant, Mr. Watts, claimed there was a damp problem in the property and that he'd shown Mr. Thornton photographs. He also claimed that Mr. Thornton had failed to fix the lights when asked, and that the property did not smell of cats. It's now been more than half a year since Craig decided to sell his grandparents' old house. A big decision, given the emotional significance of the property.
It's been in family for years. It were all an emotional time, to be honest, because obviously going to court and there could have been every chance that the judge had gone in their favour, not in mine, so it was just full emotion coming out, to be honest.
However, as yet Craig hasn't been able to sell the house, so has been reluctantly forced to start renting it out again.
New tenants in, because they haven't sold it yet, so I just had to get new tenants in, and luckily they're nice and clean and tidy, and they're looking after it, and the most important one, they're paying.
Despite his experience, Craig's once again rented it out to people he already knows.
I know these ones as well, but I've known her for a long time. I know that they'll look after it like the others should have done.
Craig needs this to go well. He can't afford another disaster like last time.
They never paid me a penny that they owed me. I lost in total, with court fees and solicitors, it was £5,000 in total. I might as well just say, there you go, you've had me over and there's nothing I can do about it.
After vacating Craig's house, Mary found a council property where she now lives with her son Chris, her other son Peter having moved in with his girlfriend.
Here, get that down there. There you are. The last time he saw us, since then we got offered this property and we've basically been very happy here ever since. I prefer this one. It is well maintained, the council will maintain the property.
But it's not just Mary and her son that approve of the new place.
Oh, come here. She's a little scamp.
Well, this one is Sooty. We've only had him a week. We got him last Tuesday. And he seems to have settled in very nicely at the moment. He going to be famous, Sutty.
He is.
We've not had any complaints from any of the neighbours. Not one neighbour's complained.
Nope.
But then again, some of the neighbours have cats and some of them have dogs as well.
For Mary, the whole ordeal at Craig's property had serious consequences.
The thing is, I got a lot of health problems as it is anyway. I went on a downward spiral very, very, very quickly. As soon as we moved out, it was a relief, and since then my health just seemed to be not as bad as it was. We have no contact with Mr. Craig Thornton, and we don't want any contact with him. We don't want him to know where we've moved to or anything. Yes, I do feel bad. It would have been nice if we could have remained friends.
Unfortunately, that seems unlikely at this point.
If I don't see him for the rest of my life, I'll be happy. And I suspect they don't want to see me, considering they owe me a load of money. I'm much happier that the new tenants are looking after it. As a landlord, that's all you want, really, and to pay and to look after it.
He was absolutely delighted, and I couldn't have been more happy for him. I was absolutely over the moon for him.
If it carries on like it is, I think I'll keep hold of it and see how we go.
In Hemel Hempstead, bus driver Terry Sartin had served an eviction notice on his problem tenant, Sophia. She was nowhere to be found at the time, and having gained possession with a High Court sheriff, Terry changed the locks. But just as he was about to leave, the tenant Sophia arrived. Terry knew he had to allow her to collect her possessions in perfect condition, but after all he'd been through, letting her back in the property was the last thing he wanted to do.
Whenever you're dealing with a landlord who is emotional, you always run the risk of it boiling over. And that's the last thing that you want to happen. You know, it's a powder keg, and it could go off at any time.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, by all means. All I can say, Sophia, we will have to come to an arrangement for you to come and collect all your belongings. I'm not going to damage or steal anything.
There's stuff in there that relates to my mum as well, so...
If, presume these two guys are with her. Are you with Sophia? Unfortunately, lads, it's not going to happen today. She's here with a van.
Desperate for help, Terry called his partner Tracy, who was at work miles from the property.
But Tracy, I can't do it all on my own. I've got to take a bed apart. If I'm up in the bedroom, I need somebody to stop her coming in the house. I definitely need help. Should we try and do it now? OK. All right, tell you what, I'm going to have a quick word with Sophia. Right, just a second, Sophia.
I'm on the phone to the police now, because I've been told to call them.
You are not stepping foot inside my house. OK? So I will be taking your bed apart and things like that. All your personal possessions, I will be handling them. It's not raining. Okay. Nothing to get wet. Are you prepared to do that?
Okay.
It's up to you.
So
do you want to do it now?
So you're saying you're going to take down my bed and put them in the van?
Yes. I'm not going to put it in the van. You are. But I will...
I can't go in there?
No, you're not. You can't. I will bring it out. But if you want to get the police here, fine. You have no right to go in that house.
No, I've been told that I have to phone the police when I get down here.
OK, well, let them come then. Are you OK to wait?
Can you tell
it could
take that camera, because at the end of the day, I work in film, right? And I know that...
Do you?
Yes, I do.
You earning good money? Well, why didn't you pay your rent?
Listen,
I feel happier. Shall I lock this?
Desperate not to allow her back in, Terry, his partner Tracy, and her mum, 72-year-old Margaret, removed all her belongings and put them outside.
Oh, I'll come and help decorate as well, Terry.
Don't you go knocking my walls?
I don't think I can do much more damage. You've never already done it. Quite a sharp bed in there.
That's it. That's it. The house is empty. All done. Thank you, mate. Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Hope we don't have to get involved like this again.
1 hour later, the tenant's belongings were off to a new home. Although Terry was unlikely to see his £8,000 again, the tenant was finally gone.
Really pleased to finally get the house back. I think, yeah, I might just pop down the pub for a quick pint and then have an early night. Yeah.
"20 months have passed since Terry evicted Sophia.
We're just on the way to the property now, just to have a quick look at it. This is the first time I've been to the property in over a year.
Terry has new tenants in the property now, a young family who pay on time, and he's beginning to claw back the thousands he lost to his nightmare tenant. Shortly after evicting Sophia, Terry found out she was doing the same thing to another landlord 3 miles away.
When I heard that she had a second property and she was doing to somebody else what she was doing to me, I was absolutely horrified. I couldn't believe that she could do it to one person, but to do it to 2 people at the same time was unbelievable.
For Terry, losing thousands of pounds to a nightmare tenant couldn't have come at a worse time.
It was at the time a big strain. I'd only been made redundant the month before she had decided to stop paying her rent. So financially it was a big strain. I'm still £6,000 short. Yeah, and I'm not going to get that back.
Losing such a huge amount of money has been a harsh lesson for Terry.
The biggest mistake I made was that I didn't protect my rent. I didn't guarantee the rent. And for a small fee, I think it was under 200 quid a year, you can protect your rent. You know, if you have problem tenants, you've got enough time to get them out, because the whole process takes an awful long time. What she's done to me, she should be behind bars.
On Britain's streets, a battle is raging.
Don't touch me, son.
Well, I already just did, didn't
Yeah,
I?
what are you going to do about it?
Over 11 million of us rent.
I wouldn't put anybody in this situation.
Oh, seriously, they're not living in this, are they?
So why should I live like this?
But thousands fall victim to rogue landlords.
There's just water cascading through here.
This is a dirt trap.
On the other side, there are 2 million private landlords and counting.
I want my house back. I don't give a toss.
I wanted to drag her out of the flat. This is my flat.
I'll never rent again. Too much hassle.
But many face financial ruin at the hands of tenants from hell.
He hasn't had his rent for ages. He's had
So what? When are you going to pay me the money?
There's a scam going on here, Donny.
I know.
In this series,
Let's go. Come on, let's go.
we follow the heroes who take slum landlords down.
Paying rent to live in a decent property.
There's so many things wrong, it's unbelievable.
Yeah. Somebody touches that, they get electrocuted.
Not acceptable.
And the experts whose job it is to evict nightmare tenants.
Do not push me. Do not push me.
With London bursting at the seams, the competition to find affordable housing is fierce. And for Britain's poorest, the hunt to find a home can force them into unsafe and overcrowded HMOs, houses in multiple occupation. It's 7 a.m. and Harrow Council housing officer Ozzy Al-Bayrak is on a mission.
Right, let's start from here then.
She's on an early morning raid with the police, hunting down properties which could be dangerously overcrowded and unsafe. Ozzy spots a building that she wants to take a closer look at.
Hello. Hi, sorry to bother you so early in the morning. I'm from Harrow Council. I just want to literally know how many people live here.
This one?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yes, 6 people.
How many?
6.
6?
Yeah.
If the 6 people the tenant claims are living there aren't related and are sharing facilities, then the landlord could be found guilty of running an illegal HMO. Ozzy needs to establish who's collecting the rent.
You know you pay rent for this house, rent. Who you pay your rent to? Okay. Who you pay your rent to?
Struggling with the language barrier, Ozzy decides she needs to inspect the property.
I look inside, I look, okay?
What she finds is a cause for concern.
We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 beds.
With 6 bunk beds squeezed into 2 rooms, Ozzy fears that as many as 12 people could be living here.
This is very overcrowded. The windows are blocked in case of fire. Hi, I'm coming from Harrow Council, my dear.
Some of the occupants are still in bed. Ozzy needs to establish if they're subtenants or whether they pay rent directly to the landlord.
How many people live here? Can you tell me how many people live here?
This is 3 people. This is 1, 2, 3, 4.
Look, your windows are not openable, no smoke alarms. Who is your landlord? Who do you pay your rent to? Your rent?
Rent?
Yeah. Landlord, money for this?
I don't know, sorry. This is now, I don't know. 你这个不知道。
Worried by the number of beds and potentially dangerous living conditions, Ozzy knows she will need to investigate further.
Okay, we need to come back to this property because I definitely think this is a HMO. Okay, thank you. We need to come back here. Okay. It's in plenty of bunk beds, as you can see. It's definitely HMO. We need to come back here, definitely.
Ozzy needs to establish who is responsible for the overcrowding and squalid living conditions, and force the landlord to put it right. For a landlord with a difficult tenant, getting them out is a long and tricky process that can cost thousands. But when it comes to eviction, there's no room for mistakes, as one East London landlord found out to his cost. Self-employed baker Nick Shad let out his East London property 4 years ago. For the first few years, his tenant Abdelghani Hamadouchi paid on time. But 8 months ago, Nick received some worrying news.
I got a phone call from one of the neighbours saying that he's changed the front door locks. I smelt a rat straight away, and then the month after, he stopped paying his rent.
He decided to pay his tenant a visit to find out why he'd stopped paying, but made a shocking discovery.
I went round there to ask him where the rent was, and the front door wasn't locked, so I just opened the front door and there was beds everywhere. We suddenly realised that there's up to 8 men living in the house.
It looks like his tenant had sublet the property.
Immediate reaction is you just want to throw them all out.
2 weeks ago, Nick went to court and won a possession order. Today is the day Abdelghani and other tenants are due to leave the property, and Nick is heading there to find out whether they've obeyed the order.
I'm hoping he's gone and we're going to try and get possession back of the house.
As he nears his property, he spots his tenant Abdel Ghani on the street.
There he is now. That's him there. That's him. That was him walking around there.
This morning, Nick's meeting Paul Champlina from Landlord Action.
You all right, Nick?
Hello, Paul. How you doing?
Who's helping him get his house back.
You all right? I've got the possession order. If we get an indication they haven't left, which most probably they haven't, I'm going to have a word with them. I'm going to serve a copy of the possession order, albeit on the tenant, which we know is not there because you just saw him walk out.
Yeah.
But I'm going to try and speak to the subtenants and say they shouldn't be there, and we'll see how we get on.
Nick doesn't believe that Abdel Ghani has been living at the property for a while, but he's hoping the subtenants have also left.
This one on the left, blue door.
Blue door.
But as they approach, there are telltale signs that someone may still be around.
My window's open.
Yeah.
Get him out of bed. Doesn't work. Looking out. They're looking out.
Hello. Try the door.
Hello? Hello?
Landlord Nick Shad suspects his tenant Abdel Ghani has been subletting his East London property to a number of people.
Hello?
Hello, it's the landlord.
Having won a possession order, he's checking to see whether they've gone.
Hello? Anyone here? Hello?
Back door's wide open.
Maybe it's been vacated. Anyone here?
If there were subtenants living here, they've left.
I think this is good news, mate.
Yeah, I think so as well.
I think they've done a runner.
I mean, they're not living here, are they?
No, they've gone.
There's no clothes.
There's no clothes here.
But there's plenty of evidence that at least half a dozen people have been living here.
I'm seeing beds everywhere still.
Is there loads of beds out there?
Yeah, look.
Oh, my God.
Beds, settees, armchairs.
Hold on, 1, 2, 3 mattresses there.
Yeah.
4, 5, 6, 7.
8 beds.
8. There's 8 mattresses here.
8 mattresses.
If the house has been full of subtenants, it's hardly surprising it's in such poor condition.
OK, so the flooring's all gone, it's all leaked everywhere. When I give him this garden, it was absolutely immaculate. Just really overgrown, it's trashed. Oh, look at all the fucking drains collapsed, look.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my good God, just pigs.
Despite the property's condition, at least Nick has it back in his hands.
I'm really pleased for you that we've got possession.
Yeah, so am I. Let's get cracking, let's get these locks changed.
Take care again.
Brilliant. Cheers, bye.
Bye, mate.
Nick changes the locks so he can secure the property.
We've got vacant possession straight away, so as far as I'm concerned, it's a result.
An hour later, 2 men arrive. One of them is Nick's tenant, Abdel Ghani.
I live here, yeah. Where's Nick anyway? Where's the landlord?
He wants to get back in.
Oh, he's changed the lock, okay. He's changed it, obviously he came and changed the lock.
Unable to open the door, the men leave. But 2 hours later, Nick gets a phone call.
I'm absolutely fuming. I mean, it's just a joke. Absolute joke.
Believing that Abdel Ghani had left, Nick may have inadvertently broken the law by changing the locks before bailiffs have officially evicted him.
He is still claiming he lives in the property. I'm not impressed. The council have told him to stay put. We've spoke to our lawyer and he said straight away that yes, he can stay put until the sheriffs come in.
Nick has been advised by Paul that an illegal eviction could scupper the case, so he has no option but to hand over the new keys.
I'm pissed off big time. The house looks unlived in, didn't it, really? But according to him, it's not. It's just mental. Absolutely Mental. I'll leave the key like that. I'm sure you'll find it. There's nothing worth nicking in there, that's for sure. They think they've won today, but they haven't. We'll get him out eventually. He can't stay there forever. That's it, we're waiting for bailiffs now. I'll see you on the eviction.
Mother of one, Hamdi Abdul Qadir, is returning to the flat she once called home. 10 months ago, in an act of generosity, she let some acquaintances stay in her 2-bedroom flat for free, giving them a chance to get back on their feet while she was away studying. The family have long outstayed their welcome.
Hello, Hussein.
And nearly a year on, Hamdi is making one final attempt to get them to leave.
I just want to speak to him, just to see whether maybe I can reason with him, to see that we don't have to go through court and through all that hassle. Maybe he will just move out of my house. This guy, originally, I started helping him last year, January, because he was homeless with his wife, and his wife was pregnant at that time, and they had a 6-7-year-old son. Initially, it was only for 1 month that I offered to help. After 1 month, he asked for another month. I did extend it freely, but in March, he was meant to move out, and he refused. And since, I've been in this battle, getting him out of my house.
Heavily pregnant herself, Hamdi demanded her flat back. Not only did they refuse to leave, but they locked her out of her own home.
I was shocked that he just changed the locks. I could not believe that someone can do that. And he just left me homeless. When you've got someone that depends on you, it's not that easy. You know, I feel like I've let him down.
With nowhere else to go, Hamdi has been forced to live at her mum's house. There's no space for her husband, who's living somewhere else, so she shares this small room with her baby.
I'm in this room because I've been kicked out by people that I was helping temporarily. Now they've made me homeless, and I'm staying in this room. I don't know if I've got a word for it, how I feel. You know, I just feel gutted.
Hamdi desperately needs her home back.
Oh. Sorry.
There's a ray of hope. She's going to court in a few weeks to try and win back possession.
Sorry.
It's 2 weeks since Harrow Council housing officer Ozzy Al-Bayrak found a 3-bedroom flat that was dangerously overcrowded. Ozzy is on her way back to the property looking for some answers.
Today we're gonna see if we can get some more information from the lady. We just want to ensure that the tenants are safe. So we'll try and gain access today again to find out more.
Ozzy wants to find out if the landlord is responsible for filling the house with vulnerable tenants, or themselves a victim of a subletting scam.
Hello, how are you? Me again.
Sorry?
Me from Harrow Council?
No, good.
It's okay, me look inside. Okay? Thank you.
She's arriving unannounced, hoping to catch the tenants off guard. Ozzy needs to establish who is living here and who is paying rent to who.
Hello.
Hi.
So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 beds. What's your name? Where's your ID? Lovely, thank you. Are you working at the moment? No working.
So how do you look after yourself?
Yeah, I know too much English, sorry.
No English. How do you pay rent for this house? How do you pay? You don't know. Okay.
The tenant claims there are only 6 people living in the property, but with enough beds for 12 people, Ozzy doesn't buy it.
Although she's saying there's not many people in this room, obviously we can't trust that. There's a setup of beds, mattresses, bunk beds. It's clearly there's something going on. Same setup here. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello. How long you been in this house?
No.
Who do you pay your rent to?
Sorry, I'm not English.
We're just worried about your safety. Look, your windows are not openable, no smoke alarms. Who is your landlord?
You see, English is me, no good.
Hello, 1 minute.
Who is this?
Yeah, sorry.
Who is this?
English.
The tenant calls an English-speaking friend to translate.
Can you ask the lady who does she pay her rent to? And also, I need to see the tenancy agreement.
Okay.
Yeah?
Ozzy hopes the tenancy agreement can shed light on who the main tenant is.
Oh, gosh.
While she can't yet be sure who's responsible for the overcrowding, Ozzy's certain someone's making good money.
If, let's say, for example, if these guys are paying, I don't know, minimum 60 to 70 pounds per week, and you can multiply that by 12 people, you could see how much money they're making. You find?
These Chinese people is gone.
The lady's saying that this person who's on the tenancy agreement is gone to China. So, what might be happening is that this guy might have left her in charge in his absence. How long you been here?
Me?
I don't know. You don't know?
Ozzy's not having much luck getting information out of the tenant, but the tenancy agreement does confirm the name of the landlord, Ibrahim Talasik.
I'm just now planning to go in front of the building where we have the registered landlord at number 79, so we'll have a look. If we can find him, we'll try our luck. Ah, 79.
Yeah?
Coming from Harrow Council.
Yeah?
I need to speak to Mr. Talaji.
Okay.
Ozzy needs to track Ibrahim down. She needs to find out if he's aware that up to 12 people are living in his property.
Help for the house.
House?
Yeah, upstairs.
He's not here. He can come after half an hour.
Undeterred, Ozzy waits for the landlord to return.
Is he back?
Not yet.
Eventually, the landlord's nephew, Itan, arrives to speak with her.
The problem is, you know, upstairs, there's too many people living in there.
In here?
Yeah. There's so many bunk beds, it's overcrowded, and there's no smoke alarm.
Okay.
So, basically, if he wants, he can be fined £5,000 straight because he doesn't have smoke alarm, okay? That's one. And then, because he doesn't have a license and there's too many people, he could have unlimited fines in the court. It's not a joke. So,
many crimes I'll have a word.
okay, you give him my number. I've told them that the property is overcrowded, that the property is not safe, and it has to be licensed.
Whether the landlord was aware or not, if he wants to carry on letting the property, he must now apply for a license, reduce the number of occupants, and make the property safe. If he doesn't comply, he will be facing prosecution. Hamdi Abdul Qadir is at the end of her tether. 10 months ago, she allowed a family to stay in her flat rent-free, and they've refused to move out. Today, she's heading to court, hoping to have them evicted.
I was shocked. Someone that I was helping can actually do this to me. It's caused me a lot of pain. You know, put me in this situation where me and my baby are just homeless, unsettled.
The case is far from clear-cut. Because she originally invited the couple in and there's no tenancy agreement, they could argue they have a legal right to be there.
It's very important for me, the decision to go my way, so I can get my house back.
The court hearing takes less than an hour.
Yes, I got it. I got the possession order. After 14 days, hopefully I'll get my flat back. I'm very happy. Oh, relieved, I think is the word, mainly. Yeah.
Her tenants have been given 14 days to get out of her house. Hamdi and her son should be reunited with her husband and back in their flat within a month.
Very happy. Very happy. Are you vomiting?
Weeks later, there's a dramatic turn of events. Hamdi's tenants appeal and overturn the possession order.
When I saw that the defendant has filed defense form and that the case is being put aside, my heart nearly dropped on the floor, honestly. And I started crying.
They claim they have a verbal tenancy agreement and pay Hamdi in cash. The court has given them time to provide evidence proving they're legitimate tenants.
I just feel angry. I feel really angry. And I feel like going to my house and just changing the locks. It's my house. The law is not fair. It's not fair.
Hamdi denies she received any rent from her guests, but now there's a real risk she will have to start the eviction process again, leaving her bedding down with her baby in her mum's house for 6 more months. Three weeks ago, Nick Shadd mistakenly changed the locks on his rental property, thinking his tenant had left.
We thought the tenant had gone. It looked unlived in, completely and utterly. But it turns out it wasn't. He was still living there, and the neighbours confirmed that as well. So I had to return the new front door key back to him, regrettably.
But today, Nick is meeting High Court sheriffs who are set to evict Abdelghani Hamaduchi, and this time it will be final.
Another 3 weeks' rent I've lost, obviously, because you're not getting paid. So, yeah, it just goes on and on and on. Bit sad, really.
Paul Champlina from Landlord Action has been helping him with the case.
It didn't look like it had been lived in, but we had to give him the benefit of the doubt, and the tenant basically was given the key and he went back into the property. This is D-Day today, so, you know, if the tenant's there and he's in bed, we'll get him out of bed. He can't break back in or go back into the property, because if he does, that's illegal. We can get him arrested. So today is the day. All right, Nick. You're right, this is Scott. Nick,
Scott.
He's our High Court.
OK, so what's happening then? What's the procedure here?
Well, let's just give him a knock, yeah, and let's get this over and done
All right,
with.
come on in.
And have you got your...
Nick suspects that as well as Abdelghani, there may be as many as 8 subtenants in the property.
I want them out. That's his van.
That's his van. All right, she's in. Get him out of bed.
Come down.
Coming down now.
Fucking hell.
And his time, isn't he?
Hello there. Hiya. My name's Scott. I'm an enforcement agent. Yep. So I've been taking back possession of this property this morning.
This family?
Yeah. Could you take a few belongings for me and make your way out, please, yeah?
Yeah, can I have just the paper?
Well, I'll give you the paperwork once you leave, okay?
No problem.
Yeah, okay.
Nick and Paul head inside. It looks like the subtenants have left.
Yes, he's clearly living by himself here now, isn't he, Nick? Yeah, because all the beds were stacked up there last time we come.
He couldn't give a shit. He's been laughing down the phone at me sometimes.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Taking the piss?
Yeah. Because he knew he could.
There's no other tenants here, though, is there?
No. I had one lodger with me. Yeah, they've been there for a long time.
Fucking hell. Gutless. You should have been here the first time I come. There was people sleeping in the hallways.
Yeah, we're going to give you a writ, which we got from the High Court, which you can take to the council.
No, it's fine,
Yeah? But I don't suppose there's any, you know, with regard to the rent, is there some sort of payment plan that we could do?
I don't know. I don't really know what's going to happen now, to be honest with you.
You've got no money?
Not at the moment, no.
Just telling you, if you've got any goods here, you've got 7 days to come and collect them.
That's fine, yeah.
That's telling you you've been evicted this morning, OK?
All right, thank you.
Right, lovely, thank you.
Good.
He's got a few bits and pieces on the shelves in there. You got your van, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can take your stuff.
8 months on and 8 grand down, Nick finally has his house back.
He didn't even apologise to you. I mean, he owes you all that money. He didn't even apologise to you. No, I mean, that's, yeah, it's wrong.
The tenant may have gone, but he's forgotten a few things.
Left his computer. You'd thought he'd remembered that. Yeah. Oh, look, he's left a cat here.
That was him on the phone. Can we look after the cat for 7 days? Right. I said, what about your laptop?
Yeah.
And he said, yeah, I'll come and collect the cat and the rest of my stuff within 7 days.
Yeah.
Even though I've got my high court action and I've thrown him out, yeah, lovely, happy days, I've still got to look after his cat and his stuff for 7 days.
Yeah, that's a joke.
You know, it's not like I can charge him storage. He wants the window left open for the cat,
Yeah, we'll close it.
which ain't happening. Yeah.
Right, nice to meet you.
Cheers, Scott. Thanks very much.
Cheers, mate.
With the eviction complete,
Cheers, mate. Bye.
Nick can change the locks for a second time.
Yeah, perfect.
Right, Nick. I feel like this is deja vu. You've definitely got your property back now.
Lovely.
Good luck.
Cheers,
Good luck
Bob.
with you, Joe.
All
You
the
get
best.
it let soon anyway.
Thanks, mate.
Take care,
Cheers,
mate.
bye now.
Bye-bye.
Nick wants to renovate and redecorate and get his house rented out quickly so he can start bringing some money in.
We'll have a new bathroom put in. I'm going to go and see the builder now and get him started straight away. So, good stuff. It's good, this private landlord game.
Hamdi Abdul Qadir is heading back to court. 6 weeks ago, her case to have a family who have been living in her property for over a year evicted was adjourned. They claim they're legitimate tenants, while Hamdi says they were simply guests who refused to move out.
I've got mixed feelings. I'm scared, I'm tired, I'm fed up. I just want to have my house back, that's it. You know, I'm tired of all this drama. I really hate to keep coming back to court because it's taking a lot of my time, a lot of my energy. I've got a tiny baby with me constantly that I have to also think of. It's not just me. Ah! Ah! Oh my God.
Hamdi is effectively homeless and has been staying in a room in her mum's house for close to a year.
I hope to get my house back today. I really hope. I can't do this anymore. I'm tired.
Everything is riding on this court case. An hour and a half later, the hearing is over. Hamdi has won back possession, but she needs to wait for at least another 14 days for the couple to leave, and it may take much longer if she has to send the bailiffs in.
It's not just waiting for another 3-4 weeks for the bailiff. It's what is he gonna do after that? That's what is bothering me. And then the fact that the law is giving him power. Why is that? Why is that? Like, I don't get it. Can I just get into someone's house, just change the locks, lock them out, and then have the right to stay there, rent free, and I'm paying for everything? I don't get it. I want my house today, now. I don't want to wait another couple of more months. Do I have to be 2 years? It's gonna be like the second year that I'm homeless. Like 2 years. I don't want it to be 2 years. 1 year and a half is enough.
Six weeks ago, housing officer Ozzy Al-Bayrak investigated a dangerously overcrowded property in Harrow. With up to 12 people squeezed into 2 rooms and some serious health and safety flaws, Ozzy was worried.
The property was crammed, it was lacking basic hygiene, it was lacking everything. It was absolutely horrendous.
Since her last visit, the landlord, Ibrahim Talasik, has applied for an HMO licence and claims to have reduced the number of people living there. Today, Ozzy is on her way to meet him and his nephew, Ethan.
Miss Al-Bayrak from Harrow Council? You're Ethan? I'm good, how are you?
Not bad, thank you.
This is basically a letter to say I'm inspecting today.
The good news is the property is no longer overcrowded and some of the beds have been dismantled.
So they just put that up there. So we got a bedroom here.
And fewer tenants means they are now safer.
Because of the language barrier that we're having with the tenants, they probably don't even understand the significance of this, that their lives might be at risk.
The landlord, Ibrahim, claims that he had no idea about any alleged subtenants. But for Ozzy, that's no excuse. Ultimately, the landlord is legally responsible.
But we thought they were guests or something.
If you were checking, you would know.
No.
There was like 4 or 5 people in one room, 4 or 5 people in another room. They were packed.
Ozzy needs to check the property to see what work has been carried out.
I could see you put the smoke detectors, mains wired.
But there's a lot more to be done.
You've got some broken tiles on there, which needs to change. See, the door is really dirty door. You guys need to put a fire door here, okay? I'm still not satisfied. The property is lacking basic hygiene. This rope is holding this rail, which might fall at any time. I've told you what you guys need to do in order to make this property safer. So you guys need to make sure that this doesn't happen again. You need to make sure your tenants are safe.
Yeah.
Because they could die here.
We're doing that anyway.
And you'll be responsible because why you guys are the landlords, so you'll be responsible if anything happens to these people. Thank you very much for today, helping me.
Satisfied that the property is no longer being sublet, Ozzy has agreed to grant a licence, as long as Ibrahim carries out all the work to make it safe.
Thank you very much. I will come back within 2 weeks to check all the works are done. Okay? Thank you very much. Okay, see you later. Bye-bye now.
Hamdi Abdul Qadir has been battling to get her home back for almost a year and a half. Today, 2 weeks after winning back possession of her home, she's finally evicting her tenants.
I feel very optimistic. I feel very excited because today is the day that I can get my flat back, hopefully.
Because her tenants have successfully stayed in her home for over a year without paying any rent, she suspects they won't go quietly.
I'm very nervous because I don't know what to expect. You know, is he going to be aggressive? Is he going to refuse? I don't know. I don't know what to expect, so I'm nervous. I hope that he's in so that I can confront him.
Hamdi has accelerated the eviction process and hired High Court Sheriff Scott.
Morning.
Good morning, Scott.
Hi. Are they still in the property?
Yeah,
Yes,
they're still in the property.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I went to the house. I just passed and I saw the lights on.
He'll definitely be leaving today, whether it takes 10 minutes or 2 hours, but he will be leaving. So
Oh, that's
we'll
good.
get that sorted, okay? Right, let's go and knock on the door now and wake them up.
Yeah.
When we knock on the door, if you want to just stay a little way back and I'll explain to them who I am and what's happening,
Okay.
just in case they're not too pleased to see us.
Okay. Is this us?
Just here, yeah?
There's no answer.
Hello?
They could let themselves in, but it's not going to be that simple.
Yeah, that's
Change
okay.
the locks on me. Can we break in?
Yeah, we'll get in.
The locksmith assesses the problem and decides there's only one way in.
If anyone's in there, mate, just shout.
Place is definitely empty.
Really?
I think so.
Perfect.
Finally, they're in. The tenants appear to have left.
We gone?
Yeah, all gone.
The flat may be empty, but it's not in good condition.
Oh my God, look how they left my toilet. There's molds everywhere. The whole house is full of molds.
But much worse, the flat is emptier than Hamdi was expecting.
Where is my clothes? Where is my wardrobe? I had a big wardrobe here. This is really, really, really bad. I had this big stuff that I usually exercise on. It costed me £600, it's gone. My big flat screen TV is gone. Like, they just took my big wardrobe. That costed me nearly £1,000, it's gone. It sucks. It really does.
For Hamdi, this final insult proves too much for her to take.
I'm sure there is nice people out there, you know, that would have appreciated if I helped them. But because of him, I would not put myself in that position again. I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Never. Wouldn't.
You want to sign just there? Well, I'll put my little cross.
But her home is finally back in her hands, albeit not in the state she had hoped.
It's all done. At least you got it back.
Thank you very
Thanks a
much.
lot.
Thank you
Okay,
very
see
much
you
for your
later.
help. Bye-bye. At least I've got my house back.
Her locksmith secures the place.
Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you. I got my keys, changed the locks. Quite happy with that. At least I've got my power back.
After a year and a half of living with her baby in her mum's spare bedroom, finally she can be reunited with her husband and move back into her flat.
I feel I can breathe again. I feel relieved, stress-free, and now I just need to focus on how to get the house cleaned up and move on with my life.
On Britain's streets, a battle is raging.
Don't touch me, son.
Well, I already just did, didn't
Yeah,
I?
what are you going to do about it?
Over 11 million of us rent.
I wouldn't put anybody in this situation.
Oh, seriously, they're not living in this, are they?
So why should I live like this?
But thousands fall victim to rogue landlords.
There's just water cascading through here.
This is a dirt trap.
On the other side, there are 2 million private landlords and counting.
I want my house back. I don't give a toss.
I wanted to drag her out of the flat. This is my flat.
I'll never rent again. Too much hassle.
But many face financial ruin at the hands of tenants from hell.
He hasn't had his rent for ages. He's owed
So
20...
what? When are you going to pay me the money?
There's a scam going on here, Donny.
I know.
In this series,
Come on, let's go.
we follow the heroes who take slum landlords down.
Paying rent to live in a decent property,
There's so many things wrong, it's unbelievable.
Yeah. Somebody touches that, they get electrocuted.
not acceptable.
And the experts whose job it is to evict nightmare tenants.
Do not push me. Do not push me.
Many of Britain's 2 million landlords are small scale. They may be renting out just one property and mortgaged to the hilt. So when things do go badly wrong and their tenants stop paying the rent, it can spell financial disaster and sleepless nights. Landlord Dave Simpson has reached the end of the road with his tenant Veronica.
I don't want to kick anyone out on the street. I just want the money that is due so I can pay the mortgage, so I'm not short, out of pocket.
7 years ago, mother of 3, Veronica, moved into Dave's 2-bedroom rental house. For most of that time, everything was fine. But 3 months ago, she stopped paying the full rent. She now owes the self-employed builder almost £4,000.
She got very irate last time I went round the property just to find out if anything, could change, could she pay or anything, and I just got screamed at. She just called me all the names under the sun, and that was the end of that.
With the relationship at rock bottom, Dave's decided he has no option but to start legal proceedings to get his house back. This morning, he's meeting with Paul Champlina from Landlord Action, who's helping with the case at the property.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
OK, what's the latest you've heard with this tenant?
Haven't heard nothing of late. I'm not really... She doesn't want to speak to me anymore, so
Right.
she's been dealing...
Your relationship's broken down, has it?
Really, yeah.
OK, well, why don't we get this served and start this process for you?
OK, lovely. Yeah,
OK.
perfect.
Today, Paul and Dave are serving a Section 8 notice, which gives Veronica 14 days to leave the property or pay all her rent or face court action.
The light's on.
Veronica's boyfriend answers the door.
Is Veronica there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got to give her this from Landlord Action.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah. Yeah? You give it to her?
Yeah.
Yeah, OK. It's the notice from the landlord.
Okay.
Yeah, for rent arrears, yeah?
Yeah.
OK. Yeah?
Yep.
Does she want to have a chat with us at all? Just about the rent?
No, I don't think so.
No? OK.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. OK, that's obviously the boyfriend.
Yeah.
He had a big tattoo of Veronica on his...
Yeah, that's definitely...
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, fine.
No, that's good, at least it's been served.
Okay. Yeah.
Is he gone?
Yeah, let's shout him now.
What, you waiting for something?
No, they just finished off the chat, that's all. Am I?
Well, could you vacate my premises, please?
Can we vacate her premises?
Which is
it's
clearly
quite
his
apt, really.
premises.
Yeah. I can't let it continue. It could go on forever where she's never going to pay. I've got to actually make to get someone.
Go away. Can you go away, please?
Okay, you go away.
Leave my premises.
No, tell you what, mate, if you don't go away, I will get someone round and take it away, right? Go away, mate, please.
Okay, we'll walk away.
I'll ask you really nice.
Okay, we'll walk away, don't worry. We'll walk away.
Yeah, you do that. You
I'm lightweight, mate. You don't, I swear on my life, but you go away, mate. I'm lightweight, mate. Mate, go away. Go away. No, I don't.
Go away.
I've never had any aggression with him because I've never met him before, but I've had that aggression with her screaming and shouting.
Well, let's see what the police say, yeah? Where's fun?
But that's all I can say.
May I have the police, please?
So basically, we're the bad guys, you know. All we were doing was serving a letter and a notice to say it's been served and explaining the reason why, you know.
Yeah.
So, you know,
No.
David's not a bad guy, you know. He's got rent, he's got stuff he's got to pay.
You're a ring, mate, you are.
Huh?
Don't worry, mate. I'll get you.
As the situation escalates, Dave and Paul decide it's time to back off.
I think it's going to probably turn a little bit nasty and a bit aggressive, but so be it. I've got no choice. Can't just let the people live there rent free. What do you do?
I think we should move away.
All right. I just hope he doesn't go any further, to be honest. I just want him to go out. Why do I have to put up with this? It's just not fair, really.
Despite the threats, the notice has been served.
Fun and games.
Thanks for your help, anyway.
Take care.
Cheers.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Cheers. Bye.
Dave must now wait 14 days and hope Veronica leaves or pays off the missing rent. If she doesn't, he has little choice but to take her to court, which is going to cost him yet more money in legal fees and lost rent. Money he can little afford to lose. With rents in London at an all-time high, a lot of people can barely afford a roof over their heads. This makes it all too easy for rogue landlords and letting agents to exploit tenants on low incomes by squeezing them into unsuitable properties in poor conditions. Tackling the problem are council housing officers like the team from Harrow.
Hi, from Harrow Council.
It's 6 a.m. and Harrow housing officers Andrew Sedman and Shital Rajani are acting on a tip-off about slum conditions in an illegal HMO, a house in multiple occupation.
Maybe at this time in the morning, they might wake up a bit dazed and open the door and let us in.
The team want to reach the property early before the tenants head out to work.
So we'll see what happens. I'm keeping my fingers crossed that we can get in there.
As they arrive, they see a number of men leaving the three-bedroom house.
Right, there, look, they're coming out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Hi, sir, it's okay. We're just from the council. 5 people that are left.
I'm from Hero Council.
Council?
Yes.
Andrew and Chital try and talk to the men.
I want to see how many people sharing this property.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I've seen 11 leave already.
What they discover is shocking.
So who's inside now?
40 people.
40. 40 people. Oh, it's not good.
Even for London, 40 tenants crammed into a 3-bedroom semi is very unusual.
Oh my God, there's so many people there. So many people in garden.
Oh, they're coming this way.
Really need police here.
Yeah. Hello, sir. How you doing? Hi, Andrew Sedman. Sir, you might be able to help us.
15 people already left the property.
Yeah.
With this many men in the property, the situation is potentially dangerous for the housing officers, so they request police backup.
40 people sharing the property.
We're the ones with the power of entry, the police aren't.
Yes.
But having their presence here may just help.
Yeah, police.
Hopefully we're going to get in this property now. Good morning. How you doing? You all right?
Yeah, someone in there already, yeah?
We haven't got in. No, they're not answering the door. We've seen about 15 leave so far.
As no one's answering the front door, they head around the back.
Door's wide open. This is not good.
My God.
Wow, look at all this. 1, 2. So how many mattresses? That's 1, 2, 3.
What should be a living room is being used as a bedroom for over a dozen people.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
This is just to sleep and that's it. It's crazy, isn't it?
Is anyone upstairs, Charlie?
It looks like all the tenants have made a quick exit.
Right, okay.
So you can do your checks or whatever you need.
Yeah, let's have a quick look around. So what we got? 1, 2 double mattresses.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people sharing this room.
Upstairs there are 3 bedrooms, also crammed with mattresses.
There's 2 singles down there. Looks like 2 doubles there. Right, I reckon at least 6 people in this room, judging by the pillows. I mean, wherever there's a space, you can put head down and sleep in this place.
It's very upsetting me, very, very upsetting me. It's not good for a human being to live in this condition. 6 people sharing the room.
From the number of mattresses they find, the team guess there must be over 40 men living here, which tallies with what they were told by the tenant outside the house.
Wow.
And they're all sharing one small bathroom.
Just wrong.
It's not just the dirty and overcrowded conditions that concern Andrew and Chital. The wiring is also potentially lethal.
This is very bad, Andrew.
Wires hanging live,
My
possibly
God.
live wires up there. No one should live like this, no matter what they're used to.
No human being here.
It's just not on. It's not on at all.
This is one of the worst ever property I'm seeing.
While Andrew and Chital inspect the property, the police are making their own inquiries.
Neighbours have been in for the last 6 years. They don't know who the owner is, so it must have been the same owner. And 6 or 7 months it's been like this.
This is a very serious case. Now the housing officers must find out who's responsible for the HMO and take swift action.
Next step, I'm going to find this who's paying rent to who.
It's so important to get this sorted out as soon as possible. It's lives at stake at the end of the day. It's a death trap.
Squatting in someone's home was made a criminal offence in 2012. But while the change in law may have reduced the number of squatting cases, it hasn't stopped some savvy squatters from still trying their luck. For the unlucky landlord, Getting these squatters out can prove a huge headache. Chris Sharp from the Landlord Group is on his way to serve legal papers to a family of squatters. Chris's client was in the middle of renovating this 3-bedroom flat and had a tenant waiting to move in. But while his wife had a baby, the property was left empty and the squatters moved in.
Of course, this came as a bit of a shock to my client. He went round there pretty quick. His keys no longer worked, and the locks had definitely been changed. Knocked on the door, was met by some people saying that they had a tenancy at the property and they had every right to be there. Clearly they did not.
The tenancy agreement produced by the squatters is obviously false, as Chris's client owns the flat and he hadn't given it to them. But as they did have a tenancy agreement, the police were reluctant to intervene. That's why, in order to kick them out, Chris needs to take the squatters to the civil rather than the criminal court.
It's a ploy, it's a plan. They will doctor and forge tenancy agreements so that if the police get involved, they'll show the police this document and the police will say, well, we can't touch it because that's obviously for the court to decide.
This morning, Chris is serving the squatters notice that the court hearing's in just 12 days' time. He needs to be wary. Cases like this can sometimes be volatile.
Somebody's definitely in. I think they've seen me.
By law, Chris is not allowed onto the property without the squatter's permission.
Whoa! 1 minute. Grab the guy's attention. See how this takes us. Hello there. I'm here by the Landlord Group. We're here serving papers on the people in there.
Oh, don't do that.
Okay. Can I just pass you these papers?
What's this?
These are papers for the court. There's a court hearing in a few days' time about the unlawful occupancy of the property.
About what?
About an alleged unlawful occupancy of the property. As you'll be aware that you spoke to the owner a few weeks ago and he said that nobody's meant to be in here, and that's what it's about. Can I come in, have a chat?
No.
As well as serving the notice, Chris also tapes it to the gate so the squatters can't claim they haven't received it.
The documents have served, and we'll wait now until next week for the court case.
The battle to evict the squatters is on. It's been 3 weeks since builder Dave Simpson served notice on his tenant Veronica to pay the missing rent or move out. So far, he hasn't received a penny of the £4,000 owing. So now he's heading to the property to see whether she and her family have moved on. Dave's well aware that if they are still there, things could become heated.
It is worrying, but you know, I can't be intimidated. I've just got to carry on and do the right thing, get them out.
As Dave approaches, it becomes clear they haven't moved out.
Doesn't look like anyone's gone, that's for sure. Hello?
Veronica's boyfriend comes to the door.
Oh, hello there. Yeah, just the notice expired yesterday.
Yeah.
And it was just supposed to leave.
Oh, is
If no one's paying any rent or whatever...
Right, listen, we are not going until 22nd of February. Now go back and read your fucking contract, all right?
No, yeah, Veronica, you said you wasn't in. Veronica, the tenancy ends on the 22nd of February.
Right, okay, so
Right,
I think you should come back then.
But because you've broke the terms of the tenancy,
yeah,
you've been served with a Section 8 notice.
Legally, this can't happen. Okay.
Yeah, legally it does happen.
Jesus Christ.
Look, I've been fair with you all along.
I will come out there, my fucking tongue.
Once again, Dave is forced to retreat.
There you go. There's nothing else I can do.
Dave now has little choice but to take Veronica to court, a drawn-out and expensive fight he was hoping to avoid. With no rent coming in and paying 2 mortgages, one on his own home and one on this property, he is now stretched to the limit.
It's been very stressful. I mean, as I say, it does give you sleepless nights. You've got all the bills to pay, you've got all the mortgage and everyone else to pay, plus now legal fees. It's worrying. It's worrying. I just want it all to end, really.
It's been 2 days since housing enforcement officers Andrew and Chital discovered a large number of men crammed into a 3-bed semi. Now they're on their way back to try and find out who's responsible.
40 people in a 3-bedroom property is absolutely out of the question. It can't carry on. We need to get this wrapped up. This is one of the worst. It is pretty terrible.
The team has learned that the property's landlord lives abroad and the house is being managed by a letting agency. But the agency claims they know nothing about the large number of tenants.
The problem with this property, no one wants to take responsibility, but there is someone taking money at the end of the day, so that's basically who we need to deal with.
The housing officers plan to ask the tenants for the name of the person who collects their rent. That's if they can get them to play ball.
Light is on, so someone definitely inside. Hello? Please open the door.
Look, they're climbing out the back. Look.
Oh my God.
Look. They're in the back. They're in the back.
It looks like the men are avoiding talking to the housing officers by hiding in the back garden. But Andrew has a plan.
If we knock at the door, they'll come running out the back again.
Yeah.
They will.
Chital goes around to knock on the front door, hoping the men will head towards Andrew, who's waiting by the back fence.
Obviously, they're not willing to speak to us, but just really want to know who they're paying rent to. I saw the guy who was texting away on his phone just stood up, moved to the side a bit and hid. And there was 2 or 3 people there. And I'll poke my head through now. I think one of them just spotted me and they've all gone now.
It's clear no one wants to talk with them. So Andrew and Chital decide it's time to change tactics and shift their investigation up a gear. Five weeks have passed since landlord Dave Simpson had a run-in with his unruly tenant, Veronica, and her boyfriend. She now owes him almost £5,000 in missing rent and shows no sign of leaving. Now he's heading to Watford County Court to try and win a possession order which will force them to go.
Just hoping that the judge finds in our favour. We haven't had any payments in that time. It's a very costly experience. I'm working sort of like 6-7 days a week to pay the mortgage. So these people can live off of me, really. I'm paying for a home for them.
Dave is hoping his tenant isn't going to turn up at court and fight the order.
Well, I'm just hoping I don't see any familiar faces outside, really. But you never know.
Waiting for him outside the court is his advocate, Alan Broadbank.
Hi, Alan.
David.
How are you?
How are you?
All right, yeah.
Who explains what to expect.
The hearing itself is very informal, just be me and yourself. Defendant, if indeed they turn up, the district judge who sits behind the desk.
He makes a decision, does he? Or...
He will make a decision there and then as to whether he feels it appropriate to grant a possession order.
I just want it to be over with.
As Dave heads in, he can only hope the judge rules in his favour. At the hearing, his tenant is a no-show. An hour later, it's all over.
Yes. Lovely. All went our way, 14 days possession order or whatever, so they've got 14 days to get out. County court judgment against them, so that's all I could have hoped for, really.
The judge has ordered Veronica and her family to leave within 2 weeks. If she refuses, Dave will have little choice but to call the bailiffs in to force them out.
It's a big relief off my mind. I mean, it's just, you know, you're near the end now. It's my birthday tomorrow, so I'll probably, well, I won't have a few beers tonight. I'll save it to tomorrow.
It's 6 a.m. and Harrow housing officers Andrew Sedman and Shital Rajani are heading back to the Edgware Semi, where they discovered 40 tenants living in appalling conditions.
Let's go.
They're going in early, hoping to catch the men before they leave for work. Last time they visited, the tenants refused to talk, so this time the local police are joining them to ensure there's no trouble and to help get to the bottom of who's responsible for the property.
We're going in with the Edgware Police today, just to help. If there's any problems, people can get a bit aggressive, hoping to get some statements, to get some solid evidence against who they're paying rent to. Never know what to expect in this job.
With no sign of life at the front of the property, the team head around the back.
Please, hello?
My goodness. Empty. Nothing here at all. Yeah, they've done a runner. They've left a smell behind. Whew. That's it. It's all gone. Everything's gone. There was mattresses completely covering the floor from end to end last time we got in here.
Upstairs, it's the same story.
That's it now. All gone.
In front of the house, they discover the skeletons of mattresses waiting to be sold for scrap. It's clear the tenants have moved out, but where they've gone is a mystery.
Well, the good thing is people are out there, they'll be a bit safer now, let's hope. But these people are disadvantaged and they are in a lot of danger in these sort of properties.
The challenge for Andrew and his colleagues is that there's an endless stream of impoverished tenants desperate for a roof over their heads. It's tenants like these who are most vulnerable to exploitation by unscrupulous landlords and agents.
It is a constant battle for us to keep up with them, but we do keep up with them, and there is no escaping because we will catch them.
"12 days have passed since lawyer Chris Sharp told the people squatting his client's 3-bedroom flat that he was taking them to court. Today, Chris is due in court hoping to have them kicked out. But he can't be sure it will go his way.
What we hope today is we get the order for possession straight away. But there's a chance, if they turn up, brandishing all kinds of different documents, and the court may adjourn it to a later date where it can give it more time for consideration, and that's what we hope to avoid today.
The squatters are claiming they have a valid tenancy agreement, although the landlord says he didn't issue it. Despite this, it looks like they've turned up to fight the eviction. One of the squatters leaves the courthouse and the hearing is over.
Right, well, they turned up, they got legal advice, and they had a translator. They tried to put forward the evidence that they had a right to be there. Fortunately, we submitted the right arguments and the court made the order for possession.
But for Chris and his client, their fight is not yet over.
The problem now is that if they don't move voluntarily, which I'll be honest with you, I don't think they're going to do, they will need a bailiff.
As Chris predicted, the squatters stayed put, even though the landlord gave them time to find a new home. Now, almost 4 months after the court hearing, Chris is meeting with the bailiffs who are due to physically evict them from the property.
The landlord's feeling apprehensive that they may still be there and there may be some trouble. We'll find out in the next 10 minutes or so.
The squatters have now occupied the flat for 9 months, costing the landlord £13,000 in lost rent and legal fees.
Morning, guys. You're wrapped up. You're ready for this job?
Yeah. Good morning. Jesus, it's cold. Well, we'll go and have a look and see what's going on.
Yeah. Hello, landlord group. I'm pretty sure they've gone. There we go. After you guys.
It's a bit warmer in here.
I think they've left the heating on.
I'll check upstairs.
From past experience, Chris knows squatters can often cause an enormous amount of damage. But other than a large heating bill, it looks like Chris's client has got off lightly.
It's not a bad nick, though, is it?
No, exactly. The carpets are still down.
Yeah.
I've seen properties left literally bare. I've seen properties with no carpets, no floorboards, copper ripped out, lead gone, even some windows taken out. So, in relative terms, it's not too bad.
Upstairs in the bathroom, there's even a helpful note left for them by the squatters.
OK then, we'll get you signed a warrant.
Thank you, guys.
We'll be on our way.
Chris gets the locks changed.
All done, Glenn?
Yeah, job done, mate.
Good stuff.
Here's your bones.
Thank you very much indeed.
With the flat finally back in his hands, Chris's client can finish the renovation and get tenants in, who, with any luck, will pay the rent.
The client will be very happy because he's getting his property back, almost in the condition that he lost it.
It's now been a fortnight since Dave Simpson won a possession order against his tenant, Veronica.
Put up there, okay.
She and her family should have left by now. But as the builder approaches the property, it's not looking promising.
All looking fairly similar. Someone there. Oh. Hello there, Veronica. Yeah, you're supposed to be out by yesterday.
Well, I've never received anything, so go back to your accountant or whoever you're with and don't forget sending, all right?
Okay, so you've got no intention of leaving then?
Excuse me? But we haven't had any notification or nothing, so go back to the people you're paying to do your dirty work, and I suggest you get something in writing, all right?
Suspecting this might happen,
Take yourself off of my doorstep.
It's my doorstep, right?
Dave brought a copy of the court order with him.
There's it there. That's from the judge.
What a pathetic loser you are, eh? Go on now, off your truck, you piece of shit. Oh, and sorry, did you say it was supposed to be out yesterday? Well, we're still here.
Oh dear. Well, I've been called worse, I suppose. She's saying she hasn't obviously got the letter from the court, but I don't believe that. I don't believe anything she says, so...
I'm sorry, but for someone who's paying someone to do your dirty work, you're a bit thick. Right, so now we get this letter, so now we're here, all right? So sorry to waste your time, so off you trot now. We ain't going nowhere right now, so fuck off from my door. You know how it works, don't you? Or are you really that thick?
It doesn't look like she wants to leave anyway, so I don't know.
Still here.
We'll have to call Paul, get the bailiff sorted out, get them out. As soon as they can get them out, the better. I just want them out, just want them gone, let me get on. No, it'll be a good day to see the back of them.
Dave calls Paul Champlino, who's been advising him on the case.
Hello.
Hi, Paul, it's Dave.
Dave, how's it going, mate?
Just been round there, no change really. She's still...
He didn't come out and kick off again, did he?
No, he wasn't there, just her. She's screaming and shouting and, I don't know, usual abuse, but quite used to it now.
Right, so look, we need to get onto the bailiffs then for you now, don't we?
Yeah, if you can, yeah, as soon as possible, really.
Time-wise, you know, I've told this before, it's about 6 weeks.
Yep.
We'll get onto it straight away for you.
All right, smashing. Thanks a lot. OK, speak soon. Cheers, bye. Bye.
Dave is already out of pocket by more than £6,000. So having to wait 6 weeks and pay for the bailiffs is not what he wants to hear.
6 weeks, it's still another month and a half, but there you go. It's just another step closer, isn't it? Get them out.
The day that builder Dave Simpson's been waiting for has finally arrived. His tenant, Veronica, owes him more than £7,000 in back rent and legal fees. Later this morning, the bailiffs are due to physically evict her and her family.
One way or another, they've got to go today, so I don't know what state the house is going to be in. I don't know what sort of reaction we're going to get. A little bit nervous, but I just want it over and done with, really.
Waiting for him at the property is eviction specialist Paul Champlino.
Hello, Paul. How you doing?
How are you?
Yeah, not bad. Hey?
You okay?
Yeah,
My
just been...
colleagues helped me today.
Nice to meet you.
Pete.
All right, nice to meet you.
It appears Veronica knows their time is up. The children have already moved out, while she and her boyfriend clear the house. Despite being forewarned about the date of the eviction,
So, Mr. Simpson.
Veronica wants more time.
Yeah, but you're allowed to extend this if you like.
6 months.
Yeah, but we only found out yesterday where we were going.
Not my
You
problem.
know.
The court's informed
So,
you.
yes or no?
Hey? No.
Yes or no?
No.
After spending 6 months battling to get his house back, Dave's not prepared to budge.
No, it's going to happen.
It's got to happen now.
It's 11 a.m. and the bailiffs arrive. The eviction is on.
Hiya.
Nice to meet you. Okay, this is David.
Hello there. How are we doing?
You're
All
the
right.
landlord?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
They're in the process of moving out. They're still filling the skip out.
We'll only give
them.
them, yeah, we'll only give them 15 minutes.
Good, good.
We'll let them know. Where is it, this one over?
It's the one in the corner.
Veronica's time is up.
Yeah, there's a bit of shouting going on upstairs. Yeah, reality's kicking in, unfortunately.
Okay.
Hiya, how are we progressing?
Miles away.
Okay. What we can do for the time being, we can only allow you 15 minutes. All we'd advise now is just to make sure you get any ID, medication and stuff like that.
Okay.
You can make
a start on the lock.
Start on the door, yeah.
With the bailiffs there, Dave can change the locks.
Oh, yeah. David, what's going to happen to my staff?
You can make an appointment to
I'm
come
not
back.
talking to you,
You'll have to make
sorry.
an appointment to come and get it.
Oh, okay. That's fine then, yeah.
Emotions are running high, and there's a countdown of time. They can only grab so much. You know, thankfully there's no kids here.
Yeah.
Because then it can be really distressing.
That's
You
right,
don't want kids to go through that.
At the last minute, Veronica's boyfriend asks to speak with Dave.
Mr. Simpson, trouble?
Out here, I'm afraid.
I'll tell you about the debt.
Okay. Yeah, well, speak to me.
All right. Well, I'll if I pay £200 a month.
That's fine, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Well, starting from, say, Monday week.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is that all right?
Okay, yeah, lovely. Yeah, cool. Thanks.
It's the first time I've heard of somebody offering to pay their debt.
I say anything's better than nothing. I'll accept anything, but we'll have to wait and see about that as well.
15 minutes after the bailiffs arrive, the eviction is over.
We're just going to have a quick look around, okay?
2 people let us downstairs with a van and someone's supposed to be helping us, not.
Veronica, her family and her boyfriend are out.
You want to come in, sir?
Yes.
And Dave's property is finally in his hands.
There's still a lot of stuff to take.
I can imagine, yeah.
But I think, just to let you know, I said he might need help on Sundays.
Veronica has 10 days to collect the rest of her belongings.
The argument is, what's belonging, what's rubbish? Should we go and check upstairs? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Cool. Oh my God.
See, the door's missing. I don't know where the door's gone. This room, well, you can't actually get in the room. Now this is their bedroom, so wow. Baby didn't have much room. This is just completely full, floor to ceiling. It's full right up to the brim. Oh, I just want to get rid of it all. Just get rid of it all. All the I can't say crap, but all the crap and the smell. I just want to open the windows and get it aired and get everything out of it.
Despite the state of the property, Dave's thankful his ordeal is finally over.
Very happy they've gone. Yeah, we can move on. I don't know where they're going to end up. Hopefully they'll get sorted out, and hopefully they don't do it to the next landlord.
Less than 2 weeks later, the house is looking very different.
It's nice to have it empty, really. Got rid of all the rubbish, and now it's just all the clean up, painting, decorating.
As soon as Veronica took the rest of her belongings away,
must have been 40 bags, probably more than that.
Dave has spent every spare minute getting the house ready for a new tenant.
I still want to make the house nice for someone. I know people saying, oh, don't spend the time and money, people that rent it or whatever. But no, I'll make it nice. It's someone's home at the end of the day.
Even though Dave has done most of the work himself, renovating the property is costing him yet more money on top of the thousands he's already lost. And Veronica's boyfriend's offer of £200 a month doesn't seem to be forthcoming.
He never phoned, so I can't see me actually getting the money back. Be nice if I did get some, but I wouldn't hold out hope from that.
Whether he gets back his missing rent or not, Dave's just happy Veronica is finally out of his life.
Things are looking good really now. I mean, they've gone, okay, it's a bit of work. Hopefully I can just get it all done, move on, and hopefully have a good relationship with the next people that move in. But as long as they're not like Veronica, then we'll be all right, I'm sure.
Oh my God. Next time,
This is absolutely disgusting, this is.
an Essex couple fight for their daughter's property.
I just want to get in there and kick ass. Have you got the key, Katie?
A landlord in Kettering confronts his former tenant.
What about the rent, Katie? What about the inconvenience and all the money?
There's just water cascading through here.
And a housing enforcement team is called to horrendous conditions in Birmingham.
I'm looking to you to get stuff sorted out, yeah?